Hello.
Oh, what's happening?
What's happening? We're live. That's what's happening. Oh, man. And so, if you read the title, Mike is flying right now. He said he's going to join us in his Uber. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if that'll work out. Did he get in the air, or is he, if he's delayed?
No, he's already on the plane. So he should show up at some point. Felipe is on his way at some point as well. What's up, everybody? Though I'm glad to be back after being sick last week. That was awful. Fucking viruses are everywhere, man. I mean,
did your whole house get it?
Yeah, pretty much. My wife didn't. Well, she may have gotten it later, but she had the shot. She was smart and got the vaccine, so it wasn't that bad.
Who was the outbreak monkey then? Your kid?
Yeah, of course. My kids.
I got the shot on Monday, and I was scheduled to get my COVID update, but they had to cancel because they didn't have a nurse to administer the shot.
Where at? Like at the pharmacy or something?
Well, in a UCLA system, I live right near a UCLA, but they couldn't take me. So it was not a long drive, and I could have gone to a place to buy records and stuff. So I scheduled it. Then they call me and go, no, we don't have nurses.
Okay.
So I said, give me the needle. I'll stick it in me.
Yeah, it's fine. What's up, BC? Good to see you. David, MD is here. It's officially Friday night. The Jazz Bums show is on. It is.
Oh, can I show you a picture I took at so I went out, I met Nick Rudo in person today. Awesome. We went shopping with Jim from Record Collector News. And I wanted to send you guys this photo because I saw a soundtrack and I took the picture. Let me pull it up. Close. But yeah. It's a soundtrack. It's a movie soundtrack.
Last of the Ski Bums. Nice.
But it's on World Pacific. I think the Sandals are more like surf kind of music, But,
yeah. Interesting.
Yes.
Surfing music on the mountain.
Well, it's ski. It's Bruce Brown who does surf movies, so.
Okay, that's cool.
Have you ever seen any of those films?
I don't think so.
And they're good. I think they're essential watching.
Remember Summer School? Is that related at all?
Okay, I'll give you that. It's a great movie, but no, these are more kind of documentary type of films. But whatever,
Who was the guy in Summer School? Do you remember?
You were in the ballpark. Mark Harmon.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, David, and Nicole, and Matthew. Well, so you went to Amoeba with those guys today, huh?
No, we went. So Nick Rudo, I took him to Record Safari. It was an off day for Record Safari, but even an off day there, you still pick up records. And I have a lot to show. Then we went over to Atomic, which is a very good record store in Burbank. I've done a video if you go to my channel. And we picked up the most there. And then this was his first trip to LA, so he had never been to Amoeba here. He had been to it in San Francisco. And we went to Amoeba. And I went to Amoeba last night because of my Christmas party at work and picked up some crap. But he found 2 records he had been looking for. So it's always nice when that happens. And he's staying nearby where I live with his mom because they came into town to see Billie Eilish last night.
Oh, cool.
And he's a fan.
Billie wasn't in Idaho. She didn't stop by Idaho for him.
Well, she had done her world tour. These were 2 special concerts she wanted to do and have guests. So I think Dave Grohl and
neat.
Phoebe Bridgers joined her. So he had it was his birthday. So I guess it was a birthday celebration with him and his mom. So
nice. Phoebe Bridgers is awesome. Haven't you seen her, honey?
No, but she's a Ryan survivor.
Yeah, that's true. She's a Ryan Adams survivor.
Oh, she is?
Yeah.
Ugh. From the get, I'm a good judge of character. From the get-go, I didn't like that dude. I felt like he needed a bath, and he was up to no good.
That's fair.
You would be right on all counts.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, my wife says that you were right.
I can point out any bastard You show me a crowd, and I'll point out the bastards.
A brilliant sewing writer, though.
Yeah, that was really rough for me and my wife, especially my wife, because we love his music. But man, that just changed it. Like I can listen to him and stuff now, but it's just not the same as it was before.
But think about that again. I say this all the time from my experience of being in Hollywood and stuff. You show me someone who is a successful creative person, they have to draw on some sort of connection to emotion, and they usually come from dysfunction, and they perpetrate that dysfunction.
Yeah,
so.
He sure did.
Yeah, he did.
Yep.
Have you ever seen a transcription audio disc? Those are the big, like 18, 16-inch ones or whatever.
No, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I think that's what those are. They would. I think they used them. Actually, I have a. Let me think. Who was her name? Peggy Lee. So a couple record store days ago, they had like this Peggy Lee. It's like pink vinyl, and it was a bunch of radio stuff she did in France or something, and then they got it from the transcription discs. So it just sounds okay. But
so the Hassan, my buddy put out this Hassan unreleased Hassan record, but I thought is it different than an acetate?
Yeah, I mean, I think transcription was just huge, and they used them in radio stations and stuff. But do you have that record, that Hassan?
Yeah, my friend gave it to me for free because he put it out.
Was it any good?
Oh, awesome! You should get it. It's basically so you have the Max Roach Hassan record, right?
Yes.
So what had happened is Max Roach had heard him. I don't know. He's from Philly, and he kind of was in the same circles as Monk. I think he came after Monk.
Yes.
And he had heard him and agreed to do a session with him. And Atlantic was about to put out that album, and Atlantic okayed him to do a record as a frontman. Then he got busted. He got busted for drugs, and Atlantic shelved the record.
Yeah.
And supposedly there was an East Coast fire somewhere in a warehouse outside New York. And these Atlantic tapes were believed to be lost. Someone discovered an acetate of the album, and that's what my firm released. And in addition to the album, there was an extra for a second record. So it's a double record. So Hassan, and then a year later, they had discovered recordings that some college students in Philly made of him. They had asked him can they record him, and he said sure. And those tapes ended up, I think, in Rutgers University has an archive library, and they put out that Record Store Day box with 4 records, and it's really good. I mean, I think I have it down here.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember his full name now.
So Hassan Eben something.
Yeah. For anybody that doesn't know, this is an awesome piano player.
Here, let me pull it out. That's what she said.
That didn't get to do much. He was kind of a legend in Philly, like Rob was saying.
I don't know if he was much of a legend, but
he was a legend among the players, is what I'm saying. Among the other jazz
I don't even know if he was that, but here's the record.
He was. I'm telling you, he was. There you go. Yes.
Metaphysics. So this is on Omnivore.
Rutgers.
I think you can go to their website and get this pretty affordably. Okay. Here's the box.
Okay, cool. That's nice art too.
And I'm sure since it was still available after Record Store Day, you can get this on Discogs pretty affordably too.
Yeah. Sweet. Well, I can't smell anything.
My Pharaoh Sanders is in the mail.
Yeah, I haven't ordered that one yet. I'm trying to catch up with comments and see where we talked about Pharaoh Sanders. Here we go. Ryan Smith. Yeah, I have not ordered that one yet. I'm going to, though. I don't know if we talked about this before, Rob. I know we did, like, offline, but the Alice Coltrane record that has the test pressing for acoustic sounds that's available on Center Stage.
Yeah, how many test pressings do they make? Like 1,800?
I don't know if it's still available. I'm just saying it was there, right? So the
Yeah.
point is that there's probably an Alice Coltrane record coming out on Acoustic Sounds, unless they just did the test pressing, which would be a nightmare.
Well, I don't feel that's a guarantee it's coming out. I feel like why in the million years would they drop a test pressing before the regular release?
I think they've done another one or two of those. I don't know. Hopefully it's coming, because that's the same one that Vinyl Me Please has, right? Journey into whatever.
Yeah, I have that. It's right here. You want to see it? Actually,
Sure.
Vinyl Me Please put out 2 different versions of it.
Right. Just like the Blossom Dearie.
Well, wait, I didn't know the Blossom Dearie was 2 different versions.
Well, I mean, okay, so the original version had that weird kind of old classic series obi, it's like half an obi.
Well, this didn't come with an obi.
Okay.
So this was 2017, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So this one didn't have an obi. Then they reissued it again. It might have had an obi.
Right.
This is
that's when they had the test pressing, man.
This is so good that I sold the OG that I found earlier this year, and I rather have kept this one.
Is that similar to the other Alice Coltrane record that just came out on Verve by Request? Like music-wise, is it similar? Or?
No, this is much. I mean, for all intents and purposes, this is analog. I don't know if the Verve one is.
No, I'm just saying the music on the 2 different records, right?
This is like Fred Putterman was saying earlier today and yesterday. He believes the Patau is a little more traditional in what she's playing, and he doesn't feel that she's meshing well with the rhythm section. This is more spiritual. This is if I was to say the Alice Coltrane sound, and again, I am no expert.
Sure.
This wall of spiritualness that she creates with her harp and the chimes and such. This is what you want to get. I know there is a version. What is it called? That Verve Vital. You could still sort of find that around. See old.
Is that the same thing? The 60th anniversary one? Okay.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's a different record, right?
But this sounds excellent. I highly recommend overspending on this. No, I don't know. Look,
well, I mean, that's my point. Like that acoustic sound
obviously the OG I had was barely VG plus. But still, I could hear it is a good record. This to me sounded better.
Nice.
Okay.
Hey Joe, if you want to come up, I'll drop a link for you. Let me do that. Yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, I just think it'd be neat if they did do that, because then what else are they going to do? I mean, Karma. If this Karma record sells good, and then they did that, and that sold good.
Well, here's the deal. If it's a Chad title that he's putting out, again, I don't know how these test pressings, but it's not a Verve by Request because they've already announced like 20-something titles, right?
No, I know. No, for sure. It's not. And it says Acoustic Sound Series on that test pressing.
Well, maybe he had, to get all these titles he's getting, he has, like, he didn't want to do that for Pharoah Sanders from all the evidence, right?
Right.
So maybe there's a series that they're asking him to do, but maybe Verve, the reason they resurrected the Verve by Request and started putting those titles out is maybe it's hard to be dealing with Chad on those titles,
I just don't think they have enough bandwidth for the amount of records that they want to put out right now, which may change. I mean,
well, no, they're putting
the economy. What I'm saying is, if the economy slows down and the record buying market dries up a little bit, because it will. If we go into a recession, it's going to slow down the people buying records.
But you just press less records. You just make less records.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure. I just think that the reason Verve by Request is here is because, one, it's kind of like the classic series, except we don't know if they're analog or not, right? And they're getting pressed at Third Man, which I don't know if that's equal to optimal, really. Probably not.
I think Third Man hasn't. Look, no one was complaining. Those Roy Brooks and the Alice Coltrane, I didn't hear people complaining like they are with the Chet Baker or Pepper album.
That's 100% correct. Correct. Yeah. That's
So
true.
apparently, maybe what Third Man needed to get their shit in gear, they were able to do it, right? Maybe
Yes.
maybe Universal went to them or whoever's in charge of the Impulse Verve titles and said, "Look, we're tired of hearing about how crappy your pressings are. You need to improve.
Yeah.
And if we give you this contract, which means at least 25 titles, you need to get your shit straight." And maybe they did. Like
I think so.
like Blue Note did that with Optimal, or right?
Yep.
So
Yep. The classic series. Yeah, I mean that Tone Poet thing seems crazy to me. Like that the defect of that magnitude's happened. I mean, I guess it happens, but I ordered another copy because mine was jacked up and doesn't work.
well, mine's jacked up, and I have to record proof that it's jacked up to them. But I was listening, going, "This fucker sounds awesome." Maybe I didn't get the skipping copy. Then I put on side 2.
Yeah.
And right at the end of song 3 or
I think
2.
so, yeah. I don't know. I don't remember.
Skippy City.
I know. I mean, the people are saying, it does it on some turntables and not others. I mean,
No, you're not wrong that Roy book, they're dirty, but I cleaned it and it was fine. There were it wasn't scuffed up.
I did not get the Oscar Peterson coin. It was $100. So did you see the Oscar Peterson coin, the Canadian coin they put out? It's
no,
it's a $20 $20 Canadian dollar silver piece that you can buy, but it was $100. So that one.
It's $100.
It's $100. It's really cool. Hey Felipe, what's up, man?
Hey, how's it going? I made it.
Good. And your new
congratulations.
Yeah.
You have a curtain now.
I have a curtain now. Yeah. Room is not ready to tour yet. I'm still boxed.
You haven't opened your speakers yet?
No, I just got home here. I'm gonna do it tomorrow. Just like these 2 little things here.
What are you gonna do with the other speakers?
I might either use in my bedroom because I still want to make a bedroom setup, or I might just sell them. Let's see.
So Kevin is asking about what Tone Poet. So the new one that just came out.
Picture of Heath.
Picture of Heath, yeah. The Chet Baker record.
It's apparently I don't know. Apparently a large number of people get a version that has a skip on song 3 on side 2.
Well, here's a question. Sonically, is it worth seeking out MMJ pressings or stick to vinyl to Blue Note Classics?
Well, I have MMJ pressings, and my feeling is Felipe could say differently. And I always feel it's a matter of the album, if it was a good recorded album. I feel like it's not, if Felipe can fight me on this, I feel like if a Blue Note Classic comes out and it's well done, why spend $300 or $500 on the MMJ?
I agree, Rob. I agree. I think they're pretty close. It's not that far. I mean, the MMJ has more detail, less noise. The whole whistles. But the Blue Note Classics are mostly very decent pressings. I only have like a handful that I have like reservations about. Details here and there on what is there, but mostly I think they're a great buy. I think that everybody should get it. If you don't have those records, get the Blue Classics.
Some of them are insane too. Like the Moon Rapid, man. Jesus Christ, that record's crazy.
Look, like I went to the flea market last week and picked up the Sonny Rollins New York's Time for $100 for $75, the 45. So if you find that, buy it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Plus, there's no real audiophile version of that album available.
Right.
So you don't have a choice.
Yeah.
But I did have a Horace Silver. I forget what the title. It's over there. MMJ that I had sealed. I thought I misplaced and found it.
Stylings, right?
Yeah, I listened to, and it didn't sound as good as the Sonny Rollins. So that probably wasn't as a well recorded album, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I think Stylings of Silver is very early in the series, right? I'm not sure.
Yeah. So I mean, look, like I say this, I think buying a record is an individual choice. You know,
Yeah.
you can't, but it like people are collecting. So if you want the whole series as one version, then you've made your bed, right?
Right.
Well, yeah. Absolutely.
I mean, I've only got 3 or 4 MMJs, and they're all 33s. They all sound great, but
I have a mixture. I think I have about eight or nine.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many do you have now? 50 or 60, Felipe? I can't remember.
I have 78 now.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, geez.
Felipe could buy nice used cars.
Now I'm getting more into some of the tests. So I got 2 test pressings MMJ. I chose tests because I already had 70s RVGs Blue Label, Blue Hour. I think I posted this one this week.
Yeah.
It does sound better than my 70s. It does sound better.
Of course it does. Now, did that actually come out on MMJ, or is it only a test pressing?
That's only a test pressing, yeah. And this one, not even they realized it was a blue one.
Oh wow!
And that's Whistle Stop.
Is it the Whistle Stop I have is that Connoisseur one from the 90s. But is that the special vinyl or no?
SRX?
Felipe.
Sorry?
Felipe, is that the special vinyl?
No. I have one SRX test pressing that would be Made in Voyage. That's the only one I have. And that's stunning.
What did you do to Stunt Rock confusion here? Stunny says, Felipe, my witch doctor has scheduled you a case of the shits to start hitting you exactly 36 hours. Huh?
Hey, can I, Stunty, I'm gonna send you a picture, but I was at Amoeba and I want to show a picture. What Stunty's, if you don't know Stunty's name, his moniker, it's named after this.
Oh, let's see this. This is good.
So this is the soundtrack of the movie. That I guess it's Stunty's favorite movie, right, Stunty?
Yeah.
They had a copy of it at Amoeba.
Nice.
Well, the band I think is Sorcery, but it's Stunt Rock.
Okay.
Is the movie. It's an Australian film.
Interesting.
Right, Stunty? I'll send that to you.
He's left us now.
Yeah. But let me see what else.
Do you want me to start showing records? Because I went shopping with Nick Rudo. I met Nick Rudo in person. Very nice.
Cool. It's kind of
he was in town for a concert. And we went to Record Safari and Amoeba and Atomic record stores here in LA.
That's nice.
Stunny says that his alias is after that, and it's not a good movie. So
no, but it's named after that movie. I didn't say.
So that makes sense. If it's not a good movie, that makes sense.
Yeah, there you go. So I forget. I think it was Mark Glassman. Is he around? Recommended I pick up.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a big swing.
Kenny Wheeler. This is a German ECM record.
Mm-hmm.
But Kenny Wheeler's a trumpet player, and this I don't think this is such ECM, avant-garde stuff.
Yeah. Look at the people that are on there with him, though, man.
Yeah,
that's good. That's Keecher, Dave Holland, Jack
stream this because I streamed it, and then I found a really minty, nice OG copy of this. So nice. Does anyone else have Kenny Wheeler's shit?
No.
I've only got Oh shit! Hang on. Oh, I see what it is. So we gotta move away from you for just a second, Wax. So the beef with Felipe is his blatant clothing provocation. I'm guessing this is about the World Cup with France and Argentina, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I'm supporting South America here, Stunty. Okay, we always get screwed up. We have to win something sometimes,
That's fair. Has that game happened yet?
It's going to be on Sunday.
Sick. I'm going to watch it for sure. That's exciting. Yeah.
And
now it makes sense why Felipe wants you to get the shits, I guess. Or not Felipe. Study wants you to get the shits. Okay.
Don't worry, Stunty. If your team is good, you don't need to do any witchcraft, okay?
That's fair. Yeah.
So what if France sucks? I found earlier in the week I was at a record store and they had a roughed up copy of this, but I found a mint copy of this with Jimmy Giuffre with the Modern Jazz Quartet. This
Very
thing is insanely, like, it's still in the original. This is kind of yellow plastic it came in, but nice.
No backlash, nice.
Yeah.
So a deep groove.
Deep groove and mono.
Yeah, I love those old black label Atlantics.
They're nice.
This is the find. I was telling Chris earlier, this is the find of the day. And I'm almost ready to put this album up in a top 10 if I made a list, which I don't. But do you have this, Felipe?
No.
So show off.
This is a British reissue from the 80s. But I have several affinities, and they sound really good.
Is that the original cover?
Yeah, it's the original cover. I think this is originally is it Capitol? I don't know what originally this is on. But it's a sad story with him. He died young at 33. He got cancer. I think at the end he was performing up until his death in a wheelchair.
Wow.
But it was a year after he recorded this. Look who he did it with. It's nice.
Roy, Joe Jones, Sonny.
Oh,
But
wow.
you don't have this. I will flat out recommend that everyone get this record.
I thought you were going to personally send all of us a copy. Damn it.
Well, I'll rip it. I'll give you a download or something. You know, nice back. You know,
That is really cool.
yeah. Highly recommend this record. And then I'm starting. These are nice pickups. These are early 70s reissues, but they're
yeah. I saw. Sorry. I saw this with a different cover. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're these reissues are mastered by Van Gelder. He's in the Dead Wax. So it's a nice lineup, and I'm starting to get more art farmers, and it's good pressings of the.
I thought I had that, but I don't guess I do.
Well, you need to get it.
Don't tell me what to buy.
This is a Van Gelder and the Dead Wax. These really early of the twofers.
Oh, that's cool.
It's I think I'll sell my It's Chaz. It's me. This is 2 albums. It's Mingus Chaz and Mingus, the Charlie Mingus plus Max Roach.
Sweet.
And I have a copy of Chaz, which I also think Chaz is a reissue of, I think, Charlie Mingus at the Bohemian. If someone knows that, they can correct me.
I don't know.
But yeah, it's a live album.
It's on Prestige, which is so those are 2 Prestige records. That's cool.
Yeah, okay. And then if Bob Bradley's around, I started finding more of these chess masters that he recommended to get. I don't have any Little Milton. I don't know much about Little Milton, but I found 2 Little Miltons.
So those are interesting because Little Milton, but it's original chess class. So it's like OJCs basically, but for the blues and chess.
Well, I believe old school chess records are not very well pressed.
Sure.
Yeah.
So he said these chess remasters came out in the late 80s, and he feels that they're very audiophile remastering and pressings.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
So I have 3 Muddy Waters, and now I have 2 of these Little Miltons.
So Nicole has some Kenny Wheeler information for you. She says he was one of the original members of an early Anthony Braxton quartet.
Interesting.
But you, Nicole, this is not so far out there. It's a little more regular, right?
Well, you listened to it, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, Stunty. I don't think I'm more than 20 records behind. But how about this record? My favorite Christmas movie I watch every year. I've always seen the soundtrack, and I decided finally to pick it up today. Is Scrooge with Albert Finney.
Oh, cool. I don't think I've ever seen that version.
I'll send you a link because it's on YouTube, and I watch it I watch it every year. But this is my favorite Christmas movie, and it's a musical.
Nice. Yeah,
Albert Finney was like 33 years old when he did it, but he pulls off being an old Scrooge really well. So,
Well, he played being an old fucking Annie too, and he wasn't that old.
well, he shaved his head bald.
Yeah.
I mean, look, he's this. Look how. So there he is, young. There's young
yeah.
Scrooge, and then where is he old here? Like he pulls off being old, like the old Scrooge.
Nice.
And the songs are really catchy. It's if you did you ever see the musical version of Oliver?
I saw the movie. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of if you like that kind of musical, it's
absolutely. Oliver's
very
amazing.
British.
It was great.
Yeah,
For sure.
I love musicals. I grew up in the 80s. I remember our music teacher in elementary school used to show us those all the time. That's where I kind of got my intro to that shit, the musical films.
Yeah.
And then they'd play The Sound of Music every year. Was that around a holiday? Do you remember, Rob? Remember they'd play The Sound of Music on TV like once a year? Was it around a holiday? It always seemed like it was.
I know the Ten Commandments is around Passover and Easter.
Yeah.
I know It's a Wonderful Life is around Christmas. It's NBC used to do it. I don't know. I'll tell you this. They used to play those really long movies that either went over all 3 hours or over 2 nights around holidays because they knew it was family and people were home. And so.
Yeah, lots of good memories from that. And then like the Walt Disney stuff that used to come on Sunday nights.
Mm-hmm.
Did y'all have all that stuff in Brazil when you were a kid, Felipe? Did y'all get lots of American TV?
Yeah, I mean, some Christmas movies like this, like also Lampoon, Home Alone, all that stuff. But it's kind of different because it's summer, so nobody's inside.
Oh shit!
You're just outside in shorts, drinking beer and hanging out, and
Yeah. When I was in Brazil, I noticed every Sunday people would go buy charcoal and barbecue. Right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Then
just pass out. Yeah. But so I haven't got too many records recently because of the move and everything. But I got this one yesterday. I went to my local store. It's $5.99. It's like mint.
So this is your first trip to a record store down there as a resident?
Kind of, yeah.
Brown All Stars. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Now, what is that? Is that a reissue or an OG?
No, so that's the thing. There's no date for that on Discogs. It's a British press. It's really heavy. It's a flat profile actually.
Huh. What's the label look like? Interesting.
It's a promo copy.
Oh, it's a promo.
Yeah.
Okay.
You mean the stamp on the label that says promo copy means it's a promo copy.
Whatever, man.
I don't know. I still haven't played yet. I'm still gonna clean it, but it's just 2 songs: "Caravan" and "Author in New York." So yeah, I'm not sure. I never saw Orange MRC, and there's no date for that on Discogs. If anybody has a clue, please let me know.
You should make an entry for it, man. And
Yeah.
you could just leave the date blank.
No, it is there. There's an entry, but there's no date. I found the record there.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's really cool. So who all's on that with him? Is it a comp or is it just a regular record or what?
No, it's a regular record. So Walter Benton, Max Roach, Kenny Drew.
Hey guys.
Max Roach, Kenny Drew.
Mike has joined us from a super secret location as he's being transferred.
Curtis Counts.
Yeah.
Very cool.
What you got there? What was that, Felipe?
Oh, the Clifford Brown All Stars.
Oh, nice. That's a MRC?
That's an MRC. That's a British promo copy.
Oh, nice. Very cool.
So a couple of things in the chat here. Stunty has said that if you guys are into great new jazz that is bound to become super collective and expensive, ill-considered, the band and label is putting out loads of new records limited to 200 copies, and most of it is actually brilliant.
Nice.
Well, thanks for providing a link.
Yeah, thanks give us a link, Sonny. Come on. And then Paul agrees with him, so they're probably going to get super expensive tonight. It sounds like.
Yeah.
I just think he's trying to sell out records so he's got like 10 of them he could sell.
No, he's just trying to get them so he can get a repress order.
Yeah. And another cool one I got last week. I think I shared with you guys, but I haven't shown on the stream.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, make that big. So is this an OG or what?
That's an
That's the
OG.
re-
That's the mono remaster. It's from the same year, but has a
Okay.
different cover from the very first one.
Oh, okay.
There's that one that just came out, but it's just like you don't know the source and whatever.
Yeah.
It's digital. It sounds
Yeah.
great. I got a copy of it.
So there's a better and deep groove and everything.
Very cool. I mean, I'm guessing it's digital, Rob. I don't know for sure, but those 4 records they put out, they're putting out 4 more too. Somebody was talking about them here a couple weeks ago on our last.
Yeah, but
radio.
we don't know what they are, and we don't know. I don't know who owns
Is it new band?
we don't know who owns the Bethlehem label.
That's a
One of
good
the
question.
big
I have
companies,
no
the
clue.
big companies. Yeah, I don't know.
Chris, can you grab one of them and see if it has any anything on the back that indicates who puts it out?
Yeah, I can do that. They're right here. I've got the same one right here.
Oh, I have no idea.
Because I have the Booker Irvin, and I have the Detroit one, right, with Pepper Adams and Donald Byrd and stuff.
Do you not like them?
Well, they're not the best. My I can't clean the noise off of the Donald Byrd Detroit one, but the Booker Irvin sounds good.
Oh yeah, that's the Motor City one, right?
Says BMG.
Yeah, the Motor City one. Mine just has noisy. I can't clean the noise off.
Who's BMG?
BMG, they put out. What else did they put out? They own a few catalogs. I can't remember the other ones now.
Yeah, that's who owns it. BMG Rights Management.
Oh, okay, Stunty. I'm on Juno's website, and I bought something from Juno, but I can't find their exclusive. Is it an exclusive title to them?
Yeah, you got to give us links to actual specific records.
You can't. You know what? I'm going to make a Stunty-like comment right now. Hey, guys, there's a label called and they're only doing 100 copies. And you should go out. The names of some of the bands are and they give it a
Oh shit!
Right, they're good. It's genius music. In fact, they use a triangle, which is rarely used in jazz, but it's the featured instrument on one of the albums.
Old jazz triangle. Did BMG have something to do with RCA? That's a good question. I don't know.
I'm trying to look it up now. Yeah, maybe they just do Bethlehem. Maybe that's what I know it from.
Okay.
I thought they did more
Liminal
stuff.
space.
They probably
What does
do.
that mean? Liminal space. I'm looking this up.
What homework? I'm on the website, Stunty. What band should I buy the limited run of a mysterious record that not even the website knows about? Listen, we have people combing the earth. Mike's in a car searching for these records.
This is how easily influenced we are too. Stunny just like drops a few little like rap, and he's dropping like
Chris is the resident hacker. He's already tiled into one of these websites.
No shit.
Where do they ship from? Are they European label?
Well, Juno's a British.
Yes.
They are? Okay. Oh yeah.
So BMG was RCA Victor.
Okay, look at that. David was correct. BMG.
Yeah,
was
Joe.
RCA.
That's a cool record, Joe. That Theon Crossfire.
Yeah.
What's a cool record?
That Theon Cross. It's
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's really neat. Ryan needs you to update us if you found anything. I don't know who he's asking. Maybe Mike.
Okay, I typed in Gearbox.
Oh no.
There is a title they have pre-ordered. I don't know if it's exclusive to them. There's two. Emmanuel Harold. Is that one of them, Stunty? Let us know in the comments.
Yes, please. In the comments to the side. They're not really below.
I still don't know the name.
Cool, Joe.
What's up,
Joe
Felipe?
says Theon Cross is an ill-considered.
Ah, I see.
Tap 3 times on your keyboard if that is the title.
I got some cool stuff off of Bandcamp. I don't think I've received yet. Let me look at that. Does anybody else buy that on Bandcamp?
I like it. I like Analog Africa. They have a great release there.
That makes sense.
Did I show any of the records I picked up at that estate sale last weekend? All those old jazz clef records?
Well, we didn't have a show. We didn't have a show.
Did you have? Yeah.
Let's see
Did you get some Dizzy? I think I saw them though. I think.
Yeah, I
got a
posted pictures of them.
Dizzy records.
Yeah, let me see if I can find those.
I have Trumpet Kings on clef with him and Roy Eldridge.
Yeah,
and it's a pretty good record.
that's cool.
Yeah.
You know what's a potent combination? An edible and half a bottle of wine. Really nice. Really nice. Well, how was your trip to Toronto, Mike?
That was fun. It was good. Had a good time. Got to see a bunch of people. I went to 3 record shops. One of them was a bust, and I found some pretty difficult records to find. I mean, they're not hyper difficult, but they're not, easily gotten for good prices. So I got 2. They're older ones. One is on Savoy, and I've never seen it before, but it had who was it? The bass and drummer I knew. I can't remember the names now. And then I never heard of this piano player, but he was a student of Tristano. And there's a trombone player and a sax player. And one player played with Mingus. Sax player was really good. So anyway, I didn't know these guys. Got it, and I streamed it, and it's killer. So I'm super happy to have that. And then I found a Storyville record with Bob Brookmeyer, and he plays valve trombone, which is killer. And then he's playing with the Zoot Sims quartet. I think it's a quartet, and that's a good one too. So it's more it's like an older style, like boppy cool jazz. But yeah, both. I'm really happy to have both of them. I love that old stuff. You guys know.
So, Mike, according to Matthew, just being ripped off.
Toronto equals money.
No, I got these for good prices. I mean, I put a lot of stuff back. A lot. I mean, I got 2 records, and I probably was considering maybe like 15 or so. So I was pretty picky with my pickup. So I think both of these were very good deals.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I think to live up there is probably very expensive because their money's just like bad right now.
Yeah, and you also have to adjust because you look at the Canadian dollars, like something will be, $50, but I'm used to seeing it for like 35. But after you do the conversion, it's around that. So
yeah,
you just have to kind of get used to that.
Okay, I have another stack of stuff I picked up this week.
I thought you were going to start going to a Smothers Brothers routine for a second. For some reason. Can you do that? That'd be good. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, I have this one too, Rob. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's an OG of this.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one. Those are the classic stories.
I won this one off of Michael Hobson's eBay auctions.
Oh, I have this one too. It's awesome.
This sounds amazing, and when you get those, here's his little trademark bullshit thing. Classic record.
That's cool.
But he includes his
It's very ego driven. It seems.
Yeah. Well, here's the cool thing. He includes his notes.
Yeah, that is kind of neat.
Post-its.
Yeah.
So, but this because I didn't get that. I really want. If there's one thing I want, is that I think it was 2018 that Record Store Day, where they put out, because this is what is it? Iron Man and Conversations are the 2 technically last sessions he did. This is both of them.
Did you see my funny joke about it on Instagram? Did you notice that?
Well, I don't know your Instagram comedy. Enlighten me.
I asked if Tony Iommi was on that record.
Okay, so what kind of joke is that? Black Sabbath does a jitterbug waltz?
No, Iron Man. Hello.
Oh, I'm sorry. let me give you a sympathy laugh.
Oh,
So-
appreciate it.
Rob, I bought this record yesterday too.
You bought it or almost bought it?
I put it on reserve. They're gonna send me out from my store here.
Nice.
It's a you know what? I'm not a fan of either. I hate Wes Montgomery on Verve. He's buried beneath a lot of bullshit. Jimmy Smith, The Cat is really good. This is almost as good as The Cat.
Okay.
But Wes Montgomery is so good, but a lot of that Verve stuff he's buried on it. So
Really? I don't know that much. His Riverside shit is killer.
But to be
Oh, that
honest,
looks cool.
that cover makes any LT series look like a Van Gogh.
you know, my hope is to recreate this cover with Stunty.
Yeah.
Stunty and
I
Mike.
think you and Mike should recreate it.
No.
Listen, Mike, I don't know how tall Mike is, but I think Mike might come up to here on me. Am
That's
I
fair.
wrong?
I don't know. I've never met Mike in
Probably.
person.
I think we need to recreate the ski bums cover.
That's true. Oh, that would be a good one. Yes, let's get some skis. Okay, this is a really good record.
That looks interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks cool.
Bobby Jaspar, Paul Chambers, and Kenny Clark.
This victim, even though I didn't pay a lot of money for this fell victim to my blackout, so I dropped it and scuffed up one side of it.
Oh, shit.
What's the what label was that on?
This is a reissue on Sue Records, SU.
Okay.
So this is basically I think a 70s reissue
It is.
from a
No,
I think
it's 80s. I don't remember.
this is a 50s recording, I think.
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
That's pretty
I have
cool.
that. That's a good record.
I have to clean it. This is one of the ones I'm behind on listening to. This is the best.
So, hang on, that's a Savoy, Jack. It's the Hank Jones is on Savoy.
Yeah, it's Savoy. It's Savoy.
Oh, yeah.
This is outstanding.
Yeah, that looks great.
So this is an island, a British island reissue.
Huh.
I guess Ireland had the rights in the UK.
Mhm.
But this,
So that was
the
that's the Candid. Is that the Candid record?
no, it's not a Candid record. It's not the Candid record.
So where was this? What was it on originally?
Let me look that up. But I looked it up before I bought it to see if
Okay.
it was the Candid.
Okay.
But look at that lineup, man.
Wow.
Whoa, Scott LaFaro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
two people who died like right after each other, right?
Wow.
They're young 20s.
Incredible.
Yeah.
This is not the Candid though. It's not. And this
Actually,
Okay,
if you want- Go ahead. Sorry.
he is so
Yeah,
good on this. Okay. I'm still
Yeah,
looking
yeah.
for all the ones I picked up at this estate sale. It's
Okay.
mostly old jazz, but this is on Clef.
Rowan Days. Nice.
And I think this was reissued on Verve.
Yep.
Because
That
it's
would
the
have been
same,
yes.
it's the same, it's Norman Gantz, right?
Mhm.
Yep,
And
yep.
here's another one on Clef, and it was reissued on
Oh, that's cool.
That is.
and
cool.
then this is Art Tatum and
Oh wow.
Alvin Stoller and Roy Eldridge.
Okay, Rob, I looked it up. That Booker Little is the Time Booker Little record. You guys, are you familiar with that one? It has like the drawn trumpet on the cover. Anyway, it's a pretty expensive record.
Well, that's nice.
Pick
it's
up
like-
this island version, which seems to be very affordable and sounds
Yeah,
really good.
cool.
Does anybody? XJ's got a question I want to look at real quick. So, anybody hear the Neo Nistico album from Sound Nistico on Beehive? So, I have not heard that. I've got 2 Beehives so far, and I've got another one on order. Ordered a Clifford Jordan.
Can you record a video where you put your hair in a beehive? Hey,
No.
Hey,
Oh,
I'll
you
tell
mean-
you something.
Yes, of course. Yes.
I'll tell you
obviously.
something funny. I went to an estate sale and picked up the Sammy Hagar record, and
Yeah?
it had $4 inside of it.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they didn't check,
How
so
much?
I got $4.
How much did you
So-
pay for the record?
That's awesome.
I paid $70 for about 15 records, and one of them is like a $70 record, so it'll pay for all of them. So
Nice. Joe Farrell also played on a Booker Little album. That's cool. Nicole says anything that Booker Little is on is a must find.
Well, this one, he is outstanding. So, okay. So here's one for you, Mike. What happened to Mike? Where is he?
Sorry, I'm back. I was
Mike,
on Discogs looking for the Booker Little record.
All right. So I think the reason I felt like I showed these records is we did a personal call. All right. So I went to my record store, and I'm into collecting jazz soundtracks, and I found this one, which is a Bruce Brown. If you're into kind of light sports, mostly surfing, he did his Slippery When Wet, and Bud Shank did the soundtrack. And I thought this was regular vinyl in the store because it looks black, right? You see it?
Yeah.
But if I do this, it's red vinyl.
That's cool.
And I paid $25. This is VG Plus. It sounds really good, right? Guess what I found today at Amoeba, Mike?
Did you find it again?
Another red one.
Another copy? Oh wow.
Yeah, so I'm gonna sell this one. It's not as a good shape.
Okay.
Red.
Very
but,
cool. Yeah, I streamed it. It's a pretty cool record.
Yeah, but when you talk to Mike, the first thing he does is there's only 2 on sale on Discogs. And three of them are in Europe. So
looks like we have a bid for this record already, Rob.
By who?
Jazz Bums. I don't know.
So it's Chris, right?
Yes.
All right, Chris, we'll discuss. Okay.
Okay, cool.
I don't think I showed. No, I did show this one.
Oh, Joe Marino is calling you out. He says you're pulling a mic. You already showed that record on Rachel.
Well, you know what, Joe Marino? Tough shit. Okay, you want to see something cool?
Of course.
Okay. If you want cheap vocal jazz, which is very good, it's these Bill Hendersons. And like today, I was with Jim, joined us at Record Safari. They had a Bill Henderson for $3. It is the best bang for your buck. But Jim had 2 copies of this. So this is one song that Bill Henderson did it, and I have the full Live at the Times album, which is great. But I think this was a proof of concept for classic records. And Bernie Grumman did this. One side is 33 and one side's 45.
Huh.
Oh, that's cool.
Interesting.
Yeah. Sun in the Clouds. Very cool. That's a good song.
Yeah. Right. So, and this is, I think, Classic Records pressed this.
They play that for me every day when I get to work. I've got a bunch of records that are like that. They're 33 on one side and 45 on the other. They're all like...
Yeah, but I think this was kind of a demo to show what they could do, you know?
That makes sense.
Okay.
Oh, wow, what is this? 70s?
70s.
I mean, are you going to sell it or what?
I'm going to sell it, yeah. I got to pay for records somehow.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, cool.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, interesting label, yeah.
How much should this go for, Rob?
This particular one in the Stated thing could go for 70, anywhere from 50 to 70, maybe.
Wow.
People are still buying, even though I think it probably technically he did it. It's from the plates, but sometimes they don't put his stamp on it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
How does it sound? Have you listened to it compared to the Tone Poet? How does it sound?
Well, I only have the mono Tone Poet. I don't have the stereo.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Here's a good one.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, what's up?
Nice.
Good to see
How's
you.
it going?
All right.
What do you got there, Rob? Oh, that's a cool record. Is that the reissue or the original one?
This is the original 1-disc version of it.
Okay.
So.
Nice.
Now, does anybody have that reissue that's on the stream?
Yeah, I do. I have the that one also that Rob is showing. It was like one of the first. I think it was one of the first Mangus LPs I bought. It's actually probably in the first 20 LPs that I bought.
You mean the twofer?
No, the one that you have, the original reissue.
The Mingus?
I mean the original.
At Carnegie Hall.
Yeah, that was in the 80s. And but I recommend the reissue also because it's the whole it's the part of the concert with Mingus's regular band, and
Okay, yeah.
it's really good. Don Pullen, George Adams. It's the second part. The first part is it's actually the first part of the concert.
Hmm. Oh, so it's 3 LPs. I didn't realize that. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the last thing I'll show before I can find the rest of those old jazz records I bought.
All right.
I don't know if anyone had. This was for radio stations for Impulse, right?
Hmm.
And I realized my friend Garrett Sriracha was when he was called Gary.
Yeah.
Is on this.
Oh, cool.
But the thing that knocks this it's a 2 LP or it's set is that these are heavily edited versions of these songs.
Oh, gross.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that when I talked to Garrett's manager, he said they overly edited the songs on this comp.
Well, so yeah,
But
it's the same one, basically.
It has pretty white label promo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I've got a white label promo Impulse. It's that kick-ass McCoy Tyner record. What's that called, Mike?
It's like tomorrow. It's like today and tomorrow, I think, something like that.
Yeah.
It's a really good one. Yeah. Or yesterday and today or something.
Yeah, I picked these up last night. Sorry, guys. I'll show
I
these
have
for
that.
you.
That's the Astigmatic. I have that. That's a good record.
This one right here, this Polish jazz.
Yeah, that's good. Comida. That's excellent.
Yeah. This is 2013 that is in mint condition.
Yeah.
But it goes for like on Discogs for over $30.
Oh wow, nice.
Yeah, that's the copy I have. The original, I think, is really expensive.
I've seen a couple of Polish jazz records in my records store, but I just ignored them for whatever reason.
Well, I think Stunty had originally recommended one, not this one, but I picked that up because I read about it and streamed it a bit, so I'm interested. I got this. They had this Pure Pleasure reissue of this Mose Allison album.
That's cool.
And
is he singing or playing on that, or both?
He's both.
Okay.
I picked this up because I want a holder copy. It's the 75th.
Mm-hmm.
75th. Hit and miss on these. But I picked up
How much
another.
does that go for? I feel like that goes for. I feel like some of the 75ths
No,
go
you
for.
can get.
No?
I think there's a ton of these around. You can get this for $25.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then this just came out, and
this week.
Yeah, for some reason Amoeba mispriced them at $18. This is supposed to be 30. Yeah, so this is the one is the classic records plating, right? That they
Yeah.
But here's what's stupid. Look at this back cover.
Yeah.
If you can make me big, Chris.
Yes, I can.
You can't. This is illegible.
Yeah.
You're telling me that whoever signed off on this said just do this. People can't read this shit.
The shrink really helps. The shrink in the computer monitor really helps.
Even if I took the shrink off, this background is too overtaking the text.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I also feel it's a symptom of being old.
Good stuff,
No.
Rob.
I've noticed that as I've gotten older, that shit like that is just I'm like, okay, well, I don't know what the fuck this says. I guess if I had to, had to read it to live, I'm probably fucked.
I would like to get that Booker Little. I didn't realize Scott LaFaro was on it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That you could get that I think for $12. That British, the island.
On Discogs they're all in the UK. There's none in the US.
You just predicted he was going to say this. Literally. That's pretty funny. So what have you been up to for the last couple of weeks, Mike?
Oh man, just buying stuff, right now, I was sort of my car got broken into.
Oh no.
Yeah, my wife goes out to goes to the car and she says, "Oh, they broke into the car." I was like, "Lovely," right before Christmas, but it's fine.
Oh my god.
It's fine.
I mean, you don't leave anything in there, right?
No. Well, I don't drive the car like during this time. My wife usually does. I only drive it during during the summer, and usually my wife drives it like this time of year.
Yeah.
So she was going to pick my daughter up, and she was up, and then they tried to. I guess they tried to steal it because they got underneath the steering column.
Tore it up.
Yeah, so she's waiting for the cops to come just to make out a report, and then tomorrow they're gonna tow it to the dealer. So.
Yeah, that sucks.
Oh, so you can't even start it.
She said she couldn't start it, but then when I went out just to check while she's waiting for the cops, it's starting, and the car can move, but she's like, I don't want to drive it in case they did something. I said, yeah, okay, it'll just be towed tomorrow. That's all.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I remember a younger
then
me
you-
would have been driving that. For
And then
about
you
3
can
years
use
like
this against her and say, remember that time you wouldn't drive the car?
that. Yeah. Oh man.
Well, I'll use it to convince her we need a new car.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really don't want one, but
They're expensive. man.
Electric.
Yeah, it's a crappy time to buy
Yeah.
one. I had to do it recently.
It's probably becoming a better time to buy one, Mike, than it was when me and you bought our cars.
I mean, my interest rate was good on it. It was
That's
low,
true.
but it just like I paid a lot. I paid a lot for it.
Yeah, me too.
So
Hey Joe, she found it. She has to make she called it. She has to make the report.
That's right.
Is it snowing?
Nah, it's like not here. It's sort of wet.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm flying back east on Wednesday, so
Mhm.
Where are you going?
to DC area to visit
Okay,
everybody.
cool.
I'll probably hook up with Chris if he's around.
Notes and does anyone have Andrew Hill Judgment? If so, what do you think of this album?
I do.
I love it. It's
Yeah.
I have 70s reissue and I have the latest reissue.
On
I
MMJ?
have that.
The classic.
Oh, classic.
I-
Yeah. And the classic I think it's much better than the 70s.
I have a 70s.
Yeah.
I think mine's the 70s. I think it's like Black Bee with RBG.
Yep. Yeah, same.
And the cover's a little chewed up. I mean, I got it for pretty cheap. I got it at like a record fair, and I was super happy to get it. Is that the one where there's 2 bass players on it, Mike?
I don't think so. That's
I
the
might be
one.
mixing that up with the smokestack.
Yeah, that's smokestack then. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's the one with the vibes. There's a vibe player on it.
Right. And
Which I
yeah.
don't remember who it is.
It's Bobby
Oh, that's good.
Hutchison.
Yeah.
The version that
Okay.
came out was Music Matters 45.
Yeah, there's not a new reissue of it at all.
Mike said he got the classic records version. If I'm not
classic
mistaken.
records. Okay, that makes sense. Well, that's nice. I want that record. I don't have that one. I like all of Andrew Hill's stuff that I've got. It's all I've got is the Tone Poet and classic 80 series stuff. But it's all
Yeah.
good.
I saw an OG Contours today.
Oh, the same
there
records?
I went to this one record store. They had like a lot of good jazz, and the person at the counter was like, "Yeah, we haven't gotten a good collection in lately." I'm like, "You guys have a lot of good. Like, if that was in New York, that would all be picked up."
Well, how much
I
was the
didn't-
prices in Toronto?
They were so basically they were what they go for on Discogs, which is why I didn't pick those up, because I'm just like, if I want to get it, I don't need to get it now. So I'm looking for
Even
stuff
with-
that's difficult
even
to
though
get.
even though the conversion was in your favor?
Well, yeah, with the conversion. So I tried it. Yeah, I do that math when I'm looking at it. So, but yeah, so I found a couple. Like I mentioned, I found this the Savoy, and then I found the Storyville. It's my first Storyville, and they play tested it for me. It sounded really good. They had an OG Monk Volume 2 10-inch. It played through, but it was really beat, and they only wanted 65 Canadian for it. But it was too noisy. I just left it. But there was a lot of good stuff. Canada has good jazz. I don't know why people aren't
Matthew
buying it.
says this is gripping content tonight. I think he's being sarcastic, possibly.
Who's that?
Is he normally sarcastic?
I don't know. Maybe it is gripping content. I don't know.
Well, maybe you should go look on YouTube and see other people picking shit out of their ass and watch that.
Now it's become gripping.
I'm sorry. My Andrew Hill judgment is The Music Matters 45.
It
Yeah.
is, okay.
Yeah. Smokestack's great. What is the other one? What are the other ones that came out?
There's
Black
the one with
What is
Dolphy,
it?
Judgment.
That's what we were already talking about. Was Judgment.
No. We were talking about Smokestack and not Judgment. I'm sorry. Breaking Point, or
Yeah.
not Breaking Point. It's something Point. Breaking Point, I think, is Freddie
I don't know.
Hubbard's album.
Yeah, I have Passing Ships, Blackfire, and Smokestack. Those are the three I have.
You mean Point of Departure you're talking about?
Point of Departure. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, that's the one that just came out on Classic.
Oh, I have that too. I just haven't put it into Discogs yet.
Yeah, and I also have that on a 70s black.
White Bee, I think yours is.
Is it? Let me
This
see.
is what's
I think we spoke. I have a Black Bee one. I think you were saying you have a White Bee.
Let me check. Let me check my thing if it says it in here.
isn't the most desirable Andrew Hill one where it's just his face on the cover. It's not very artistic.
I don't
Why don't
know.
they put that one out?
You mean that you talking about Point of Departure?
No, not Point of Departure. It's
Oh, just Andrew? Yeah.
It might be
I know what
called
you're
Andrew.
talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, it's called Andrew.
It really hasn't been reissued, and that one goes for a lot of money.
I'm looking at that right now. It hasn't been reissued. I
No.
mean, that's 1970.
Whenever here's
No.
another record. Here's another record I picked up this week.
Which one is that? Oh.
Herbie Hancock Flood.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I don't have that.
This is the 2018 Record Store Day one.
Nice.
And then there's there's I think a Speaker's Corner of it that probably is better. But that thing's $70. I paid $25 for this.
I don't know if I have that one or not. I can't remember.
It's good. I like it.
Let's assume that at some point in my life, I'm going to own every Herbie Hancock record.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got a lot of them. But that's not one of them. I have the Crossings. You have that one, Mike? Herbie Hancock Crossings. It's like
it's Atlantic. That's an Atlantic one.
No, then I don't. Not definitely.
No, it's Warner Brothers. It's Warner Brothers. It's got like some.
Warner Brothers. Yeah, you're right.
It's got like some old dudes on the cover.
No.
They're like crossing a river or some shit. It's good.
Hmm.
From when did it come out? Let me see. 72. I like all this stuff, man. I bought that box set from. Yeah, it's good. I mean, I wouldn't buy another box set from Vinyl Me Please until they get their pressing plant going and it's proved to be good. Because all the box sets are pressed at GZ. I mean, they don't sound terrible, but they're not like.
Yeah, but also here's the scam. The Tribe box that they put out is really from now. They did a thing with Not Again.
Mm-hmm.
They put out all those albums individually. I bought one. It sounds Bernie Grumman mastered. So you don't have to overpay for that box. You get all the 7 albums are being released individually.
Well, that's kind of their shtick, right? They put the album out a month before everybody else on a color for $10 more than the regular version. I mean,
well, both that what is it? The African box, the rock album, the Zamrock. All those records are available individually through them. So unless you want the tchotchkes and the business card and the postcard and the button and just get the records, right?
Yeah, I think that's sort of their licensing deal with Now and Again. Mm-hmm. That they get to do the box set and then Now and Again gets to put it out.
I have the Phil Ranklin. What is it? Vibes? Is it? something from the Tribe, where it's just his face on it, and then there's little pictures of him and his babies.
Mhm.
That's a good album. That's the first one I got, but now I want to get the rest of them because they're good. I streamed them.
I mean, the podcast they did for the Herbie one was pretty cool.
Yeah, I do want to get that record. I don't want to spend $54 on that record. So
What record?
I'll wait.
Which one?
Live at Pokies.
Oh yeah, I got that. I like it. I mean, yeah.
Oh, you
Other than
the new one, the new live one, yeah.
you can get the Music Matters album with all three of those guys on it, right? The recorded album they did. I forget what it's called.
Who's on it? What's
It's
the
Elton
trio?
Jones, Joe Farrell, and whoever's playing bass.
That Donald Byrd live record that just came out. Anybody want to get at that?
No, it's too. I don't like Donald Byrd in the 70s.
Whoa, you don't like Donald Byrd? It's official.
In the 70s, of all the funk shit he did, I don't like. Listen, I have certain rules I live by. No Wes Montgomery on Verve, no Donald Byrd in the 70s, and I don't like candy corn. I hate it.
Yes.
I can't go and get fucked. What do you guys think of the original CTI sound quality? They sound amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
they're
most of them are done by Rudy Van Gelder. They sound good.
Yeah. They're cheap as fuck and awesome and mastered by Rudy. So
Yeah.
I want them all. I need to look at my collection to see which ones I'm missing and start picking them off.
I'm moving on. If I run it like I found that Benson and Farrell record,
Yeah,
I'm kind of. If I run it, my attitude is run into them in the wild.
kind of with you.
I'm not going to take them out. I don't need Chris. You are really not telling us your Discogs horror stories that happen all the time. So I don't.
I've only had one real Discogs horror story. Well, a couple.
You come on, man. You go
Okay.
fuck these Discog sellers, man.
Well, those are the ones where I'm looking at their descriptions, getting pissed because their descriptions are stupid. They'll say, "Cover is near mint, has punch out and seam split." I'm like, "That's not near mint, fucking idiot! You fucking idiot!" You know. But I did get this is what I've bitched about this week. So I've shown this record before. This is a new copy that I bought because I wanted an extra copy that was in better quality, right? Because the one I have is kind of beat up. It's Ramsey Lewis, Them Changes. Really great record. And it was near mint and then VG plus for the sleeve. The sleeve's fine, I guess, but I paid $7 for it, and it's worse than the one I have. It's like a VG maybe, right? It was dirty as shit. Came in the sleeve with no inner sleeve.
What record is that? What record is it?
Them Changes by Ramsey Lewis. Really good record. It's a very political record for Ramsey. And then there's a seam split in the bottom, so that's not, whatever.
Screw that guy.
So what do I do? Like I bitched to the guy that he just ignored me for like a week now, so I just give him negative feedback and complain to Discogs about it. Like, is that what you do?
I don't know.
What you do is you kept his address from the box.
Mhm.
You put on a diaper, get in your car, and you drive to his house. Pick up the dynamite, or actually, you get a trash bag, you put some dog shit in it, and you go to his door and you light it on fire and knock on the door.
It's a long journey for $7, man.
You're
It's the
angry.
principle, damn it. So Nicole agrees that Donald Byrd sucks in the 70s. That's fair.
Thank you,
I'd like
Nicole.
to get
You're my
Fuego.
favorite.
I had a copy.
Nicole, you're my favorite in the
copy of
peanut gallery. You beat out all those other people who don't agree with me.
How about David wants to know? How about Wes Montgomery on A&M Records, Rob?
No, because basically it's a transition. It's sort of the same. The problem is I like Wes Montgomery, but he's buried behind a bullshit of horns and strings and arrangement. I don't like it. I'd rather just hear, like, the one I wanted to get is Smoking at the half note. I'm angry at myself for not buying it when it was in. Chatty Cakes needs to repress that. Listen, Chatty Cakes, I know you didn't really watch this.
I got on the last repress, Robin. That's amazing.
Mhm.
Well, I want the 33, the 45. I even am angry because the regular version was $17 forever on Amazon and never bought it.
Is you talking about
I want-
the one with Wynton Kelly?
Yes, that thing is amazing sounding, and it's Wes. You can actually hear Wes Montgomery play the guitar on it. Fuck Wes Montgomery.
I only have Wes Montgomery on Nat Adderley's work song as sideman. I'd like to get some of his Riverside stuff.
I mean, just get Boss Guitar. It's badass. I got a cool record I want to show y'all. Check this out. This is the first steeplechase I've got. I mean, I've got some inner city stuff. I went away. I wanted him to see my record. So this is Clifford Jordan and the Magic Triangle on stage on Steeplechase. And it's Clifford Jordan, Cedar Walton, Sam Jones, and Billy Higgins.
Is he playing the Magic Triangle?
No, man, they're the Magic Triangle. It's the three of them. His rhythm section. Get with.
Well, there's four people on that record.
Yeah, it's him and the triangle of other three. 1 + 3 = 4, man.
Yeah, that's a square. That's not a triangle.
It's a triangle plus Clifford Jordan. So, have you heard this, Mike?
Yeah, I used to have a CD of that. I may still have it.
Yeah.
It's good. Yeah. I mean, I don't think you can really go wrong with Clifford Jordan.
Yeah, I agree. I've bought a bunch of his records. I ordered the what's the Beehive? The other Beehive one of his. One with the map on the front.
Yeah, is that Dr. Chicago or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
That's a good one.
Good.
Here's that other Beehive they were talking about earlier. Yeah, really good. This is really.
I saw that this week, but
Who else on that one, Mike? With
Ted Curson, Nick, what is it? Brignola, Ronnie Matthews, Sam Jones, Roy Haynes.
Yep. I mean, you got Sam Jones and Roy Haynes. You can't go wrong, really. Absolutely.
Well, if you had them now, they're dead, so you probably wouldn't be wrong.
Hey, dude, they'd be fucking playing their asses off. Still a skeleton rhythm.
Actually, I'm wrong. Roy Haynes is still alive and playing drums in his 90s.
Yeah. Did anybody get this the Book of Irvin from Candid yet?
I did not. Is it any good?
Is it good?
It's
very record. It's very good.
Good pressing.
Yeah, no problem with mine.
What does the sleeve look like? Is it thick at all? Is it just like a piece of crap or?
No, it's thick. It's solid. It's just matte. I like their sleeves.
Okay. What kind of sleeve did they come in?
That's the bullshit of the record store day titles were on shitty cardboard.
Yeah,
they weren't like
they
those.
sound like shit too. The two I got suck.
Okay, the Mine
sounds good.
George Tucker on bass, Felix Kroll on piano, and Al Harewood on drums.
Oh well, Harewood too.
Right.
Yeah.
Wait, who's on piano?
Felix Kroll, who I'm not familiar with.
Oh right, I thought it was. Did they change the name? I think that might actually be Felipe. Who plays with Al Harwood? What's that trio?
Horace Parlan, Al Harwood.
I think that might be Horace Parlan.
Yeah, that's Horace Parlan.
They might have changed the name. They might have changed his name on that, Mike. I'm gonna check. I'm gonna look that up because I have a reissue and I thought Horace Parlan was on it.
Boris Karloff.
Yeah.
Okay.
So speaking of reissues, did any of you guys get the Pharoah Sanders?
Yeah, it arrived today.
Mine's in the mail.
Yes, it is Horace Parlan. So there must have been a contractual thing.
Yeah.
So
it is
a pseudonym.
Yeah, that's dope. Horace Parlan's fucking awesome.
Yeah, it's a great record. Yeah, it's a good one.
It's funny, as I clicked his name in Discogs and I was about to yell at you to tell you he was a real fucking person, but then it says it's a pseudonym for Horace Parlan. So,
yeah, you know what? My suggestion for you, Chris, is just take your anger out on another way. Just say something.
That's fair. Roberto, thank you. Yes, I'm fine. I'm fully recovered from the flu. Cliffcraft is heavy on the want list. Yeah, Mike and Felipe had that record. I think.
You can buy on Music Matters.
Yeah, that's the one I have.
You can buy on Music Matters. I think Cliffcraft $99.95 in stock.
Oh no shit!
Yep.
I'm gonna have to give myself a little Christmas present then, man. Or tell my wife, hey, order this for me for Christmas. The Shape of Jazz to Come. Yes, that is fantastic. Shape of Jazz to Come, fantastic. Charlie Hayden sounds great. What would you recommend as my second Ornette album?
Mine, I'm trying. It's the one with blues connotation on it. 1 second.
You should
You
get
could do
this.
This is our music.
Yeah, I think that's the one with blues connotation on it. I like it.
You should get this. What Rob's showing, I agree.
So-
You should get this.
Oh
It
yeah,
comes
and that's
with
going for
beautiful
cheap.
record.
I've seen that on
Hold on,
I've seen that on Discogs sealed for $50.
Damn, that's sweet.
Wow.
I think people got exhausted from the Blue Note Tone Poet one,
Yes.
and I think people just ignored that. But those two records are very different than his Blue Note stuff.
Yeah, those are great. Those are really good. I mean, they're not as out there as his. To me,
No,
as
it's good.
other
You should
stuff.
get it.
Now, if you want crazy shit, get the Blue Note box. The Blue Note box is
Well, you know what? I almost pulled the trigger in the Amazon warehouse. They had it for $107.
Oh wow.
It said one disc had a mark on it, a large mark on it.
No.
And I mainly want to get it for the Jackie McLean record. But I was listening to it. I didn't find that it was that off-putting. All those records.
Same with me, Rob. Same with me.
You don't should order it
So
then.
somebody
new
listed
Another-
it just
the new
that
Another
record
Gospel.
alone for 50.
Yeah, Amazon
like-
Warehouse
yeah.
has a couple for $130. I think I'm going to pull the trigger on it.
Yeah, this is I would recommend this Ornette too. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the
Yeah,
Org
it's
version.
It's Atlantic.
Yeah, Atlantic. I got these like the start of the pandemic from Org, but I think it was like half price because it has a little ding.
Oh wow, nice.
And
That's
the
awesome.
guy, I bought basically all the Ornette for like half of what it cost.
Those are the 45 versions?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I love their stuff. I got all those Coltranes. They're great.
Yeah, but they're 45.
So what?
Hey, Nicole, I saw Science Fiction at Amoeba today. I didn't buy it, though.
Science fiction.
You know what I want to get? I started streaming. So here's a good tip, and I think I'm going to pull the trigger. Mondo has the Naked Lunch soundtrack for $35.
Oh.
I don't have any of the Mondo pressings. I don't know if people will say they're bad, but I think I'm going to get that Naked Lunch soundtrack. So
Ornette Coleman is definitely not as out there as people think he is. That's fair, Stunty, I guess. But there's a couple of those Blue Note records I just can't stand. At least to this point.
but I want the two live albums in that box.
Yeah, those are cool. The two albums are good.
Yeah,
The,
Golden Circle.
And you can't. I mean, look, for $130 to get all those albums, I think you're in a good place, right?
I paid more than that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here's a new change of subject.
What?
Sam dropped the Barney Weiland. I'm not even
10-inch?
going to try and pronounce the 10-inch.
I think it's a
Barney
10-inch.
Weiland.
Yeah, it's like a movie soundtrack. I'm definitely picking that up.
Yeah, I want to get that. I'm just waiting. I don't know if I want to order from Sam. You know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Is Sam worth it if you're just going to get a bunch of records?
It's not that expensive.
Yeah.
I think it's like $18 when I ordered it for shipping.
For how many records?
I just got 2.
And does that make it come out because the dollar's doing better than the euro? So
I think they're about even.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I got it because it was part of when they released that 7-inch for the what was it? The Nathan Davis. I forget the name of the title, but
did you get
but I
the
wanted
Nathan
to
Davis 7-inch? Did you get that?
Yeah,
one?
I did. I wanted to make sure I got it
Peace
because it was
Treaty.
limited.
Peace
It's
Treaty.
very good. I think it's better than the LP, honestly.
Yeah, it's better than the LP. Is not that
For
good.
me, no. I think
No,
I think
it's
the
great.
LP is good, but
I like them both.
I think if you listen to the 7-inch, you can kind of identify why they didn't include those tracks on the record, because they do sound, their style is different, and it's more in the, I don't know, more traditional vein, which, you know, that's what I really like. So I tended to like those 2 tracks better, but the whole thing's great.
How far is your Uber trip? I feel like you've been in there for a century.
It's like
I think your Uber driver's
I'm going
kidnapping
from
you.
LaGuardia. I'm going to LaGuardia to Connecticut, so it's long,
Oh.
and it's raining. So
I picked up something that I've been looking for a while. I have it on CD, but this Steve Lacy, Mal Waldron.
Oh, cool.
Ooh.
Nice.
And they do, you know, Ellington Strayhorn compositions. That's all. And
Yeah, but isn't that weirdo stuff? No, it's true. It's out there.
No. I mean, no. I guarantee you, you know, if you're afraid to listen to Steve Lacy, this would probably be the one to get.
I like Steve Lacy.
Yeah, I love Steve Lacy, but this is really good. It's all, you know, prelude,
Really, huh?
start.
It's on Soul Note.
Hmm?
It's on Soul Note. That's cool.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Where'd you
But
get
there's
that
a
at?
couple.
Where did I get? I can't. I want to say I think I ordered it on Discogs. And it was a real good price.
Well, I ain't finding a good price on Discogs right now. No, it's not too bad.
I'd like to get Steve Lacy's early stuff. I think it's on Prestige, but it's pretty expensive now.
I got a candid record of his that's pretty cool. A few weeks ago, I showed that.
Are they is that one that they're reissuing?
I don't know. I don't
think so. No.
It's, you know, it's no weirdo stuff. Is that weirdo stuff, Rob?
Listen, Stunty. You know it's weirdo stuff. Embrace the weirdo. You can be king of the weirdos. We'll do that.
Stunty is our king.
Embrace it. Just say yes, it's weirdo stuff, and we can move on.
Mm.
Yeah.
Steve Lacy and Don Cherry, an amazing combo. That's interesting. I just bought a record with Don Cherry on it.
Hey, Mike. I'm going away, and if you want to wait till after the beginning of the year to me send you the Don Cherry and the other thing, you want to put it off? I'll stay here. I'm not doing anything with it.
Me?
Yeah, the Don Cherry.
Abby Lincoln.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
the Abby Lincoln I'm sending you as a VCLT, but you want the Don Cherry Black Saint record, right?
Yeah, we should probably wait till after.
Okay, no problem. It'll just stay.
I don't think I'll be away too for a while.
Speaking of Don Cherry, I ordered a record last night. It's Gato Barbieri because I'm obsessed with him and Don Cherry on Intercity. It was I think it's another. Let me see. Shit.
Is it a weirdo record?
I mean, yes. I would bet money that it's a weirdo record with those two guys on it for sure.
Probably.
I mean, when did he get avant-garde or free jazzy? Gato Barbieri.
Oh yeah, he always was. Yeah, for sure. The cool thing about him for me is that he mixes this avant-garde with this really cool like Latin jazz, sound. It's fucking awesome, man. I got a record right here. Let me show you. That I got this week if I can find it. Here it is. So he did a trilogy on Impulse. I've got a bunch of his Flying Dutchman shit, but this is the first Impulse I had gotten. Let me show you all this. So, and they're all named chapter, right? So this is chapter 1, Latin America. Gato Barbieri, Living Like a Pimp. So this is 1973, I guess. And so it's him and just a bunch of Latin American players playing all kinds of interesting instruments. So, has anybody else heard this record?
What's the title again, Chris?
It's called Chapter 1 Latin America.
Okay.
It's a really cool
I want
record.
to check who's playing it.
I do have Chapter 8 Newark, but not that one.
Well, there's a bunch of people on it. Felipe, I wanted you to check it out to see if you recognized any of the names because I don't.
Yeah, I'm looking at the.
But yeah, I like his stuff a lot, and I saw that Don. So I was looking for what was I even buying? There's a really cool store in St. Louis called Euclid Records that people have probably heard of. They have a good Discog store, and they have pretty decent prices, and their shipping's super fast. So I bought that one from them, and then the Clifford Jordan mic that we were talking about, the Dr. Chicago, and then the one I started the whole thing was I went down the steeplechase rabbit hole, and there's a Jackie McLean featuring Dexter Gordon called The Meeting from 1976. And that I bought the inner city version of that from them, so I bought those other records too because it's $5 for multiple records.
There's 2 volumes, right, Chris?
Huh?
Right, Rob? It's volume 1 and 2, right?
Yeah, I think so. This is just volume
Yeah,
one.
I think I have volume 1.
And it's got Niels hitting Orsted Pedersen on bass.
Yeah.
Jackie McLean did a lot of steeplechase records.
Kenny Drew, Kenny Drew and Dexter played a lot over in Europe.
Yeah.
Over the whole time, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Anyone? It was recorded at Montmartre. So after reading, Mike, you read Maxine Gordon's book about Dexter, didn't you?
I have it. I haven't read it yet.
It's really good, man. It's one of my favorite jazz biographies. I've only read 3 or 4, but it's my favorite one so far, probably. And he played at Montmartre just all the time.
Yeah, there are so many. Gosh, I just stopped buying Dexter Gordon live recordings because I don't know. I just I was like another one, and they're all on steeplechase.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, he got kind of screwed over by the guy that started steeplechase.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, whenever he came back home, the guy basically held him up and said, "No, you've still got a contract with me," and so he had to go back and make a bunch of records. So that's one of them. He went and just pumped out a bunch of them, kind of like Miles did at Prestige.
Yeah.
Nicole, it's on Arista Freedom. What record are you talking about, Nicole? If you haven't lost. But yeah, I mean, I just hadn't had any steeplechase stuff, so I just happened to listen to that Clifford Jordan on Apple Music one day and thought it was awesome. So
there's a really good Dexter Gordon on steeplechase. It's called "Biting the Apple." I think he recorded it like when he returned to the United States. I think Al Foster on drums, Barry Harris on piano, and I can't recall who the bass player is, but it's really good. That's a really good steeplechase.
Do you like Dexter's Columbia stuff after he came back?
Yeah. The Live at the Vanguard is basically Woody Shaw's band. Yeah. So I mean it's a really great band. So yeah, I like that.
The Homecoming record, yeah. That's one of my favorites. I love that record. And then there's another one I have called Tangerine. Have you heard that one?
I have that on CD, and it's been years since I've actually listened to it.
Yeah, I like that one too. Are you all familiar with Clark Terry's Happy Horns?
Happy Horn. That's on Impulse, I think.
Yeah.
Unless he had multiple titles with that, but
no, Jeffrey said it for $5. I have that. The cover's kind of hilarious.
Yeah, what did I just pick up? Clark Terry. I got an OJC of Serenade to a bus seat.
Oh yeah, that's Riverside, right?
Yeah.
I got an MPS title he did that's really good. They got reissued on the MPS series. I posted a bunch of them on Instagram last week.
What was he on sideman of? Shoot, what's his name? Booker. No, I can't remember his name. Damn it! It's One Foot in the Gutter is the name of the record. Mike, do you know that one?
Dave Bailey.
Yes, yeah, he plays trumpet on that, and that is such a good record. I'm so happy to have found that.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew says there's a Clark Terry documentary that's good. I would love to check that out.
Yeah,
I think it's on YouTube, Chris.
Oh, cool.
I was searching for jazz documentaries at the airport because I had to kill some time. I'm pretty sure I saw that.
Some people are talking about the Black Lion label reissue stuff. They are good. I've got a bunch of them. Has everybody finished listening to all their Black Jazz records that they bought?
Yeah.
I think I've still got 3 that I haven't listened to.
Which ones?
Let's see. They're right here. Oh man, I wish I would have bought all 21 of them. Honestly,
I mean, they're just awesome stuff, man.
I know.
That's why I want to start getting the Tribe stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. They're actually right here.
I mean, getting there's much more of the strategies.
Yeah, those reissues aren't those reissues from like the original tape?
What, the Black Jazz ones?
The Tribe.
Oh, Tribe. I don't know.
No, the Tribe.
The
These ones
Tribe.
I think they're cut from.
Well,
think
Bernie
they're cut from the
Krumman did them from their original tapes, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's digital part of the process.
Yeah, but I'm sure they sound good.
So,
Well, I have the Phil Racklin, and it's very good.
this was like the deal of the year. I need to remember this if I do some kind of 2022 list.
Yeah.
Both those awakenings are, to me, because they're not all, there's not a thematic thing through all those titles,
Right.
but they're more in line with what I like and the spiritual jazzness of it, right?
I think I've got that record, Nicole, the Gato Barbieri. I think I've got that one already, which is cool. So
You guys see the new Tone Poet announcements? There's an Andrew Hill is in there.
and what?
Well, when did they announce Tone Poets?
It's on. Well, I think somebody sent me like a text of a screenshot on BlueNote.com.
Yeah,
think they have
thanks
the
for
pre-
sharing it.
Well, I mean, you know,
Oh, dude.
I've been traveling. I think it was the Andrew Hill LT series. I forget the name of it now. It's got like a dark title, and then they're also doing the Carmel Jones Pacific Jazz title that I'm stoked about.
Is it on Hoffman Forums?
Hold on, let me see if it's on. I'll forward it to you. Let me see if I can find a screenshot.
Yeah.
We
Thanks
need
a
to do
lot.
video about this.
Look, when we went over the notes of what we were doing tonight, this was not included.
It was definitely out there because we would have recorded a video of
I
it.
think Chandler sent it. He usually sends you guys stuff too.
Oh, that's
Here it
just
is.
from the Hoffman forums. It's not our
Hey,
actual.
Hey,
No,
Mike,
this is
are
from
you in?
BlueNote.com.
Mike, are you in Delaware right now?
Oh, you're talking about the two. Yeah, they haven't.
Right.
There's 2 new ones. That's true. So 2 new ones were published, but they haven't shown the whole list
Almost
yet, right?
all. Hold on, I'm sending it to you guys right now. Give me a second.
I'm gonna put you next to me since we're the only people that have heads. Rob.
Thank
There.
you.
Boom.
Boom. What?
I just sent it to the Facebook group.
Let me see this. Oh, it's just 2 screenshots.
It's one screenshot, but it's on Blue Note. You see?
Andrew Hill, Done with Death, Charles Tulliver,
Dance with
Joe
Death.
Farrell,
Dance with Death.
Yeah, these are the new Tone Poets. yeah.
Charles Tulliver, Victor something, and Billy Higgins.
Yeah. So those, I'm probably gonna grab both of those.
One of those February.
February, yes, hopefully.
Well, I was expecting the list for next year to come out like this week.
Right.
'Cause we had heard it didn't happen.
Everybody was talking about that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Chandler's here. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Chandler.
Yeah, how's it
Oh, they
going?
took it down.
Down. So it was a leak. And we got some
Chandler with the
photos
inside scoop
in
on
the
Tone
chat. That's
Poets.
exciting. Sorry, girls, you have to leave. All right. Huh. LGA to CT has to be greater than $100. I bet it is.
Oh yeah, it's very expensive. But this
Yeah.
is all on my.
Right, exactly.
Mike's a rich person that works for a corporation and gets
I'm a
rich,
rich person.
gets rich from people's sickness by selling them pharmaceuticals.
Hey, let's not talk about this.
Hey, Mike, why don't you talk about Nile Rodgers for us?
Oh, yeah.
Who is he?
How was the concert?
Oh, it was great. So they came out. I mean, the venue is I think it was called Rebel or Revel. I'm pretty sure like Drake owns like a piece of it, and it is like a stunning venue. Like you could like make a James Bond movie in there, and they have like LCD monitors everywhere, and that was synced up with the performance, so it was like stunning to watch everything. They did like a bunch of Chic songs from I guess the 70s, and then they did like he has credits or wrote like a ton of hit songs for other people. So he did like Madonna songs. He did like everything associated. So everybody was having a great time.
He always does that. My wife
And
saw
then they did some modern stuff too. I think
he was at the Taylor Hawkins London.
Cool.
If you watch the Taylor Hawkins London tribute, he because he produced the David Bowie album Let's Dance. He did a bunch of that shit.
Right, yeah. They played that. And then they played stuff I had no clue. Like Biggie sampled some of his stuff. So they started playing that stuff, and I thought they were going to play the Biggie song, and then obviously they played the original.
They played the actual song, yeah. Yeah, my wife saw
Duran
Duran. He toured with Duran this year, and they the whole medley of all the hits he produced.
There's a festival. Incredible. There's a festival they do in Redondo Beach out here every year. The Beach Festival, I think it's called. He played the year before last, and they stream it. That's how I watched it. I didn't go to it. He was awesome. He was awesome.
No. He's amazing.
Does anybody celebrate Festivus?
I do, and I was waiting to do my air of grievances right now, if you want.
Okay, because let's hear your grievances.
Chris, I'm tired of your filthy talking back mouth. It's getting to really frustrate me.
Yeah?
No.
I'm upset. Mike, your car rides are too long.
I'm almost done. I'm actually gonna let you guys go. I'll see if I can join later. But if not, have a good night, and I'll talk with you guys later.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Felipe, you move way too much.
I think Mike is back in Toronto.
Seems like
He's probably back there.
So Jeffrey's saying that Wayne Shorter's Schizophrenia will be one for sure. For yes,
I don't think it's going to happen so soon. Not this year. I don't think so.
We'll see. That's a bold statement, man. We'll see.
I heard it. Okay, it's not going to happen. Not this year.
Oh shit! You've heard it here first. Flip says it's not going to happen this year or next year.
Who's your source?
Phono.
What?
Because when Mazzy was having his conversation with Joe Harley, he showed it and said it's coming out.
Oh yeah. I just don't think it's going to be 23. It's probably 24. But they're doing, of course, yeah.
You know, we're going to get a shit ton of records next year unless they pull another Blue Train.
My guess is my guess is we talked about it. I think if they're going to do another special box or big name on Tone Poets, it has to be Sonny Rollins. They haven't reissued anything Sonny Rollins. They have to. That's the one that makes sense.
Yeah, but the problem is, what was Music Matters? They did all those titles, right?
Yeah, but they did Blue Train too.
Yeah, but what's Sonny Rollins records as big as Blue Train?
I mean if they do a Sonny Rollins box, how many records would it be?
Those three, Volume 1, 2, and Nuke's Time.
That'd be dope.
What is the most anticipated or not
anticipated?
Sorry,
Daddy, I'm inebriated.
After Blue Train, what is a title that could garner that much?
Yeah, I don't know. Moaning? I don't know. Harley said it would be first quarter of 23 on Mazzy's interview, so I don't know, Felipe.
Yeah, I mean.
All right, Matt, Felipe, if it comes out next year, you have to run naked around your new house and knock on all your neighbors' doors.
Elliot Cruz, welcome to the show, buddy.
I'll do that for
Hey, how's everybody doing?
We're doing great, man. It's vacation time.
Yes,
You're a retired teacher, right?
That's right. I always
so
look
you
forward
would
to this
you would
time
be
of
coming
year.
you would be coming into your winter vacation time if you were still teaching.
That's right. It's always good times. Show movies for the last week.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm about to bust out tomorrow night. We have to go to the mother-in-law's for dinner, and then it's going to be Christmas movies and Christmas records all the time for this next week for sure.
Wow, you said that with such disdain. Do you like? your
No, it's not
mother-in-law?
disdain. I love all that stuff. I might do a Christmas record video. So Mike's not here, but Felipe, what do you think about occasional non-jazz content on our channel? Felipe's muted.
Which one, Chris? Sorry.
So what do you think about us doing non-jazz stuff every once in a while? Like, I want to show all my Christmas records on a video.
That should be cool. No problem. I mean, every jazz group on Facebook, they have a non-jazz day, right?
Ooh, it's true. Yeah.
Well, I have a suggestion to you, Chris.
Okay.
When you do it, just change your name to the Christmas Bums.
The Christmas Bums. I like it.
That way you're not jazz bums.
Let me get my alcohol set up. Baggy, do you have a problem you need to talk about when you come on the stream?
I had some similar Discogs experiences as you, Chris.
Oh, really?
Recently, yeah. One good and one bad, actually.
Okay.
I had a guy. I know better than this, but there was a 45 of a band that we used to go see as teenagers a lot. That was the only thing I was missing from their discography, and it popped up. And this guy had it, but his rating on Discogs was 98. And the rule of thumb is never buy anything under about 99.5, 99.3 maybe.
Yeah.
But he had that 45, so I really wanted it. It was only like $7. So I said, well, while I'm at it, I'm gonna order some other things. And I ended up ordering 7 LPs from him plus the 45.
Oh wow!
Took the guy forever to ship it. When he finally shipped it, I ordered a compilation of Les Paul and Mary Ford albums, RCA compilation. That wasn't in it. He charged me for it. It was in the order, but he didn't ship it. But things happen. I understand. So I sent him a message, and real slow to respond. Then I was playing through all my records, and this I had a Fats Waller 2-record twofer, Fats Waller,
Nice.
and he had graded it at near mint. And there were I only played side 1 of the first record. And there were these huge, huge scratches, like thick scratches, not just long, but thick scratches. You couldn't miss them. And I said, well, sometimes the old records will play through one of those and it's not bad. No, it was awful.
Mm-hmm.
Flipped it on the other side and it had a loop in it on one of the tracks. So this near mint Fats Waller was really a G plus at best.
Right.
Took 3 weeks to get. I would send the guy a message. He wouldn't respond. I'd wait about 4 days, send another message. Finally, I started getting responses from him. He finally credited me for back the money for the record he didn't send, and the record that was. But how you could miss visually grading, how you could miss that and call that near mint, it's just beyond me. So.
Well, I think some of them just put near mint on everything, and
it could be, and that's why I got a 98 because
the guy, So the guy I bought from had a 99.0 rating with like 5,000 ratings. So it's like with those guys, 2 out of 100 people got fucked, right? So you're just rolling the dice to see if you're super unlucky to get the 2% chance to be pissed off.
Right, I agree. The other situation was another. Seller. I had purchased, and I'm going to show these records a little later.
Okay.
But I had purchased some records I was in search of that he had, and I purchased them. And he was a little bit slow sending, so I just sent a message after a few days and asked, just wanted to check on that shipment. And he said he's sorry he couldn't locate one of the records, and he was hoping he was going to find it, which is reasonable. And he sends me a message a day later, after I checked on it, and he couldn't find the record. So instead of crediting me the record, he went out to another Discogs seller, found a copy that was near mint, purchased it, and had it shipped to me.
Oh wow!
I mean, this was a $450 record that I was buying from him. It ended up costing him $26 and some cents to have it shipped to me to make up for the delay and not having what he thought he had. And plus, he shipped I bought 2 records from him. He shipped the other record and said that other one's coming. And he said, I'm so sorry for the delay. I'm sending you a record, the record you were looking for, even though I can't find it. Tell me what he'd done. He said, but I will still give you a credit since there was that delay, if you'd like me to. I said, no, man, no. Because he was already lost $20 on the deal. This was a $14.33 purchase. 2 records plus shipping and taxes.
Yeah.
You know, $4 and a $4.50 record. And he spent $26 shipping me. I hadn't got it yet, but you know, I believe him. So you know, if you can find those really good sellers, I said, no, man, you don't owe me any credit for this. I can tell you've gone above and beyond. I said, I'll come back after Christmas and go through your Discogs collection, and I'll buy some more records because of the way you made that deal good, you know.
That's a good point. I don't think I would have done exactly what he did. I would have just apologized and refunded you, but
I would have done. I mean, that's what I would have done.
I almost had to do that today. I had an Elton John record that a lady bought from me yesterday on Discogs, and I couldn't find the damn thing. It took me an hour to find the son of a bitch. I usually put all the stuff I want to sell like all together, you know, and just have it like in a little space where the stuff I want to sell. But yeah, it took me forever to find the damn thing.
It's funny. I sold a record that I couldn't find, and it was taking me like 2 days of hard looking. And then I gave up, and I was going to say to the guy, look, I have a similar record, blah, blah, blah. And then I just went to my side of a little stack I had set aside, and I found
There
it.
it was.
Yeah. It was on your turntable the whole time.
Well, that's how, you know, yeah.
Well, so many sellers are just people like us. I don't sell on Discogs, but I sell at
What's my disc?
vintage shop. But
You wanna know?
so many are like us, and I don't expect them to be, you know, if it's a brick and mortar store selling on Discogs, yeah, I'd like to see that thing go out the next day, you know, or at least within 2 days. But if it's somebody like Rob or you or somebody that I'm buying from, I got no problem with it being, you know, 4 or 5 days later it ships. That's okay.
Well, I'll tell you this, okay? So someone asked what my rating on Discogs is. It's 100%. You want to know why it's 100%? And it's the easiest way. First of all, when I list a record, I'm very descriptive and I don't embellish. Very descriptive. Secondly, the reason I have 100% rating on both eBay and Discogs is I live across the street from the post office. Once the order comes in, I box it up and ship it. It takes me about 4 minutes to box up a record properly. And the way both Chris and all these guys can attest, my best thing is the way I ship the records. They're very secure.
I've gotten stuff from you, Rob. Yeah, and it's packaged well and arrives quickly.
That's the easiest way to get a good rating on Discogs and eBay, in my opinion.
It's not hard, man. You just gotta treat the people right and not sell them crap.
Well,
Well,
most
no,
people will not give you a bad rating.
Yeah.
Most people
Like
will
these
not.
three.
What do you got there, Baggy?
This is
For
from
me.
Rob. I think he must be Italian. It says Fragile.
No.
This is fragile.
But
Baggy.
if you open that up, there'll be a note inside say, "Thank you, you fucking bastard."
Wow, such strong. Oh, we have a box opening on the Jazz Bums channel here. Mazzy would be so happy right now.
Oh, did you just get that today?
This is my Chuck Mangione records that Rob found me. No, I didn't.
The what?
I got it. I had a bunch of stuff all week that I haven't touched because I've been busy.
True, Jeffrey.
How do you open this thing?
I don't know, man.
With your teeth? With your like a normal person? Use your teeth.
I'm gonna remove the pressure from you. So you're struggling with the box there. I've always gotten good records from Wax. Yes, me too, for sure.
Yeah.
The greatest
Well,
video on
thank you.
YouTube is Rob's video where he opened a record with one hand for like 2 minutes.
Well, you want to know? So I'm hoping. So I did an opening of a sealed record, and it came out warped. I've sent it to Patrick to flatten for me. So I'm hoping it comes back flattened. So I have a good turn in on the video when I show it. So
You know,
we'll
if you're
see what happens.
patient, were you there when I showed that Elvis one? I had an Elvis that had a lip warp that was bent in one corner, and it was just sitting for a couple of years in my regular stack of records, and it straightened itself out.
Nice.
Hey Matthew, I just showed the Blue Surge record. I got a reissue of it today, and it's awesome. Where is it? Right here. It's here somewhere.
Does Universal do they have the Capitol stuff? That'd be interesting.
No, the Capitol. Yeah, it's UMG.
Yeah, let's see that, Baggy. What do you got there? A Morrissey record? Nice.
Interesting drug.
Is that all that I put in there, or did I include something else?
No white powder.
No cocaine. Disappointing. I would not hesitate to buy from Rob either.
Here. This is a must own. I will say it again.
Belongs in every jazz collection.
And this is a top 10 title for me right now.
Will be tomorrow.
And this is you can get this British one cheap. And it sounds great.
So Roberto says Rob's boxes are better than Chad's. I don't know about that, but Chad's boxes are awesome because I reuse them because they cost the same damn thing. That's like $4 or $5 and it's the same price as a shitty mailer. Like
Esposito has boxes just like that now.
He used to.
No, I just got the 2 Everclear albums.
Okay, cool.
And they came in that.
Yeah. He said he worked for a long time on that. I don't know if he worked for a long time just looking at what Chad had done or what. Oh, that's a good one. Is that new to you?
Yeah, because when I originally bought this, I didn't get replaced. I bought it from Target and I never got it replaced from them.
Yeah.
They just did a reprinting of this, and they had that big. There was like a Black Friday sale.
Yep.
Yeah. I swore off buying stuff from the Blue Note site, and I was just going to get them from my local record store, but
yeah, check that right, dude. Play side 2 right away on that.
Oh, which one?
Yeah. Pictures of Heath.
Yeah, okay. It's a no. Yeah, because I have to record my skipping and get them to send me another copy of that.
Who did you buy?
Have you cleaned it?
Yeah, I cleaned it too. It's still skipped.
Oh, and it's still skipped after the clean?
Some people say it's a plating defect or something.
Okay,
But they want me. I bought it from the Sound of Vinyl because they had that 30% off sale.
Yeah, I'm never gonna buy another record from them ever again because of their bullshit to return stuff. It seems like a giant pain in the ass.
Yeah, I got mine from Blue Note, but only coming next month.
Well, actually, okay. So I in the order I bought from them, I got the Kenny Burrell Tone Poet, I got the Roy Brooks. Both had seam splits. So you know what I said to them? The records are fine. Just give me a bigger discount. Give me 25% off, and they gave me another 25% off. That's it. Cool. That's what you do.
Yeah. What were you saying, Elliot?
Was that from the Blue Note website you're talking about?
Sound of Vinyl, which is all
Sound of Vinyl.
Oh, Universal, yeah. Same.
I went to. I didn't go to Record Store Day, but I took advantage of the Black Friday sales at a couple of at Blue Note and another at Smithsonian, and I got these 3 at 30% off.
Let's look at this. Nice. That's a great one. Dallas for Sonny.
Yeah, I'm really liking that one. And I didn't know if I'd like this one or not.
It's good.
But because it's, maybe a little.
I don't like avant-garde stuff, but I love Andrew Hill.
Yeah, I like this one. I played it twice, and I was scared, because it's more avant-garde that I would be too pedestrian for that level.
If I'm not too pedestrian for it, no one is.
Oh, that's a great one there, man.
And I got that one. So 30% off. That's a nice deal.
That is a good deal. Who's got the puppy dog?
Mine's asleep, so it's not mine talking.
That's my greyhound.
Oh, that's sweet. You got a greyhound. They're beautiful dogs.
Yeah, I was eating French fries, and she loves French fries.
Is she a retired racer?
Yeah, we've had her. She's 11 now. We've had her since she was 4.
They only race them, what, about 2 years?
Yeah, she won 2 races, and then she just stopped. You know, her last few races were like did not finish. And then there's this organization up here called Grateful Greyhounds.
Mm-hmm.
They had a deal with a track down in Florida, where when the dog either they got injured or they just stopped racing, they would send the dogs up here, and they'd ship in the summer like about 25 dogs up here.
Wow.
And then you'd have like a little thing where you go and you could look at the dogs and buy and sort of say, I want one of these 3, and then out of the 3, you know, you'd get your choice.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Is that common for them to stop, just decide they don't want to race anymore?
Yeah, a few of them. Yeah, a number of them do that. You know, she didn't have any injuries or anything like that. And they're actually, I had a coworker who had a greyhound, and when my daughter wanted a dog, I was like, I don't want a small dog. I don't want, you know, and she told me, she said, they're great apartment dogs.
Really?
I thought you have to walk them a lot because they
Nope.
need that exercise.
Nope. You take them, they go, they do their business. There is a dog track, and I'll take her like really early. I used to. Now that she's 11, she doesn't really like to do it anymore. But I would take her to the dog track early in the morning, and she would run. She'd do like 2 or 3 laps. I'm done. That's it. Let's go.
Have y'all seen like the videos of the dogs that they put on the treadmills? They're just like insane. It was on TikTok. I got TikTok. I waste at least an hour of my life every day on TikTok. So this dog was like on the lead, right? Walking up to this treadmill thing, and he's like fucking flipping out, like just falling over backwards and shit on his leash, just going nuts. And they finally get him up there and let him go. And this dog is fucking killing it, man. He's just like almost uncomprehendable speed. And he's just like, just freaking out. That dog would just fall off the damn thing, probably.
That's such a good story, man.
What?
Hey, are we still airing the grievances?
I am now, because you should have appreciated my TikTok enthusiasm.
Well, you have a way with your wordsmith, I think.
I don't think so. I've had a whole bottle of wine, so I don't think I'm much of a wordsmith. So I want to go to Joe Marino talking about this picture.
Yeah, I read that post too.
Yeah, I don't know if he cut it too dynamic or if he cut the grooves too close together and it's like it almost overcut. That's what I think happened. But anyway,
I'm interested to see now what happens.
You're anxious, like literally anxious about it?
No, I'm just interested.
What album are you talking about?
Picture of Heath.
The one you said is skipping.
So the reason it's skipping is it's cut too high.
Either that or you know, I don't know though, because when like in the places it skips, it doesn't seem like it was all that dynamic to me. I don't know, man.
No, I mean it is pretty bright.
Yeah,
but yeah, but here's the funny thing: how come some people? Because they don't have.
The theory is you have to have a more expensive cartridge for it to work, right? Which I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've got a.
Are those for the tone poets, Chris?
Do what?
Or is that for the tone poets, or are we talking about the?
Just that one picture of Heath. Yeah.
Yeah, one particular album.
That's going to become the Tone Poet hot cut.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna throw my old DJ cart on it and see if that rides through it or not. Because that thing.
Oh yeah, that'll do it.
On these, I noticed after a couple of plays, I noticed on the first play, the last maybe 5 minutes of a side, I started to begin to hear just a little, not a lot at all, but just a little bit of surface noise that I wasn't hearing, you know, in the first few minutes of a side.
Right.
And I don't know if it's something with because I noticed it on all three. I don't know if it's something with the record or if maybe I've just got some inner groove distortion with my, way my cart's tracking or what. I've got to see if I'm hearing it on all the records or if it's just these three. You listen so much closer on a brand new record, I think.
Right. Yeah, that's fair.
You get real picky about every little thing. Throw on something that's 40 years old that you found at a thrift store, cleaned up good, and you overlook a whole lot of things because you're so pleased that it sounds as good as it does. I guess you don't even
I have another theory for you, Elliot.
Okay.
Because it just started getting cold here in LA, and I realize everything is relative. But I'll wake up in the 40s here. So when it gets cold like that, it gets not staticky, but the record started tracking the dust more. So when I play records now, after a couple songs, I have to lift up the arm and wipe off the needle because it's just too much dust is gathering on my records. So,
I've had some of that issue a little bit this winter. More often than getting a little bit of dust on the stylus, but nothing too bad.
I'm gonna try playing my picture of Heath on my project to see if it makes a difference because it's got a super.
Well, let me know. But
do you have a carbon fiber project?
Yeah,
I had that one. I had the DC, the debut DC.
That's what I have.
A long time ago.
It's about 10 years old, I think. That'd be interesting, but yeah, I don't know. It's unfortunate.
Felipe, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
I think Felipe does his meal prep for the next 6 months on the stream every day.
I'm just moving around here. It's been like a couple of days in this house. I'm still getting acquainted. I don't know where things are. Still kind of moving a lot here, trying to find things.
So you're getting lost in your giant mansion of a house?
Nah, I wish.
I mean, there's no furniture and nothing. How are you getting lost? Did you walk into a wall?
There now, man. You got all your stuff moved in now, right?
I just don't know where things are. There's too many things in boxes.
So you don't have all your furniture and silverware out, right?
No. The only thing that's really put together is the music room, kind of, because now I have to
priorities
to put my speakers together. Tomorrow I'm going to be setting up the speakers and amp. Just to unbox those speakers is going to be crazy.
Hey, I'm going to continue to air my grievances to Jim Record Collector News.
Okay.
Look, I'm not going to set up a tropical measured status in my apartment just so I don't have to wipe off cat hair off my stylus every 5 minutes.
Do you have a cat?
No. It feels like I do, though.
It feels like you have a cat, like mentally, or what?
No, with the amount of my needle is like a cat brush on the record's the cat.
Oh, okay. I got this week. Do y'all have any of these Jazz is Dead records? Y'all bought any of these?
No, I want to pick up the Garrett's Sriracha. I want to come to
Garrett's. So I started looking at these guys on TikTok again because they're on there constantly. Adrian Young and Ali Shaheed Muhammad. So they're the main guys on all these records, right? But this one's with Roy Ayers, and they have this like die cut outer.
These are very well done.
Yeah. And then here's the record of Roy Ayers. It's real hip hoppy jazz, modern sounding. I really enjoyed this. Somebody asked if you had any modern records, and that's.
I can give you a little insight. So Garrett's manager told me how his session worked, and I have to assume it's the same with all those legend jazz musicians that they bring in. So I think they already have the songs written or worked out, and then they just bring in those guys to kind of improvise.
That's fine.
The recording isn't that long. I think there was like 1 or 2 days of recording.
Yeah, I've listened to the Gary Bartz one. I really like, and what else? There's another one that's really good. I think I've listened to Roy Ayers too. I like
Roy Ayers. I want to get more of their stuff.
Do you have his? I had a lot of his albums in the '90s because when I was trying to do my turntable stuff or turntablist stuff, but that was one of the main reissues that were out there. like the Coffee soundtrack and Ubiquity and stuff like that.
Yeah, but that
I actually just listened to it. I just put it on a Walkman tape and listened to it a while. I really liked it.
but that was like sort of more. He went like the one from Record Store Day where Herbie Hancock originally took a pseudonym. That thing's awesome. But Roy Ayers then went disco. Like he has a bunch of disco records, right?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Then he went into jazz. The Ubiquity is like jazz funk, right?
Yeah, I love Ubiquity. I listened to that like a million times when I was a kid.
It's good. It's good. The Doug Carn one's really good, Paul, for the Jazz is Dead. That's interesting. He has all.
What about? Didn't he do one with Henry Franklin?
I don't know. I think so.
Let me look real quick.
Speaking of newer records, this is freaking amazing.
Yeah. I'm going to see Kenny Barron Sunday night at the Vanguard, and Emmanuel Wilkins is playing in the group.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah,
amazing. Okay, so there's the first two songs on this like blew me away.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of them a little slow and kind of, I don't know, not as interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, I really like this record.
Yeah, I mean he's one of my favorite younger guys out there. Him, James Brandon Lewis. Yeah.
I've got to get a replacement for the Jessup Wagon record I bought because it sounds like shit.
You haven't gotten a replacement yet?
Huh?
The James Brandon Lewis one?
Yeah, I bought it from Discogs, and the guy's got another one. I just got he sent me, and he's, speaking of good dealers, right? He sent me a return tag. I just got to do it. I just haven't returned it to him yet to get a replacement. But speaking of we were talking about selling records on Discogs earlier. As soon as I get an order, I'm like anxious to get it shipped out because I know when I buy stuff on Discogs, I hate it when somebody takes like 7 days to ship a fucking record. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I got a couple from the Hoffman Forums sellers.
Oh.
Got Mingus.
Love that.
And I was reading a book that Fred Putterman sent me, and they cited a track on here as an illustration in discussing jazz. But so I saw this album. I think this is in what is it, 75th anniversary would be the 2012 issues,
Yeah.
75th anniversary, and of course this is an impulse, but got them, not expensive at all. I was real happy to pick those up and enjoy both of them because Herbie Hancock, what I originally knew about Herbie Hancock was that the robotic thing with the electronics, late 80s, early 90s, I guess it was.
Yeah.
And I don't like, I didn't dislike it, but it just wasn't my thing. And so I thought all Herbie Hancock was like that. And then as I dipped my toes into jazz, listening to all these albums with Herbie Hancock and going, oh no, he is very diverse, and I like his 60s stuff, and especially his 60s stuff. So that's the first
he kind of went along the same track that Miles did.
Leader that I've got.
Yeah. What do you think about that, Mike? I think Herbie was kind of innovating just like Miles was the whole way along.
Because he started, he was really young, right?
Yeah.
So he naturally innovated, right?
Yeah.
He went, the Headhunters is like a super influential fusion record,
Let's not forget, he was an engineer. He was always about tinkering with machines, and he always wanted to experiment, create. He developed a lot of stuff alongside Apple and other things.
Yeah. That's true.
He was just, I think it's just Miles in a sense, always taking a step forward and never trying to do the same thing again.
I've just never liked fusion.
And he's doing for himself, not to please people. I think that's kudos to him.
You say you never liked fusion, Elliot?
I never liked the fusion, jazz, rock fusion stuff. Just never has been my thing.
Well, I have a good one because, I just found an OG copy of Bitches Brew. And I don't know if other people are like, you're the opposite of the hype, right? So, and you could correct me, but I felt like the hype about Bitches Brew was it's hard to get into and it's difficult. And I think that worked for me because I ended up saying that this isn't that hard to get into as people were saying it was.
Yeah.
And then I ended up liking the album more.
Yeah.
You know, what's weird for me is Headhunters. So back to Herbie Hancock. I knew Herbie Hancock from Rocket as well, right? But I love that record. I actually had it on cassette when I was a kid. I just thought it was awesome. I didn't know shit about jazz. I was like a little white kid in suburbia, and I loved that record, you know. And then when I was probably about, I don't know, 20, you know, which was like 26 years ago, I got a hold of Headhunters, and I saw Herbie Hancock, and I bought the CD because I remembered Rocket and how awesome it was, and I fucking loved that record. And then I got Bitches Brew, and I didn't do anything else until like 3 years ago. So for 20 years, the only jazz I really knew about was, you know, Herbie Hancock, Headhunters, and then Bitches Brew. So I love both those records a lot. I have not seen that, Joe. So check this out. Emmanuel Wilkins playing the national anthem of the Eagles game when he was like 10.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. I'd like to see that.
I mean, fuck the Eagles, but you know.
I liked it when he grabbed his crotch at the end. Remember that?
Hang on, what do you got here, Baggy? What are you showing us? Arranged by
No, below that.
Cannonball Adderley.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
What is the record?
I never noticed that before.
What, Byron Miller on drums? What are you talking about?
Ubiquitous.
Oh, Ubiquity.
No, I never noticed that dedication on the back. I never read the print on this.
Well, it just shows you don't pay attention. Come on, man.
Uh,
Stop
don't.
telling us about your deformities.
Okay, so this is interesting. Domi and JD back. Anybody know about the French American? So Felipe bought the record. Tell us about this record, Felipe.
I love it. It's very different. It's I bought the record. I think if you go to the Blue Note website on the record, there's like a video where they're playing with Don Was and everything. It's amazing. That sold me instantly. It's very creative. It's very contemporary. A little bit of electronic with piano, with actual instruments as well. So I highly recommend this record. I think it's really good. And there's a repress coming this year, right?
Yeah, I mean nobody cared about it when it first came out, but then now it's completely sold out, and they're looking to repress it now. I saw a national media story about the record. They're like, you don't have to care about jazz, but you need to listen to this record. So interesting.
Oh yeah.
Rocket was the best video ever. And it was also great and creepy at the same time. Agreed. 100%.
It's amazing. Yeah.
What do we got here? Roy Ayers. So are you on a Roy Ayers tear or what, Baggy?
Yeah, I just showing the couple that I have.
Okay.
The only name
Have you-
I recognize on this is John Faddis is on this trumpet.
Have you seen the movie?
I must have back then. I mean, when Netflix first came out, I watched every movie that was ever made. I just went crazy for it. I was watching them all day and night.
You know, there's a secret movie on what streaming service? There's a secret horror movie, I think on Netflix.
Really?
Horror or horror?
Horror. There's no horror movie. What movies are you watching, Chris?
I mean, I don't know.
It's called Adult Swim's Yule Log. You have to type in to find it.
Oh.
I don't know.
And it's just a very, very bizarre horror film.
Interesting.
Huh.
Yeah.
I happened to see this while I was digging. I know this is apropos of nothing, but this is an amazing album.
Let's see it.
This is a Rhino, late 80s. If you guys
cool.
see this,
Real rough, man.
it's so good. And it's so funny because on here
Wait,
they
you wear
apologize for...
glasses?
Huh?
Never mind.
You wear glasses. It's a surprise.
These are just reading glasses. Anyway, I forget where it is on here. It's too small for me to see, but they apologize for the mono tracks on here in the late 80s. They're like, look, some of these tracks are in mono, so don't freak out. That's the way they were recorded, and that's the way they're supposed to be. It's like, you know, how times change. Now they'd be apologizing for having it in stereo.
Mhm.
Hey,
sure.
you know, Baggy, there's a little known fact about that album. If you could
Yeah.
hold it up, I could tell you. Little Anthony, he was really little.
I thought Elliot would appreciate this one.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah, I like that.
One of my favorite songs of all time is the Little Anthony and the Imperial song.
They were big on the beach music circuit here in the Southeast.
Matthew Petty wants to tell us again that the Lions are looking strong. I agree with that statement.
Yeah, the Lions are looking so strong that the 49ers had to beat Seattle for them to be in the playoffs.
Dude, the Lions were like 1-5, and they won like 6 games in a row. You got to give them some credit. Come on.
I ain't
And
giving
meanwhile,
anyone
my
credit.
Cowboys
They were the
struggled to
Super
beat
Bowl.
the 1-10 Texans last week. So I don't know what the fuck happened there. Can you show that record, Felipe? Do you happen to know where it's at?
Still in a box. I haven't picked up
Still
everything
no.
yet.
I've been
I
I've
promise
been
I'll show you.
sampling that album.
It's really good.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Since,
Half my stuff is still boxed, guys. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
since we're showing the newer, more
Like Japanese jazz reissue.
What?
And this is really good. It's sort of, a Coltrane like crescent vein, but it's not derivative, but it's really good.
You're a little fuzzy. What record is that?
It's called the Guri, and it's the Koseke Mine Quintet.
Huh.
And it's really good. It's not as good as I'd say it's almost as good as the J Jazz series, but it's definitely I enjoyed it. I've listened to it twice since it came earlier in the week.
You talked about the J Jazz series, I think, on either here or on Instagram. What's the deal there? What is that series?
There are reissues of albums that were recorded. Most of them were recorded in Japan. I think one of them may have been recorded in New York. But for the most part, they had like limited runs in Japan. I mean, some of them were just like, maybe a few hundred copies. And these guys, they found these tapes and they put them out. They were basically like, cult records.
Okay.
And these guys, barely breaking even records. I think they're based in London. They search out these recordings and they reissue them, and they're really good. I mean,
I bet.
I haven't had one that I would say is a dud. And I've gotten 2 this month. There's one that's supposed to be coming out next month that's supposed to be like really good. What are the 2 that I've done with the 2 that I got this month for piano trios plus another, percussion player, and they're also really good. Also, sort of a Coltrane, McCoy, Tyner vein, but they're really good. I know I was talking with Rev about them on Instagram. We were going back and forth because he has he picks them up also. And who else? Scott, Dave, VC ambassador. He's another guy that he has a lot of the earlier ones that I don't have.
Well, I really need another series to collect, kind of like a hole in the head, but
Yeah, I'd recommend it. I mean, they're really, really good.
I want to show a record real quick. It's kind of reminiscent of that. Y'all have any of the We Release Jazz releases?
Oh yeah.
They did the Rio Fukui stuff, and then this one. I don't want to. It took me an hour to get this damn Obi back on. So this one is really good.
That is really good.
You have this, Felipe?
Yeah.
Oh,
make
sweet.
yourself big, Chris.
Yeah, so I don't know how to say their names. They're from Sweden. Boylat, I don't know, Theris Quintet or whatever.
Boyatehas.
There you go. That's how you say it. And they were out of Sweden, which is where this label is from. But this is a really good, really good motor record. And then the two Rio Fukui records. I've got a couple of Rio Fukui records from them, and then the Cat by Hiroshima. I can't remember his name now, but all their stuff's great. And the parent company is called Re-Release Whatever the Fuck We Want.
Mm-hmm.
So the story is that Re-Release Jazz is how they make money to put out all the shit they want to put out, which is all like Japanese ambient music.
Yeah.
That Michael Poetry on Plastic probably knows about.
I think Stunty said he knows those people.
Does he? That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
I think Stunty went to
Chris, that's actually Switzerland.
Do what?
That's actually Switzerland.
Yeah. Well, Elliot disappeared. I think he was going to show us something. That's okay. Someone's asking about Brandy Younger. Do we know about Brandy Younger? I've heard the name and I know that she plays harp, but I haven't heard her record. I don't think. Have you, Mike? You know Brandy Younger?
Yeah, I don't have anything with her, but she and Desron Douglas, they have, I think it's on International Anthem, and it was a recording they did during the pandemic that everyone says is really good. I mean, Desron Douglas has been around forever.
Yeah.
I don't want to say forever, but he's been around for a while.
Paul, you're right. We Release Jazz is from Switzerland, not Sweden, and so is the group that I was showing. Let's see here. What else you got going on, Baggy?
I got. God, I forget the name. I think I have to go grab it. RX Jazz Festival from Japan in 1981.
Yeah.
I haven't listened to it yet. I listened to it on Whatnot. They played it and I liked it, so I bought it. And then I got another town hall, Louis Armstrong town hall because I have a 10-inch of it, but this is a 12-inch, so I can leave the 10-inch more pristine as just as a collector's item.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
That's
Other
cool.
than that, just what I just opened there is most of my new stuff. I'm kind of waiting because if Michael's Club finally comes through and
Oh shit!
I gotta
So
have money for that.
you're a member of the OG Buyers Club. I forgot about that. Have you not been able to purchase a record yet?
No, he hasn't contacted me yet. No. There have been other people that had their that have already received that, like it's been shipped and received and everything.
Oh, all right.
But,
Do you know how many? Do you know how many?
No.
Is
there a way to interact with other members?
Yeah, we have the Discord server now.
Oh, that's cool.
Which was his original thing. Like, I think a year and a half ago or something like that, he had the European Buyers Club, which was a Discord server. So a couple of British guys set up the Discord server for him, and they have every little different room categories of stuff that people can talk in, and then they have one that's directly just for Dave specifically to ask, hey Dave, did you get my, eventually they're going to do it where, because you go to the website, you put in your selections, and then you get a just a notice saying, hey, we got your selections, but you can't log back in and see a status or anything. So what they're going to do is just list everyone's selections on the Discord server, just to let you know we got them, they're here, and then it's just a matter of him like finding them in the condition that you asked for. Because I just asked for, I told him money, budget was more of a concern with me. So if you find 70s copies, I'm fine, as long as they're relatively playable, like not, like the clicks and pops don't overpower the music, is
right.
VG plus territory. So we'll see. Because when you look on Discogs, I looked at the prices. You can get Beatles stuff for like $30 to $40 in England.
I don't think it's that kind of group, Joe. I mean, there's other groups that you can go to for that if that's what you're looking for, buddy.
They have a lot of different categories. They have a cigar channel and a whiskey channel, and
This is a slightly odd comment thinking about the last comment. That Joe was making, but, you know, I don't know. That's
Yeah,
interesting.
I wondered after he set up because he had to set up employees to actually work on this.
Yeah.
I think to me now in retrospect, it's like, oh, he already had this brewing with Chad, so this is like he already had those employees there, so this is like another thing that he could add because he already had that infrastructure set up for the Chad thing, because that must have been going on for a long time, longer than since before he set up this club.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't pay attention to the whole announcement thing because I don't live in Europe, but
Yeah.
but I guess I don't know the
Well,
details.
when he did the second video, it sounds like they're not going to have stock there in Europe, so they get the orders, they put in a big order to Chad, he fills up pallets and he sends them to Europe, and Michael said he's got everything under control except for German customs, and that's the only part that can fuck him up, but as long as that goes through and there's no hold up there, then he said it's going to run smoothly. And they crashed the site the second he announced it.
Yeah, I can't imagine having, we are kind of lucky in here. Go ahead, Rob. What do you got?
Where does all the cocaine fit in and all this?
They bring it back on the airplane after they take the records to Germany. They fill duffel bags full of coke in the airplane and take it back to Salina.
Now, is there a scene where like a rugged kind of his sister died American who has a military training gets on one of those trips, lands, and then Michael comes out after petting a white cat and goes, eliminate him.
So how prices are comparable? I haven't even seen that.
They roll the prices, the shipping prices and the VAT into the cost of the record. So it's going to be more, but it's all bundled into it, and it's way cheaper than trying to do it yourself.
I'm trying to buy it straight from Chad. That's cool, man.
And I guess Chad did him a favor and like took stuff out of their stock that was available online and that was like really low stock. Because some of the guys were actually complaining, like, "Hey, this one's already sold out." He's like, "Well, it says on their website ordinarily low stock." He did us a favor and took a few, and it's first come first serve, guys. So.
Yeah.
So
is Michael going to do like a video showing the inner workings where he comes out and goes like this?
Maybe.
I just wonder if you're in Europe, you buy a Bill Evans box set and it's damaged. How long does it take to be replaced?
Oof.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Listen, Felipe. I've heard from some people that you're having issues.
What's fucked up is, after all the shit that you went through, Rob, I'm pretty sure your famous fight got you your records replaced because I think they opened like 5 boxes to get your shit. But Felipe still doesn't have his. Mine, I've got all kinds of warped records. I just said fuck it and kept them, but for whatever reason, like, I don't know. I haven't listened to all the rest of them just because the whole thing left a bad taste in my mouth.
Dude, You should have complained. I'm not going to say you're wrong, Chris, but the fact that you're sitting on your hands is ridiculous. You should make it straight.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, I'm the consumer. I am right. But I am not delusional, and I want a business to succeed. But in my professional and personal experience, I am the best form of advertising you can get.
Yes,
You spend no money on me. You just got to do right by me. Whether it's me today going to several used record stores, taking the record out and looking at what I'm buying and buying it and feeling happy about it, and I drove Nick Rudo around to a store and brought business to that store. So the value in that pays back tenfold. But you're doing no one any favors by not challenging the person providing you a service and doing right by you. That's That's my area of grievances.
That's fair. So Joe's got a hot opinion here. I don't mind In-Groove because he's been in business before he got involved in the VC. Where 45 feels like he used the VC to get to commercial level. I don't know about that. I mean, I think Michael 45 is loaded to begin with the company that he owns, the marketing company that he owns, and I feel like he may make some money off of this thing with the. Well, it depends what you're talking about, right? Like with the European analog productions thing, just seems like a cool thing if they can save on shipping together. I don't know.
Well, but I'll kind of recraft what Chris said, and again, I don't know everything. But again, Michael has a company that he's run, I'm assuming, successfully.
Yes.
He's a business-minded man. The fact that he is getting into an area where technically he doesn't have experience, but I mean, I have to think he knows how to run a business.
Mm-hmm.
And he probably crunched the numbers, and I really hope he consulted like his accountant and a business lawyer and knows the ins and outs and the liability he has. Mm-hmm. So I have to give him that, at least in my mind.
No, for sure.
I agree with you, Rob. I agree with you. I just have an opinion that if it's like selling stuff, I'm not sure how his reviews should be looked at now. I think it should be looked different. I don't even think he should be doing reviews. However, I wish him the best. I think he's doing a great job in helping people out in Europe.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, Mike 45 does reviews.
That's what I'm saying.
Not Mike 45. Mike does reviews. I don't know.
Yeah.
Jeffrey says his replacements for the Bill Evans box are going to be shipping soon. That's cool. Supposedly.
You know what, Chris? Do me a favor, and it's really up to you. Reach back out to them and let them know.
Okay. I will.
It hasn't been that long since you got the box.
True.
Just start the conversation because they're great. I will say this, and I said it to Chad's face. Yeah. You have great customer service people. They care about, at least to me, they care about what they're doing, and they want to do right by you. So
that's fair. I'll do that.
That
2 weeks off. I'll look through the whole thing and figure out which ones are really. I mean, because there are a couple of them that are really warped. Not like they're just dish warped where you can see like the whole record is not sitting flat on the planet.
No, please, because if anything from knowing you, I want to help you with. Is to be more assertive with this bullshit you're going through.
That's very helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always asking, I'm always pushing, but on the other hand, they're always very nice to me as well. They treat me well. I think they just don't have the record to ship, but I know, it's just don't make me destroy my freaking record if you don't have a record to ship. That's what freaked me out.
That's true.
And Felipe, you have a good story. Unlike Chris, you could go, I'm just a poor immigrant who came to this country to build a new life for himself. All I wanted out of this was a nice record, and you sent me a piece of shit.
Yeah, he's a rich doctor. Come on, give me a break.
Oh, I wish.
Listen, you got to use what you have going for you, man.
That's fair.
Did you see the video they put out today, and they had the lady with the nitrate gloves, like examining each record very carefully?
Of course, yeah.
Huh?
Well, you know what? This is a good point. So, I think that RTI is a step behind QRP now.
Yes.
Right, I've got a lot of RTI records that are fucked up, and you know.
Oh, forget about. They're behind GZ in my mind.
Whoa, I mean, maybe so, dude. Like I haven't got any bad. Well, I got
Rob,
that theory from GZ, and it was shit. I got a new copy from the place, which is perfect.
But I think Rob has a point. Somebody I talked to Mike the other day. I think in this VC community thing, people had so many assumptions about things they don't even know about. Everybody has an opinion about this pressing or this pressing or that. They don't even have the records. It's just because this. But GZ, I never had a bad GZ record. Never.
Oh, I have.
I've had a couple. I've had some really good ones, but
that's some good ones too.
But I have crappy stuff from all pressings.
Right. I mean, with when I first started, paying attention to VC, people were talking about GZ. One of the first GZ recordings I had was that Vinyl Me Please Blossom Dearie.
It's amazing.
And it sounds great. And that's a GZ.
Yeah.
Well, I've got the repress of that, and I've got 2 copies. This is interesting. I just got a bad press. It had a bunch of non-fill on it. It sounded like total shit, like just, fuzzy bullshit or whatever. So I recorded it for them. They sent me a new copy. It's perfect. I have the old copy. I don't know what I'm gonna fucking do with it.
How bad is it?
Not that bad. It's just like a couple of spots in the record. It's not that bad.
Pay it forward. Send it to someone to get them in.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking
But
about.
I'll say this. On my understanding, Vinyl Be Pleased made GZ better, right?
I think you're correct on that. Yeah,
They put demands on them to make them better. Unfortunately for GZ, now Vinyl Be Pleased is going to press their own shit. So, hey, Lastman, look what I got, Lastman. I don't think you were around earlier.
I also think that the Czech government has also sort of made GC better, because if you look at all those records that are pressed out of the Czech Republic now, they actually have made in Czech Republic, where before they didn't.
Yes.
So it's I think the whole the country is also behind it, saying, "Hey, this is a business for us."
Well,
aren't they entering? Did they open 2 plants here in the U.S. or just one? Or
they opened another one in Memphis, and they expanded greatly one in Nashville, and maybe opened a separate one in Nashville. But Nashville and Memphis have gotten huge increases in their pressing capacity in the last. They may not be fully operational yet, but they announced plans about a year ago for a big expansion in Nashville and one in Memphis.
But here's the thing, there's no information on the MoFi plant that is actually open right near our RTI.
Yeah.
They're right near each other.
Where's RTI, Chris?
They're in Calabasas, and the MoFi is supposed to be in Oxnard, which is up the coast from me, about 40 miles up the coast, or maybe less. Right, and they're right in the middle of an agricultural area. So I assume that they have access to rail cars and stuff. That's why they did it there. So
this is Joe Marino says, I have a Hammond Gears that has a slight jacket damage that was replaced, but I'll pay it forward to if someone is interested. So if anyone doesn't have that record that's interested, that is a bad.
Wait, it's just the jacket or the album, Joe? Because I'll take it. You said you wanted to. Hey, hold on, everyone, stop right now. Hey, hot girls, what's up, man? What's up, ladies? How's it going?
Hey, baby.
All right.
But I need to see some ID.
Do you not have that record, Rob?
No, I didn't get that. Is it good?
Oh, it's really good. Yeah. Well, I can't block the hot girls for some reason. It's not letting me do that, so I'm going to have to go to YouTube and figure that out.
Are some of us wrenched? Can we try and do it?
They're too darn hot. That's what it is, Chris.
Too hot? Yeah. Anybody? There's a bunch of people that are wrenched. I just closed the YouTube stream, so I don't know. And my corporate laptop is a piece of shit. Whenever I'm streaming, I can't really do much else.
I timed them out.
Thank you.
I've got.
I'm all about. Listen, we don't need some hoochie mamas in here disrupting what we're talking about. But it is a sausage party.
Records, that's for sure.
Look, it is a sausage party in here. We have to admit that.
That is true. I think Baggy really plays up though.
We've been talking about the fusion and the newer stuff. I was talking about how I don't, that's not something that I've really taken to very quickly, and I think it's got a lot to do with my other musical interests, roots type stuff and things like that. So I've gotten a bunch of stuff that go way back, Willie the Lion Smith.
Oh, cool.
The stride pianist. Interesting cool. Story on him too.
Did you say pianist, Elliot?
Pianist.
Okay.
And the Nat Cole trio.
Very nice.
There's no vocals on that, right?
No vocals at all.
Yeah, hang on. That is a really cool record. Let's talk about that. Go back to that one.
Okay. Well, you know the story.
Go ahead.
You know the story behind that, at least I recently heard, because I've said this. He had an agreement with Oscar Peterson, right?
Right.
Because Oscar Peterson sounds exactly like Nat King Cole. And they had a gentleman's agreement that Oscar Peterson wouldn't sing anymore and Nat King Cole wouldn't play the piano anymore.
Huh.
I don't know what you said.
These recordings are from 40, 44, 45, 46. I thought they were earlier than that, to be honest with you.
So that Capitol Jazz Classic series is from the 70s, and those are, I've got 5 or 6 of them. I really enjoy them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the record I was talking about that I ordered and the guy couldn't find, it was to complete this trilogy, or not, I guess it would be a trilogy, the series, the Louis Armstrong story. That's with the Hot Five, Israel, Columbia. A couple of these are original pressings. One of them's a repress from 1970 or so. And there's volume 2, the Hot 7.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the difference in the 5 and the 7 was they added, was it banjo and tuba to fill out the sound a little bit.
No, I totally agree with you. So, you know what's amazing with those recordings are 100 years old now.
Yeah.
Or almost 100 years old now, and just amazing.
And then I've got 4 here, which is the Louis Armstrong story, Louis Armstrong Favorites, Volume 4. So I'm missing 3. That's the one with Earl Hines, and that's what is coming that the guy couldn't find that I ordered earlier. I love these records. These records are great because, growing up in the 60s, as a kid in the 60s, I remember, and into the 70s, Louis Armstrong was hugely popular. But it was always that vocals, that entertainer type vocal stuff in his later years that we would see on, I don't know, a Perry Como special or on the Ed Sullivan Show or something like that in the 60s. So, this was like a kind of a revelation to hear him during that time frame. And of course, was it King Oliver that he played with?
Yep.
King Oliver.
Yeah.
King Oliver. I've got King Oliver. So that's the kind of the roots in me, the history teacher in me, the roots music in me. I'm so much more interested in going back and listening to Nat Cole Trio and early Louis Armstrong and finding out about people like King Oliver and those sorts. But here, I'll show you a couple more while I'm...
Hang on a second. Let's talk about that real quick, because King Oliver was like the champion of New Orleans, right? He was the king of the cornet. So, and so he was Louis Armstrong's hero, and then Louis Armstrong came up, and King Oliver helped him, and he kind of took over the role. I mean, it's a really interesting story. I mean, I don't know I don't know a lot of details about it, but I do know that much.
Yeah. Joe Oliver was of Armstrong's mentor. Joe Oliver left to go to Chicago, and Armstrong stayed behind in New Orleans. But then Joe Oliver, sort of seeing the future, sends for Louis Armstrong, thinking that, I can bring him up in here. It'll be to my benefit. That band that Joe Oliver had Lil Hardin Armstrong in it. Well, Lil Hardin, who would become Louis Armstrong's wife. And when Joe Oliver said, "I'm sending for Louis Armstrong," she was like, "Oh, who is this? Who is this kid? He's nobody. He's a bumpkin." And then, of course, they go in the studio, and then it's like, okay, this is the guy. This is the guy. This is the future.
Yeah, she heard it. She realized it. Well, one of the interesting things about the Hot 5 and the Hot 7 is that wasn't the band that you would have seen if you'd seen him during that time. Those were totally studio band. Now, I don't know if there weren't some crossover, but that was a studio or recording band that he put together in those two instances. And then that third recording, I guess it was with in the series with Earl Hines, he realized that he'd be better off bringing in the guys that he played with regularly into the studio and recording, and I guess with the idea that people wanted to hear what they heard on the radio, on the record. They wanted to hear if they went to see him live, and so he was trying to reproduce that sound in studio from what he was doing live. Well, great, such interesting events. Now, here's one that I think is interesting, and that's
Oh yeah.
I was able to get this Chick Webb, and I love this stuff. And he's such an interesting story too.
Mm-hmm.
And
Did he play at the Savoy Ballroom for
that was
your
his that was his club, basically.
Yeah.
His home base, and he was the band. And I think on the Ken Burns documentary, they told the story of they would have these competitions, between big bands, and they played it up, and I think they broadcasted live on the radio and stuff. And I'm not sure about that part, but was it Benny Goodman Orchestra came in, was one of them, and they went toe to toe, back and forth playing, and ultimately Chick Webb's band came out on top, as one would maybe expect. But
now who was the singer with that band? Was it Sarah?
Ella. He adopted.
Ella, that's right.
He nurtured her career pretty much.
Well, here we go.
Mike had said about Louis Armstrong, the same can be said about Chick Webb. They said, you got to hear this singer. We need to get her in the orchestra to sing with us. And somebody brought her in, and Chick Webb says, oh no, that's, she wasn't a classic beauty. She was just some kid, and basically from the street, and but as soon as she sang, Chick Webb was like, "Oh yes, this is our feature singer now." So I really like this album as well.
She got a lot of shit about her looks, which is disgusting.
And, that's so shameful that she would catch so much crap about her looks because beauty skin deep, but I
don't know if you've seen me.
When she sings, you can't tell me guys aren't attracted to her.
Absolutely.
When she opens her mouth.
I think she's beautiful.
When she sang,
and she aged well too.
Yeah, sure.
But the American American Masters series on PBS, they did one on Ella, and I rewatched that on Netflix the other day. I've seen it a couple of times. And they talked about, Chick Webb and his wife really took her under their wings and really brought her up. And of course, when Chick Webb died at such a young age, it became Ella's band, and because she was the draw.
And Chick Webb was in horrible pain all the time too because of his disability, right?
Yep.
Yes, he was. He's a dwarf. He sat back there on the drums on pillows and all kinds of things propping him up. And they said he could be real ornery, kind of nasty sometimes. But then these people that were saying that were going, but you realize after the fact, we never knew the physical pain he was in 24 hours a day, and he would get up there and lead that band, and just one of the great drummers and band leaders. And, from what I understand, he was a shrewd businessman, and he handled the business as well. He was the band leader, so naturally, he wasn't a figurehead or anything. So
that kind of reminds me of something I wanted to bring up. Have y'all seen? There's a movie that Tyler Perry did. It's on Netflix called A Jazz Man. I think it's called A Jazz Man's Blues. Y'all seen that?
I haven't watched it yet. I've got it saved.
I saw Medea one.
It's not Medea. Come on, Medea's awesome, but it's not Medea.
Listen,
It's
Medea's
really good.
Boo.
It's a serious movie, man.
Medea's Boo was the best jazz movie I've ever seen.
No. No, but it's about this guy that grows up in the South and becomes a jazz musician, and then terrible things happen. So
Well, he's got a girlfriend, a white girlfriend, and
yeah. Well, she's not white. She's actually okay. So we'll talk about it a little bit. She's actually a black woman that passed as a white woman. So she, anyway, yeah, it's wild. It's really
Well,
wild
at what
movie.
part of the movie did Medea come in?
Well, she didn't. He wasn't in the movie at all.
Did he write it, produce it, direct? Probably produced it,
All of
direct.
it, man. Yeah, it's really good. I mean,
all of it.
Is it good?
it's great, man. It's
Okay,
really
I-
good.
You know.
All right,
It's a complete
make yourself-
tragedy.
listen,
It's-
Chris, make yourself big and with a straight face say it's good.
It's really good.
I saw a smirk.
Well, I'm high and drunk, so I mean, what do you want?
Well,
I really enjoyed it. It's
Hey, you know what you should do, Chris? You should make videos where you review a movie stone cold sober, and then review movies high and drunk.
okay.
And
I
we'll
will
see
do
how they
that.
match up.
Okay. I watched Wednesday on Netflix last Sunday. I watched the whole series. I'm probably gonna watch it
Yeah.
again this weekend. So
I did watch. I've watched about 5 episodes. I like that show.
I've walked away from that one. Not even tried to watch that one. Is it actually pretty good?
it's great.
Okay. Well, drunk Chris says it's made its man.
No, it actually as far as those shows go, because it's definitely geared to a certain demo that Chris is not. It's good.
How dare you?
Well,
Well, I mean, if you like Stranger Things, to me was an amazing show, and I think it's just as good as Stranger
Yeah, but
Things.
I couldn't watch
demo
past
for
the first
Stranger-
season of that.
The demo for Stranger Things is much bigger than Wednesday.
Yeah.
Well, I was actually watching I had to do it on YouTube. The old series from 99, 2000 only lasted one season, which somehow I saw. I don't know. I'm not. I wasn't watching much TV back in 2000, but I had a young daughter I was trying to raise, so you don't have much time for television. But Freaks and Geeks.
Oh yeah, I love
That is actually a really good little series there. And of course, part of what appeals to me, I graduated in 1977 from high school, and these kids are in 1980. So you get some of the music, some of the, and of course, a lot of the situations are universal. No matter how old you are, you experience something similar, or hear stories about something similar or something like that. But
and almost everyone in that show went on to be, do really cool things.
yeah, they did. Who's that? Is it?
No, it's almost every single one of them.
Who's the guy that was in that show on HBO that Mike Judge did?
Ronald McDonald.
Huh?
Ronald McDonald? No.
No, are you talking about Silicon Valley?
Yeah, Silicon Valley. He has the long
Oh,
beard.
yes.
He was one of the kids in that.
Yeah, he was Bill, I believe, one of the geeks.
Busy
Well,
Phillips.
like Seth Rogen, Jason Segel, James Franco. It's like almost everyone on that
Oh,
show.
wow. Yeah, I guess so.
They all had some. I looked at something about that recently, and they've all had pretty darn good careers. Some more high profile than others, but all of them have pretty much worked very steadily in TV and movies.
Well, the main kid who the show was sort of supposed to be through his eyes, something Daly, Francis Daly. He's actually become a premier screenwriter and director. He, what was the movie, Horrible Bosses? Both those they wrote and directed those.
The guy that played Sam, the geek, the main
The geek. Him and his partner. They did the that Vacation sequel that the guy from the guy who from
he's mainly behind the camera doing stuff, like you said, writing and.
Well, the one movie that is a genius movie that everyone should watch is Game Night. I think they did Game Night. That movie is awesome.
Was that good? I didn't know about that one. Right?
If you haven't seen Game Night,
is it?
Oh,
and you here's the thing about Game Night, you have to watch it through the credits. the payoff after the credits is awesome. That movie
Do you
is
think
good.
it's the same Francis that makes dumb comments on the Blue Note Tone Poet discussion group on Facebook?
No, that Francis is a bastard, and I'm trying to. My favorite thing. There's this guy on the Blue Note on the. What is he on the jazz user?
It's on the
And
Blue
he-
Note Tone Poet vinyl.
He is so he thinks he's hysterical, and he loves trying to put these people who just are collecting jazz records in their place. And my favorite comment was taking the Stripes meme and going, "Lighten up, Francis."
Rob, did I hear you say the other day that you've got a boomer scalper about to come out?
Okay, I wrote my next Boomer Scalper article for the Record Collector News, and that I think is coming out in January.
Nice.
I am
So I have seen this article, and I can
Yeah.
give very glowing reviews for this new article that's coming out.
But what about a video? I'm ready to see.
Okay,
another
so
Boomer
here
Scalper.
I'm gonna give you my video that I'm gonna try and make when I go away for the holidays. It's
Okay.
gonna be the Boomer Scalper holiday special.
Oh,
Okay,
nice.
that'll be good.
No, it's gonna be
I
good.
always
I
enjoyed the Boomer Scalper. I mean,
Well,
Boomer
this one-
Scalper's good.
This one will be good because it's gonna be very repetitive, and it's gonna be good. I think.
What is the article about, Rob? What can you share?
There's a unfortunate soul who inherited a record collection, and I'm helping him with that. And then there's a person who's very confused by grading records, and I'm helping with that. So it's very funny.
The Boomer Scalper is much needed.
Did anybody buy this besides me? The
Oh, I
Yeah.
got it.
It's good. Okay, here's what I'm pissed off about that record about.
Okay.
I can't see it. What is it, Chris?
Can you make yourself big?
Yes.
Can you hold the top corner? What it says there?
Just tell us who it is, because I can't see.
Bill
it.
Evans. Hang on.
No, it's Bill Evans at Town Hall.
Volume.
Volume 1. Where the fuck is Volume 2? They never announced it. I don't know where that record is. Why not just put out a double disc record of the whole Town Hall concert?
Does it exist?
I don't know.
A twofer.
All right.
Yeah.
Rob, they're gonna come along as 3 of 64 came next to 65.
Yeah. What did you think about this record?
I loved it.
It's-
I think it sounds amazing. The music is beautiful.
Yeah,
Probably
it's
the
good.
best Bill Evans that came in the series.
No, I wouldn't say that. I think the 64 and 65 are better, but it's really good.
I'm
Because
kinda
it's
burnt out Bill Evans right
it
now.
is it's a well recorded live album. The other two are not.
I think the Montreux record's better. The Bill Evans live at Montreux, I think it's way better. I mean, it's a good record, but I think the Montreux's better.
You know what? I'll go out and say that the two Record Store Day titles are much better live performances.
That's fair.
Yeah.
The ones that came out last year.
And the Behind the Dikes one is probably the best out of all of them.
Well, that's a professional recording though,
Yeah.
right? Because it was recorded.
Well, so is Town Hall, right?
Well, no, I'm just saying it wasn't like really a live recording. It was recording in the studio at the NPS guy's house, right?
Is
Just like all the
Town
altercation
Hall a
stuff.
club or a theater or
What now?
Huh?
is Town Hall the actual building or business? Is that a club, nightclub, or is it a theater?
I think
guess-
it's a theater. It's a
Yeah.
theater.
It's
Right.
not. It's basically in the not far from like a block away from Broadway.
Okay.
It's in that
Hey.
Because there's all kinds. It's not just jazz you see from Town Hall.
No.
I've got a couple of folk albums.
Hmm.
A Gene Ritchie folk album on Folkways. That's live from Town Hall, for instance. And,
Yeah, I saw the last show I saw at Town Hall. I saw Amy Mann there.
Oh wow, Amy Mann's great.
Yeah, it was a great show. It was a great show.
Bill Evans in Japan is incredible. I don't think I have that. I do have the. Do you remember that Friday Nights record that came out like 2 years ago? That's a
I
good-
love that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Later Bill Evans stuff, and then they
But I'll tell. I have an extra sealed copy of the Japanese reissue of that. If anyone's interested,
of
but
what?
the Bill Evans in Japan.
Oh, cool. I'm interested. Throw my pile.
Yeah, let's discuss.
Okay, let's discuss. We only
But I
talked
picked
about
up.
it
I
today.
found 2 sealed copies. I bought one for me, and I picked up the other one.
So, talking about folk albums, next VMP Classic is a folk album from the Prestige label.
Yeah, I listened to it. Give me a break. The next 3 classic albums they announced are 3 crappy ass records. They should throw those records in the trash and come up with better ones.
But he was the original one to revive. God damn it! The song the Animals made famous. New Orleans song.
Felipe said he
the
has
Rising
one.
Sun?
Felipe, you have the one that they announced, right? The funk album from the 70s.
Black
House
Knight.
of the Rising Sun.
Yes, that yes.
Oh, yeah.
Wasn't he the
What's that
first one to like revive that? Yeah.
Listen, I know the Vinyl Me Please watches this. Listen to me, the Vinyl Me Please.
There's no way they watch this.
The classic series should just be jazz or soul records, but not even just. It should mainly be jazz. Go create another category for your nonsense folk records. You made that horrible Vanguard box that no one bought, and then yeah. Now what is that?
Black Nasty. It's amazing funk. Yeah, it's really good.
Well, that sounds badass.
Yeah, that's that. Listen, if I want folk music, I'll listen to that. We were suffering on a road, and a weevil came by, and then a band played, and then someone picked up a fiddle.
Rob,
Evil.
you really need. You really limit yourself when you eliminate whole genres of music.
Well, listen, there's nothing against what you like, but look at that innocent young boy, Chris. Chris, hold up that record.
Okay, hang on.
That silly ass disco album is not hard to find, and they seem to have made that a classic title too.
Hey, this record's great, man. How dare you?
It doesn't matter if it's great. There's 1 million copies of it in fine condition. They did not need to reissue that.
Yeah, but this one, it doesn't. It doesn't even have a number on it. What the fuck?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. You know what? I can do Sylvester. You make me feel. I don't need to buy that record. If I can sing it.
No, you should buy this record. It's a good record.
I like when they have crappy albums because then I trade them for those ones that I missed from before.
Sylvester's also a hero of the LGBT community.
Yeah. He's quite important, yeah.
Hey, look, I'm not diminishing his accomplishments. I'm just saying when you can go out to a record store and find that record in fine condition, you don't need to reissue it.
I mean, it came with a Stoughton jacket, though, so there's.
Well, okay, you know what the Stoughton people are going? That's why we couldn't make Blue No Tompo. It's just because of the Sylvester record.
That's 100% correct.
You don't want the Tammy Wynette?
I would be interested in the Tammy. I was on the country. I had the classic and the country subscription for about 2 years, and I got off the country one. But I may, depending on what's coming out, I may switch out some of these.
They didn't show everything in that email, right? It was just the hip hop and the essentials.
The email, I have no idea.
Hey, you know what? Hey, Tammy Wynette, I need to hear you sing the same song again. Your man beat you. He left you. He was drunk. Okay. The only good song you ever did was
Klein record that they did. That was really good.
Listen,
that's the one I'm going to swap
Wynette,
it out for that in January because I don't think I need the
yeah, Maggie, I think you might agree with me. The only good Tammy Wynette song is that song she did with the KLF.
I knew you were going to say that.
Fucking KLF. That's hilarious.
Oh my!
You just said that.
The Ancients of Moo.
Oh
yeah, that song is good. I wish she did more shit like that.
You're gonna give me drug flashbacks. Don't talk about that group.
Oh man!
You're justified, and there ain't shit.
Didn't she do a bunch of shit with George Jones though?
Only 17 when that came out.
They did some classics. Window Up Above. Just some classic country music.
Yeah, absolutely agree.
Yeah. Now, Elliot, please tell us honestly, did she ever sing a song about that meal was good and I saw a nice movie and we sat down and talked? No, it was about drunk men slapping her.
She made her living doing cheating songs and getting back together songs, things like that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. It's life, man.
That reminds me.
Century is white people blues.
Have you guys seen that Mike Judge cartoon series he did on different artists' lives on Max?
Yeah, that was like that's great.
That was insane.
Yeah,
and I think Tammy
the
Wynette
James Brown was good too.
Yeah, it was crazy. I wonder if that's on HBO Max, since that's a Cinemax. If anyone hasn't seen that, go check it out. It's absolutely nuts.
Okay, Jeffrey, but how much different is that song than 90% of her other songs?
I don't know. Look at this, Rob. You've been called out here.
Rob is an expert on Tammy Wynette. That's
apparently.
I'm not an expert. I know a little bit about a lot of things. That's all I know.
You've heard a few of her songs on the radio, and that's all you know.
Stand by your man until he beats you, and then he gets drunk.
That's a great song.
It is a great song. Just the one song. She only needed to sing that song. Then pick another song.
Man plays a racist piece of shit. Is that what the song's about? I don't know. Who is the Art Blakey of piano? I don't understand this comment.
Yeah, me either. Do you mean? Okay, I'll say this because it's been.
If you mean hitting hard, it's McCoy
It's Oscar Peterson. That man played that piano.
You took
hard.
the words right out of my mouth. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 100%.
I don't want to take any words out of your mouth.
No, that was exactly.
Monk is the Art Blakey of the piano.
That's so not. It's Oscar Peterson.
Yeah, I agree.
Check this out.
Okay.
I paid $0 for this at the vintage shop where I have my records. Lady gave up trying to sell these things. The Thelonious Monk for guitar. I looked through it a little bit and whew, I don't know how you play this on guitar.
That's crazy, man.
I have
but I'm gonna try to do Round Midnight. And then this one. Classic guitar box.
So you stole these books from an old lady at an antique store?
Yeah, literally they sat there forever, and the lady said, "I'm gonna throw these away. I can't. Nobody's ever gonna buy them. And I got other stuff I want to put in my spot." So the lady that runs the vintage shop took them and said, "I tell you what, I'll stick them over here at Elliot's Records. Maybe somebody, music related, maybe somebody will grab them." And she said, "Just give them to them if they want." And I picked these two kind of, a half dozen. Excuse me.
Hey, Elliot, I've shown this before, but you can listen to this on Bandcamp too. This is Monk, and it's this guitarist Miles Ozaki. The whole Monk catalog on solo guitar.
Wow!
And really, it's like 6 discs.
I'm sure it's great. I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, I think you don't even have to. You can just go to the Bandcamp and probably listen to the whole thing.
What is the guitarist's name again?
Miles Owazaki.
Miles Owazaki. Yeah,
electric guitar or acoustic?
My very limited cowboy chord guitar skills. Looking at Monk, and I'm going, I could live to be 120, and I'd never get this.
There's some interesting shit happening in the peanut gallery here. So Matthew was saying Bill Evans is the Art Blakey of piano simply because of so many LPs that he has. 67 Pepper says that Memphis Slim is the Art Blakey of the piano. That's interesting.
Well, considering this is why that's not a good comparison, because Memphis Slim is a blues musician. Yeah. He's not a jazz musician, right?
Yeah. I think it's interesting. I think Nicole might be onto something, though. I mean, Art Blakey was a big-time drummer during the bebop stuff, right? Like when bebop first came up. Yeah, it's interesting. I need more Bud Powell records. I have that recent classic series that came out, but I need him to release more.
Well, I got that.
Blakey's drumming's pretty darn irresistible. I mean, he just he's so dynamic.
Yeah,
I love those Art Blakey albums that I've picked up. I've got about 4 or 5 of them, and I just eat that up, and several others that he plays drums on that he's not, the main artist.
I have a good Bud Powell.
Rob, I had to leave the auction early. Did you sell that Dizzy and Roy Eldridge, or did you keep that one?
No, I didn't auction that. I got that from I haven't even cleaned it. Are you interested in it?
Yeah, I want that one.
All right.
Errol Garner as the Art Blakey of the piano. I love Errol Garner. He's one of my 3 favorite piano.
Yeah, but Errol Garner was he was probably one of the more successful because he was widely accepted by people.
So was Art Blakey.
No, not the same way. Errol Garner was more mainstreamy for the masses. Art Blakey was still a jazz musician.
Yeah, that's true. Errol Garner's wonderful.
That Earl Garner by the Sea is like a really great selling record, right?
That's true.
You see that if nothing else, jazz in the charity
all the time.
He was more mainstreamy, and he wasn't Bud Powell, but Bud Powell, wasn't even like he was a monk, Earl Garner, right?
Well, Bud Powell and Monk, I mean, they were closely related together. I mean, in bebop. But Monk, I mean, after reading the book I've been reading about Monk, it's a Monk book, so you can take it with a grain of salt. But his contribution to modern jazz is kind of maybe bigger than almost anyone else's.
Yeah, I have Pablo's for sale, but I'm not here to sell people records. I'm here to talk.
Just send the Pablos to me. It's fine.
This is a good Bud Powell.
Oh, cool. Yeah, Black Lion. Let me make you a big.
And then it's got, you've got Coleman Hawkins is also on it. It's Bud Powell, Oscar Pettiford, Kenny Clark, Coleman Hawkins.
Wow.
And it's really good. This is the org. They remastered this.
Yeah, the Black Lion series.
Yeah.
All of those are available on their website still.
Yeah. Because originally I had it on CD, and the CD was horrible. It was basically a CDR, and it was just terrible. And then I finally picked this up, and it's just great.
Now, it doesn't have the same song on it like 12 times, does it?
No. It's let's see. I can put it up, and if you can see that.
Hang on. That's illegible.
It's sure enough, Blues in the Closet, Willow Wheat for Me, John's Abbey, Salt Peanuts. Then on side B, it's All the Things You Are, Yesterdays, Stuffy. It's a Coleman Hawkins tune, and Just You, Just Me.
Nice. You said you could get those on what website is it? I want that one.
Org Music has. I mean, if it's available there, yeah. Org put those out.
Orgmusic.com.
Yep.
When I'm looking.
That's pretty cool.
Open up for me. Yeah, I think it's Org Music put those out. Those are cool. I've got some Dexter Gordon stuff that's really sweet from Black Lion.
Yeah, I have
Davis one that has, I can't remember the name of it, but it's got like 8 cuts of the same song on it, which is highly irritating. I don't care. I'm just not that sophisticated where I can be like, oh yeah, I see where they fucked up on that one, or oh, I see how they progressed the tune, as they played it. I just don't. I'm not that sophisticated. So.
On one of those Armstrong records, either the Hot 5 or the Hot 7, I forget which one, they do back to back on the album the exact same song musically, just with different lyrics. The exact same song. There's nothing different. And they didn't even do it. When they recorded it, they recorded one song one day, and a day or two later, when they were in the studio, they recorded the other song. But they're totally the same song, note for note, just with different lyrics.
Yeah, I mean that there's plenty of that, like back to Monk and that book I've been reading. It's interesting how you'll have like one tune, right, like Around Midnight, and then so Around Midnight's got Monk as a originator. I can't remember who else. Another guy that like made up lyrics for it.
Right.
Mike, who was the third guy that played the one little verse? Was it Fletcher? Anderson.
The Cootie Williams. Is it
Cootie Williams, yes, Cootie Williams.
Yeah.
Cootie Williams made up some like bridge for it that
Yeah.
no one else ever played and copyrighted of it. So his estate gets a third of all the royalties for Around Midnight still. Which is
There's an old
insane.
expression in rock and roll.
Yeah.
Change a word, get a third.
Yeah, dude. That Bud, so the website Baggy is orgmusic.com, but the Bud Pals sold out.
Okay, so the Bud Pals sold out, but all the ones that I have already, the Duke Ellingtons, both of the Duke Ellingtons, the Billie Holiday at Storyville, and both of the Louis Armstrongs are all still available on there, and they're like $24 to $30. They're really
That's cool.
anyone watching,
Look at that real quick.
I recommend those. They're cool.
They are cool. So check this
But
out.
the Bud Pals sold out.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
the Johnny Cash. I have all their Johnny Cash too. I got a lot of those when they came out.
The Johnny Griffin is the one I want. That's one I want.
Yeah, so when they came out with these, they had several different versions.
Mhm.
They have a 3 LP version of that Johnny Griffin. I don't know if it's 45 or what.
Yeah, one side of it's 45 or something like that.
Oh, okay.
All
Yeah,
the
these are
months are
cool.
sold out except for the London Collection Volume 1, 2, and 3, which you can get in a bundle.
Yeah.
for $8.
Oh,
This one's really good. It's Ben Webster. I've got that one. That's really good.
Mm. And
The Dexter Gordons are good.
yeah, which I have one. I can't. The one that I have is the Dexter Gordon. I know it's like colored vinyl, but it's really good.
Yeah, I got this. I picked this up.
Is that on Steeplechase or?
This is on.
Looks like it.
Yeah, it's Steeplechase.
Yeah.
But I mean, a lot of these stuff was all like he must have recorded a lot, but these were all like reissues way after he passed away, right?
Well, that's from. I mean, he was in Europe, right? Like
Right.
Around Midnight's kind of based
Yeah.
on his life.
Yeah.
They did
Yeah.
a 45 of Red Clay. I missed that.
They did do a 45 of Red Clay. I don't
Yeah,
have
but
that.
they did those.
Copy that.
They sold out quick. Those were like.
I totally missed that. I mean, the Red Clay is one of my top 10 albums of all time.
I
Well,
think.
okay.
Let's see.
But you can get the album fine, easy, you know.
Oh, I've had that was the first record I ever bought online was in 1999. I bought. I remember I gave the guy's credit card over in my email. Just sent
Wow.
the credit- I sent him my ATM card in email. That's how long ago it was, and he sent me the album. He didn't rip me off or anything. But I have that, and I have one of the reissues that came out. The one that was all red. The record was red.
Yeah. The Red Clay that's red. Yeah.
Yeah, so I have both.
Yeah. That's
I have the CD of it. I have a nice collection of jazz CDs, and I bought an OG of Red Clay. Sounds beautiful.
What do you got there, Elliot? You got some Bud
This
Powell?
is on Verb.
Oh,
Bud
cool.
Powell, Jazz John, it's called. 60 reissue from 61. And then here's a reissue. I guess I'm pretty sure it's a reissue from 66 on VSP Verb.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
That's all I've got. These are things I picked up at thrift shops, you know.
Nice. All I find is Mitch Miller bullshit at thrift shops. Oh, I have that one. That one's really good. The Genius.
Yeah, you got to go through about 1,000 crappy records at thrift shops to find. You know.
Speak for yourself, Elliot.
Okay.
Not
Unless you're
everybody's
Rob,
in LA,
you
man.
only have to go through 100.
And I mean, in Texas, it's going to be a bunch of shitty gospel records and, you know, I don't know, name shitty records that you always see. Like that's all I would find.
Chris, have you tried out your monocart yet?
No, it's right here, and I appreciate it, Baggy. I've got it right here right next to my heart on my desk here. But I've got to order a.
Where that thing really shines is the old 6i Columbias, like the Johnny Cash. If you get like the 50s.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of that shit.
Yeah, that's
where
where it really,
what do you call it?
it really shines on those old country albums and stuff.
Got to order a head shell and figure out how to. I'm scared now. I've got to figure out how to mount it and all that.
What's the what kind of cart monocart is it?
It's a Grotto. The baggie you so graciously sent me.
Nice. I'm not invested in a mono card.
I'm still, you know, actually, I've got a. Y'all can see this here. This is my dad's Marantz that I'm going to get fixed in the new year. It's just sitting here right now, but I've got to get it rebuilt. I'm going to get that restored, and then I've got his dual turntable out in the garage. I think I'm going to take these two items to get them restored, and I think I'm going to have him mount that cart baggie and use that as my
What kind of dual, Chris? I love duals. That's all I have turntable wise.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a 12. I don't know, something.
1219 or 1229.
It's 1219. Yeah.
Yeah, 1219 and 1229 are the same turntable, except the 1229 has a strobe, you know, to set your speed.
Right. I don't know. I can't remember if his is not. It's got that fold down front, you know, like the wood fold down front where you keep extra parts and stuff in it. We got that.
The duals, those 1219s are. People say they're hard to work on, but they're not. They really, if you'll just take your time, you can get that thing up and running, and it'll run like a darn German clock.
Oh, I mean, I that's the turntable I grew up with. You know, the one of the. I mean, this thing right here is going to go into my casket with me.
Well, I heard the 1219s don't like to play Tammy Wynette records.
I've got a whole.
I'll check on that. But actually, I've got a 1219 down here in the basement that I'm running with an old vintage cart, and then I've got a 1019 upstairs that I'm running that's got a Ortofon, just an Ortofon OM Super OM10 cartridge, but
you know, the only thing is though, mine's got an old Shure on it from the 70s. And
it's probably better than anything you put on it today. Just get you a stylus that works with it.
I might do that.
It depends on how long that stylus was used, right?
Well, no, I'm gonna get a new stylus, but I mean,
yeah, but those carts will last forever.
Yeah, the cart's old school, you know, badass. It's cool. My dad, he passed away this last year, and he bought all this stuff in like 1971, 72 when he was stationed in Germany in the Air Force. So I've got this. I've got, this turntable, cassette player. I've got his old reel-to-reel, which is weird because it's got like a 8-track in the side. So it's like a reel-to-reel and an 8-track player. It's not that great. But
does it shoot bullets?
It does. It shoots bullets at Rob only.
And, what was the old movie from the 60s with the guy that played the guitar and he had he could shoot it like a gun. It had a barrel that would come out.
I don't know, the Rifleman?
No. It was an old probably 1966 or 67
Yeah,
movie.
with one of those like James Bond ripoff movies.
Yeah, probably so. I saw it in my local theater when I was 10,
Yeah.
Matt Helm or something like that.
Well, there's a really bad
that's
one.
A good point, Roberto.
There's one that is so bad that it's good, where it's literally Sean Connery's real brother, playing a spy, and they to capitalize on Sean Connery's success, they called it 007's other brother or something like that. It is so gloriously horrible good.
Wow.
But they probably made a ton of money off of it.
The gloriously horrible. My stepdaughter was watching this show earlier. I don't know what the hell it was. It's modern, but it looked like an old, like dubbed Japanese movie or something, or a kung fu movie that like had Hitler in it. And
they made two movies. It's called it's about the Nazis taking over and they went to live on the moon.
Yeah.
It's let me tell you the name of it. It's
it was fucking weird as shit, but funny as hell.
The first one was pretty good. The second one got a little, but they're just bad. They're purposely bad movies.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
What's the name of that movie?
Where's Mazzy? Is he in OBM Den in San Francisco right now? Or?
Man, I hope he is.
We should all be so lucky.
No, he's with Jazz Shit Brooks.
He's gonna be like Peterman.
They went to San Francisco together. What Baggy?
He's gonna be like Jay Peterman.
Yeah.
He's gonna be chasing the dragon.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's
Iron. Yeah, it's Iron Sky, Chris.
Yes, that's good.
you know, it's great to be. You know, road trips are for your teens and 20s. It's great when you're in your mid to late 60s and you're still doing road trips. I mean, that's you got to hand it to them for that.
I did a road trip over Thanksgiving by myself, and it just became, how many different places can I take a leak? That was the trip.
So did you leave your room there to go to the gas station? That was the trip.
I went to Vegas, dude. Did you watch any of my videos?
Yeah, of course I watched all of them. Come on, work
Did
with
you
me.
stop at the McDonald's train, the train McDonald's in Barstow?
No, but I was trying to stop at record store places along the
That was
way.
my big thrill as a kid when we went to visit my aunt in Henderson.
Dude, just
Rob,
go.
you need to go down the original, follow the original Route 66, and go in search of records and do a trilogy of videos, YouTube videos, as you travel Route 66 in a convertible, whatever those guys drove in the TV show Route 66.
And then me and my girlfriend, we held hands as we drove off the cliff. Yeah, it was a movie, Elliot.
Yeah.
Well, you should do that, Elliot. I got a record I want to show y'all.
I can hardly get out of the basement.
Does anybody know Hank Roberts?
Yeah, we went to high school together.
Bullshit. This is Black Pastels. This is a cool record. I don't know if I'd call it jazz or not, but it's got it's got Bill Frisell on it and a bunch of other dudes that I don't know. But Hank Roberts is a cellist. And I got this from Fred for like $5. Really good. Yeah, it's fucking
good?
great. I really enjoy this record.
I love cello. I love cello and jazz, sort of. You know.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm trying to get my.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
What was wasn't there a couple of records that Ron Carter played cello on? I'm trying to remember.
Oh yeah.
There was a record, I can't remember what it is, where he played cello and somebody else played bass.
Yeah.
Shit.
I think he even has like solo cello records, not in the 70s.
I don't know. I mean, he's only been on like 7 billion records. Who knows?
I have what Yo-Yo Ma with Marconi.
Oh, that's awesome.
But did Yo-Yo Ma do a couple jazz records? No, am I wrong?
I don't know, but Yo-Yo Ma's amazing.
I would say some of what Yo-Yo Ma does is jazz. I mean, in a broad definition. You know, if he's improvising and not doing it totally in a classical sense of, you know, trying to reproduce exactly what the composer, you know, created, and wouldn't that be jazz?
There you go.
Like
Yeah.
that world music that he has now, it's kind of like almost Americana in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got an album called the Goat Rustlers, is it? Something like that he does with it's all acoustic music. Yo-Yo Ma and some of the guys from the Punch Brothers, stuff like that.
That's a great movie.
You know,
Roberto brought up in the chat there. In the movie.
You know who's
That's a great movie.
You know who's getting back together to do a bunch of shows is Nickel Creek, Elliot. I would like to see them come to LA. They're playing like in England. I think they're doing one show in Nashville. I hope they put out a new album.
Well, see, that's the guy. He's the mandolinist from Nickel Creek. He's in
Chris Thiel. Chris Thiel.
Yeah, I never knew how to say his last name. Chris Thiel.
Thiel. I think it's Thiel. And then the
Punch Brothers, and he plays with Yo-Yo Ma in the Goat Rodeo, I believe is what it's called. The album's called.
Yeah.
Matthew's correct. He does play cello and Ware, but it's out there as well. You know, Eric Dolphy Out There, the Prestige record, is part of the 50.
Well, no, right. I have it right.
Yeah,
right.
Ron Carter plays plays cello on that, and George Duvivier, who is one of my favorite bass players, plays bass on it. That record's fucking great.
Yeah. Like 5 hours. Huh?
Well, what do you think about bass players that use the bow?
I mean, one of my first bass record that I bought when I got into jazz recently in 2020 was Bass on Top, the Tone Poet of Paul Chambers. You should check that out if you don't have that one yet. He plays with a bow beautifully on that record.
Paul Chambers, and the name of the album is
Bass on Top.
It's a tone poet. I don't know. Have they repressed that
That's
yet?
an older one.
I think it's out of stock, Rob. Yeah, it's not
It'll
available.
come if it comes back though, or you find it.
That was one of the first ones I got. The one
It's
of
the first
first.
What's the name of the album?
Bass on
I think
Top.
that was the first run.
Bass on Top.
Hmm.
Okay. It may be on Discogs for a reasonable price, I'd say.
No.
No.
Well,
I think it's one of the more sought after ones because a lot of the Paul Chambers albums that he did as a leader are hard to get.
Yeah.
Not Blue Note, but just in general, they need to be repressed. I have a lot of them on CD.
Yeah.
But I do have the Paul Chambers.
Bass on Top.
Yeah, you're not going to get one for less than $50 right now, so just wait for them to repress it, Elliot. It's
Gold.
really good.
Rob, is it gold, Rob?
Yeah, no, the Blue Note 70s reissue series.
Oh,
Where is it? Right here.
Oh.
Man, I need to put things in order.
But that's the first jazz record I bought because I had gotten into buying some records, during the pandemic, and I started watching Ingrove Mike's videos, and he talked about tone poets, and I just saw it at a oh yeah, that's great. I saw it at a store.
I saw a copy at a store today, and it wasn't in like great shape.
That's right, I have that.
Right, but that's one thing that I don't know how many Blue Note Paul Chambers albums are there
I don't know.
where he's leader. Are there more
I
than
think
just
I can't recall.
well, Paul Chambers played on some of the most important albums. in
Right.
jazz during that period.
right? He's a big sideman, but
Yeah.
what was the you bought the record, Felipe? Right? What's that on?
sorry, Rob. The Bass on Top.
No. I have the
Go.
CD of it
Go.
where he's a leader. He's
Okay.
like
Yeah.
West one, or I think I know what you're talking about.
Mm.
The jazz delegation one, is that what it's called?
I don't know. Was it on Prestige or was it on?
There it is. Somebody in the comments put it.
Yeah, Whims of Chambers. Yeah.
Yeah, but what label is that on?
Oh, that's a good question. And then I
I have-
have one on
have-
VJ. That first
Oh.
baseman.
No. Yeah, I have that, but
Yeah.
it's half. It's half and half.
But
Yeah.
the Whims of Chambers is on Blue
Fine.
Note. It's a 1500 series. The Whims of Chambers is on Blue Note.
That's the one. And I don't see any other.
Was
This
that
is
ever?
cool.
Was that issued as a
Hang on, Felipe, show
Music
that
Say that
one.
one again?
Going too fast.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what
This is-
label is that on, Felipe?
That's
That
on
one's on, like,
Score.
17
That's
different
not the OG. That's Score, which apparently was a really crappy label, but this is a good record on that label.
Now, who would own the rights to that now? Do you know?
I have no idea, Rob.
Concord owns
I have the
everything.
CD. I have the CD of that.
This
It
is
was
really
first.
good.
It was on Jazz West in 1956, and then Score and Sonnet and Imperial and Polydor. It's all over the place.
Yeah. And if that one is hard, this one is easier to get probably and really good.
Hey, let's look at that one.
But that was never issued as a Music Matters or whatever, right?
No, that's a VJ. Yeah.
So, who owns the VJs now?
That's a good question.
Can't
Let
remember
me see.
who's doing the VJ.
Mm.
It's not Pratt.
Universal or Concord own everything, don't they?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or Sony.
I ordered on Bandcamp a solo bass album by this guy. His name is Kahm Kahm Meslien Meslien, and it's really good. I haven't gotten the album yet, but when you order something on Bandcamp, you get the download, and
Mike is home. Hey, Mike.
it is amazing.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Cool.
Yeah.
Hey, Elliot,
Yeah,
how's it going? Hey, Baggy.
What was,
Yeah, I
Well,
showed
like-
some hot five, a hot five, and a
I saw.
Did you
I was
see?
walking the dog and I was listening in. Did you
Oh,
get
good.
through your stack of records, or do you have more?
I think I've shown everything.
Oh, okay.
That I've
Yeah, that's
picked up
awesome.
recently.
You know, I've yet to get any of that Louis Armstrong Hot 5 and 7. There's a twofer I've been looking at. It's like $5, but I just haven't done
you
it.
want
I need it.
If you want the cheap option to get everything,
that Louis Armstrong
it's
story series, there's 4 volumes, and I gave
Okay.
about $4 or $5 for each of those in VG plus condition.
Yeah. Yeah, I was looking at those. They're like 6 eyes, right?
If you get original pressing, one of them, I don't remember if it's volume 1 or 2, is clearly is that Columbia gold red with the gold lettering.
Yeah.
What 1970 and beyond. I don't have an
Oh,
exact.
yeah. Oh, the 360. Yeah. Those sound good. I have some of those. Those sound good, the ones I have.
and also the Time Life Jazz Giant series. They're so cheap, and you pay a little extra and get one that's nice and has. Mine didn't come with the book, but I mean, I got it for like $8, and it has 3 records of everything in there. And they have them, not just for Louis Armstrong. They have Billie Holiday and different ones like that.
I stream that Hot 5 stuff a lot in the car. I found a good mix with it. They do like Hot 5, Hot 7, and then they do some of his later live stuff. I think it's like his European tour, and it's so good.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting volume 3 with the Earl Hines, featuring Earl Hines.
Father Hines.
And I think most that's with a full orchestra, if I'm not mistaken, when he and Earl Hines were working together.
There's a cool Earl Hines on Impulse that I have that I like a lot. I've opened my second bottle of wine. I'm going to try not to drink the whole thing this time so we don't have to drink the stream down again like the last time. So.
Just do it. Feels good.
I was
Did anybody
noticing
get that
how
Ben
many
Webster?
good jazz records feature Freddie Hubbard.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, great one.
How many awful Freddie Hubbard albums there are out there from the 70s?
None, dude.
Oh, there are a lot.
He's a killer trumpeter, though. I mean, his early stuff.
I don't
is
know if
awesome.
they're awful or not. I shouldn't say awful, but
You should
he
get
just
his
put out
CTI
a lot of
stuff in.
records that just seem very, I don't know, just uninspired, maybe.
Yeah, there are a lot of. I agree with you.
Yeah. On what labels though are they? Because I think all the CTI records are badass.
I don't think any of them. I've
No,
got them
not-
at my shop.
They're not the CTI, but there's a lot of Freddie that's just like, dude, what are you doing?
Yeah.
like he was just doing things to try to make a living, to sell some records to make some money.
Or just to show that he's being relevant. I'm doing this fusion stuff.
Yeah.
It's not compelling music.
That's
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I felt when I pick. I see them in thrift shops and stuff a lot, and I'll pick them up and clean them up and put them out at my little booth at the vintage shop. For $6.
Matthew is telling us
Nobody
Chambers
buys.
sessions.
They're not moving.
Yeah, Chambers had, I think, a quintet one with the white cover, bass on top, and then I don't know what the other one is.
High Step with John Coltrane. That's
Okay.
the one Rob has.
Okay.
Who's the jazz bassist from? I think he's European, but I'm not positive. Holland.
Neil Hennings Orsted Peterson.
Oh no, Dave Holland.
Yeah, Dave Holland.
Yeah.
I didn't know who Dave Holland was. I've got a bluegrass album, and kind of vaguely bluegrass acoustic music album that he plays on with Norman Blake and a lot of flat picking guitarists and Vassar Clemens, who does historically did jazz, while he was doing bluegrass and other things. Jethro Burns, I believe, on mandolin also. But I had no idea who Dave Holland was, and as I started getting into jazz more, his name started popping up a little bit.
Isn't there a big Dave Holland record you like a lot, Mike? Jasmine's Mike?
I don't think so.
There was.
I mean, he's
Maybe.
very versatile guy. I mean, he can do it all. Straight ahead, avant-garde, you name it. Dave Holland can do it.
Let me see. I'm going to try to pull the album, show you.
So Roberto said he bought the Vince Guaraldi Pumpkin Peanuts album, and it sounds like a cut and paste album. That's because it is. It was never meant to be a record. It was just the soundtrack for the show. That's why that album.
He's talking about the one that's shaped like a pumpkin?
Either way, I mean, I've got that one. Which
No. Because I bought that. I bought that Kraft one, and I was making fun of it because they had pictures of the tapes in there, and I thought they're going way overboard for this Charlie Brown album. I listened to it; it's insane. It's they went all out on that, and it sounds amazing.
It does sound amazing, but it is totally disjointed. There's like part.
Now,
pieces.
did you?
No. The pumpkin one is the one you're describing, where
okay.
They're just literally playing the one that's shaped like a pumpkin.
Yeah.
The one that the Kraft put out that's that's really nice, like the Christmas one they just found. It has pictures of the master tapes in it. It has all this other stuff in it.
Now, after you listen to it, do you feel like going out to a pumpkin patch and waiting for the great pumpkin?
Mm-hmm.
Believe in the great pumpkin, Baggy?
Yeah,
I'll go with you.
Mm-hmm.
I have there's this Dave Holland ECM album where it's just him playing bass.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Emerald, what is it called? Emerald.
Yeah, that's I know what you're talking about. That is amazing.
Yeah, I have the CD of it, but I found something, the CD is worth more than the vinyl.
Is there?
Yeah. So I have the CD of it, and I also have the vinyl of it.
Yeah.
It's called Conference of the Birds, according to Nicole.
No,
I have that.
Anthony.
There's
record.
The Emerald, the one where he's just solo playing bass, is called Emerald something.
Here's the album I'm talking about. Yeah. The worst title of any album. It's just everybody's name. Norman Blake, Tuck Taylor, Sam Bush, Bush.
I think you're setting
Master Clemens, Dave Holland, and Jethro Burns. But
I think you're setting your kid. You're creating your kid's destiny when you name him Jethro. You know that?
That's fair.
Well, Jethro Burns is Jethro Burns is an interesting character. He was part of the comedy team, Homer and Jethro, in the 1950s and into the 60s, country music comedy team. But he's also a jazz mandolin player, excellent jazz musician.
I gave that to Pedro. I had a jazz mandolin album that I sent to him. He might have been on there.
An excellent mandolin player that plays jazz.
But you never see a tech company where their CFO is named Jethro. Never happened.
Yeah, well, those guys are assholes anyway.
Yeah. If you're named Jethro, you got to be a good-natured guy. You have to be.
Yeah.
If you didn't, you would fight every day in elementary school. You know.
I mean, unless you own a concrete pond, then you're doing pretty well.
You have to say golly a lot.
Golly.
Yeah. I don't know if you can see this, but this is the recording the solo bass recording that I ordered from Bandcamp.
Oh, cool.
And it is really good.
That's cool.
Yeah. I guess it just arrived in the U.S., so hopefully it'll get here soon.
Does he do Boeing on it as well?
Yes, I believe so. It's really good.
Yeah, it's real cool.
No, Matthew Petty. It's like it's a $30 to $50 CD. It's weird. It's silly.
Do you have, Felipe? Do you have the Paul Chambers MMJ?
Yes. By reading the list, the one I'm missing is Windsor Chambers, the first one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Which if you want to get an OG on Discogs, there's a third press for $1,000.
Yeah, that's expensive.
I'm sure I'm sure it'll come out eventually.
All right, I'm going to show some records.
All right. Oh, that's a great
fine,
sign to
Mike.
leave. I'll
We'll
see you
miss
guys later.
All right, I'll be quick. I'm just gonna start with the.
Wait. Before you show it, Mike, can we take bids on how many times this record might have been shown before?
You've definitely seen it. I put it on
Okay.
Instagram. So this one I was really happy to get. You know, I was watching What Can Brown Jazz Vinyl, and he mentioned another record by him. So I started looking into his discography. All this stuff is kind of expensive, but I found one for fairly affordable. This is that Dave Bailey one, One Foot in the Gutter on Epic.
Okay.
This is the first Epic record I have, and it sounds like beside the music is really excellent, but the sonics on it are great. So this got me looking in Epic as like a catalog, and there's a lot of like kind of really expensive stuff, and there's a lot of stuff I'm not interested in. But I did find, well, actually, before I move on to the next one, this is the one that has Clark Terry trumpet, Curtis Fuller trombone, Junior Cook tenor sax, Horace Parlin piano, and then Peck Morrison bass with Dave Bailey on drums. And it's a great one. Highly recommend streaming it. It's so good. Love this. Yeah, I'm like obsessed with it. So I then was looking at Epic as a label, and I found this Horace Silver one from 1956. And this has Horace Silver and Hank Mobley on it. And then the rhythm section kind of switches up. I guess it was a couple sessions, but it's Horace Silver, Hank Mobley, and then
They were part of the original Jazz Messengers, man.
Art Taylor drums, Kenny Clark drums, Donald Byrd trumpet, and Joe Gordon, who I have a Joe Gordon record on Contemporary that's really excellent. So he's on a couple tracks too. And this is a mono. And I definitely recommend checking. I haven't listened to this yet. It just came in when I was out, but I think these Epics are like really excellent sound quality. So I don't know if anybody here has an experience.
Who mastered them? I mean, engineered them.
Let's see if it says here. I don't think it says on the liner notes. I'm not sure. I'll have to look into that a little more. But yeah, so this one is from 1960, and I think this is 56. So
who's the leader in One Foot?
What's that?
Who's the leader in the One Foot record? The first one.
That's Dave Bailey. So he's a drummer, and he has like 6 or 7 lead records, and he has all of his records are pretty expensive, but he has 2 records on Jazz Time, and those are like $1,000+ records. And one of them is called Bash. I don't know if anybody knows this one, but it has an incredible lineup. So it's Dave Bailey, Kenny Dorham, Curtis Fuller, Frank Haynes on tenor sax, so I don't know, Tommy Flanagan piano, and then Ben Tucker bass. And that's a cool one. But that one, I'll never get that one. So those are 2 Epics. And then I also got 2 Booker Irvins. So, every time I'm on the live stream, I talk about Carmel Jones. So he is sideman on this one. So
yeah, I want that one.
So this is like a 70s one. It's not an OJC, but it's one Fantasy bought them.
Yeah,
so they put it out. And I think it sounds excellent. And I know that like London Jazz Collector kind of dogs on these pressings, but I think it sounds like I'm really happy with this.
Is that a Van Gelder? Because typically the early ones
not.
is made.
It's no, but some of them are. This is this is not. And it has like an original jacket, so they were definitely using like overstock jackets, and then they pressed it. But I think it sounds very good. I don't have anything to compare it against, but I'm very happy with it.
I mean, London Jazz Collector shits on everything that's on.
I know. I feel like And then I got this other Booker Irvin on Prestige again with Carmel Jones. I think this one I like this one a little bit better, but it's so I'm getting more into Booker Irvin, and I know like his later stuff he gets a little out there. So I'm kind of excited to continue looking for his stuff.
There's a couple of Booker Irvins in the Prestige series, right? The AP Prestige series.
Yeah, I have 2 of them. I think there might be 4.
Yeah, and I didn't buy them because I couldn't get them all, and I'm kind of they're sold out now.
Yeah,
I think there's 3. I think there's 3 altogether, so there might be another one coming. Yeah. And then this one's also on the 70s, and these are So I got this for $22 plus shipping, and then this one I forget. I think this one was a little more expensive.
I agree with you, man. All the 70s Prestiges I have on the Green Label sound fine.
Yeah, so the originals of those are like $200 records, so it was really a big difference in price. And then just to round it out, this is what I picked up in Canada. So this is Storyville. It's Hui. Does anybody know this record? I've seen this posted in like the Facebook groups like once or twice, so it caught my eye. And it's an old record. I think it's from like 56 or something. But it's got Bob Brookmeyer on valve trombone, which is, I mean, I like Bob Brookmeyer, plus valve trombone is like my favorite trombone. And then it has Zoot Sims quartet, I think. So
there's more than one trombone.
There's a valve. So a valve trombone is like a trumpet trombone. So like you can, I guess it's speedier, but it still has like the round trombone sound. As a layperson would describe it, I'm sure someone else can do that better. But yeah, like Curtis Fuller plays a valve trombone on some of the Savoy stuff, and he like rips like he's Lee Morgan. Like it's incredible stuff.
So they're not using the slide. Is that what it is?
Not yet. That's exactly right. They're not using the slide.
Okay.
So then Zoot Sims has a quartet on here. So it's Zoot, Joe Jones.
Would you
Papa
say
Joe?
that Bob Brookmeyer's having a tromboner while he's playing it?
Absolutely.
And I would not say that. Hank Jones. Hank Jones is what? Piano? Hank Jones?
Oh my God! How dare you? It's so offensive.
Whatever. How many Joneses are there? Hank Jones, Billy Joe
You
Jones,
know what? I
Joe
think
Jones.
I think when you were up in Canada, you made that cover and made up the record.
And yeah, I got all like the stuff. But
Valve
this is on
trombone.
this is on Storyville. It's my first Storyville, and I had him play it in the shop, and it sounded great. So really, and the style of music, it's like, I don't know, like I love this kind of style of music. It's like just like straight ahead, like cool bop or something. So it's fun. I mean, the solos are so good. It swings, and yeah, this is a great one.
You know what's interesting too with Storyville? They've been putting out a shit ton of reissues though. I haven't bought any of them.
Well, I don't know if they're the same label. It's a European label, right?
I think they're.
I don't think this one is.
Storyville Records. Though.
I don't think I don't know if they're the same label. Do you?
They may not be.
Yeah, I think they are. I don't know. Well,
they have different covers.
I don't know.
Like there's a Bud Powell one I see all the time. Yeah, I think they're a European label. I think if Nicole's still around, she might have picked up a few of those and knows more than we do.
Well, maybe.
And on one of the songs, Zoot Sims sings. He does like a little like backup vocal. It's the first time his vocals are.
Can you do a little bit of it, please?
me. No, I cannot do it. All right.
What is he doing? Is he sounding like Chet Baker or something?
Yes, he does.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it doesn't. I mean, it's not like exactly, but when I heard it, I was like, he sounds like how Chet Baker is singing. Like it's a similar style.
You know, Chet
It's
Baker
cool.
in the 50s was like just the total penny dropper, man.
Oh, for sure. He was the whole James Dean thing.
Now, here's a good question. Easy Now 27 needs our advice. When I get a girlfriend, finally, should I tell her jazz is my favorite genre of music?
Absolutely.
Elliot is correct. Absolutely
Hey,
not. Right?
My friend has a nickname for his Prius.
Yeah.
He calls it the vagina dryer.
Yeah.
So maybe telling her jazz would be the same thing.
Yeah. And don't try to explain anything for God's sakes.
They'll accuse you of mansplaining if you start talking about jazz.
Don't.
I mean, I don't know. I think a Prius could be, attracted to a certain kind of granola-y girl,
Well,
I'm
when
sure.
when my daughter was a senior in high school and got accepted to go to college, we carried her. My best friend and I carried her to a football game her senior year at East Carolina. Carried her to a football game, and she was so embarrassed because my best friend drove a Prius. This would have been in 2008 or so.
Yeah.
No, 2011 or 12. And we carried her, and she was so embarrassed that we pulled up in a Prius. It was like, everybody was going to assume this was her dad and her other dad, So
I mean, you're in the South. You might as well have driven in Stalin's coffin.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, my friend drives the Prius. He's got an electric car or electric Volkswagen now. He has his other vehicle is one of those big dually trucks, to haul horse trailers around in. So
You're afraid you're going to lose your girlfriend to Rob? I don't think you have to worry about that. Unless you're in LA.
Well, you know, I know enough not to go up to a girl and go, "Hey, you want to come to my place and listen to jazz?"
Invite her to watch. Invite her to watch the live stream next Friday.
no, I understand now what the kids say now is they're going over to somebody's house of the opposite sex. They're going over to watch Netflix.
Yes.
That's the code, you know.
Yes.
I always say, "Would you like to come and look at my etchings?"
Like your chalk outlines.
Got the drywall out.
What?
Uh-oh, he's being yelled at.
Home repair.
Can a man just get off a plane and take a 3-hour Uber drive home in peace?
Drywall? What the fuck? Come on, man.
I got to be quick with my.
I'm
quick with my mute button.
Now, here's a question: did you finish re-grouting all the tile with the new color?
Yes, we didn't re-grout it. We painted it kind of, but it worked out really nicely. So
nice.
Cover up
that's
the grime.
finished.
No need to get rid of the grime, just cover it up. That's right.
Yeah, and well, it's new grout, but it's too light of a color. We wanted to anyway.
Hey,
nobody cares about this.
easy now, 27. I know enough that you shouldn't talk about grout.
Grout is a very big topic in my my relationship right now. All right, one more record. That's a lie, but I'm going to show one more right now. This is the other one I picked up in Canada. So why I really like this one is that it's Canadian pressing.
Rachel would approve of this.
Is it the Bob and Doug McKenzie? Oh no.
I mean the jacket's beat up, but this is all about Ronnie, and I saw this because I don't know if you can see, but it is a Savoy, and then like all Savoys, they have Kenny Clark on drums, and they have Wendell Marshall on bass. So I knew those guys, so I pulled this out. I gave it a listen on YouTube, and the music sounded fantastic. So this was the one record I got out of like the stack. And it was a good price. I think I paid like 17 Canadian dollars, and it's a Canadian pressing. It's on London Savoy. So why it's London Savoy is, it's RVG stamped. So like they got the stampers. I don't know if they just shipped up records and just relabeled them or labeled them in the US or whatever, but it's London Savoy because I guess London, the label, and Savoy put it out together. But Ronnie Ball's on piano, and he was a student of, I think it's Lenny Tristano. And he swings hard on this. Like he comes on that first solo, and it's just beautiful to listen to. Really good. Willie Dennis on trombone plays with Mingus. He's on some Mingus records and a bunch of other stuff too, but that was one thing I remembered. And then Ted Brown is tenor, and I forget what he's on, but he's on a bunch of stuff too. I wasn't familiar with any of these three guys, but you know, they have like really great credentials, and you know, regardless of that, it's a really cool sounding record. I love it. Yeah. This is probably my favorite pickup. So
Ted Brown did a lot of, you can find like his most recent stuff I think was on like a Crisscross label, maybe on CD stuff, but he's a pretty well-known guy.
He's a hell of a running back for NC State and the Minnesota Vikings too. If you remember.
So, it's happy with this one, and it's RVG stamped, so I got to give it a listen to see how it is, but I'm sure it's great. It's from like, I don't know, 58, give or take a year.
I always think of Jump Blues when I think of Savoy.
Oh, okay, yeah.
They did a lot of Jump Blues in the 40s and 50s.
They have a lot of good stuff. They have a lot of bop and hard bop. That's really good.
Masking tape. They're
yeah, or I don't know. It looks like it's like painter's tape almost. So
that masking tape falls off half the time if it's super old.
I tried to, but you know what? I don't even want to mess with it. I don't mind it. I feel like the cover's fine. You know, I feel like I've got, you know, it's always nice to have a good cover, but I mean, I'm happy with this. And the price, like there's one on Discogs, a Canadian pressing, you know, for like $100 right now. You know, I paid like $15 for this US. So I'm so
happy. $7.50 for it right now.
And the US pressing is expensive as well. I think it's like the cheapest one, I think was like 60, and it goes up, you know, for a lot more money. So it's good. And what's cool is like I never even knew about this. I never even seen it. And I've like looked, I look online at Savoy all the time. I've never seen this, so it's just fun to.
There's a record store over. I'm gonna try to go over in Dallas called. I don't remember the name of it. It's a big record store, Josie Records. They have a really for Dallas. They have a really nice new release section for jazz, but then they have a really big section of just the records just in their sleeves, no outer sleeves, none of that bullshit. I want to go dig through all their shit next week. I think because I think I'm gonna be able to find some cool stuff.
Yeah.
Now it's interesting. The longer you collect jazz, obviously, the more you know, and the more people you recognize, right? So I've gone to there's a record store about 5 miles from my house that's got a really big jazz section, and they got a bunch of stuff like under the bins where you can dig through, and
yeah.
I went through all that shit about a year and a half ago, and I didn't know half the people I was seeing, and I went through it, a month ago and bought like 40 records from them. So
yeah. Yeah, I feel like even this past year, I feel like I've really dove in and learned a lot more this year. I feel like every time I go to a record store, I'm like equipped with like new guys I want to find, new labels I'm interested in that I could have easily overlooked the previous times I've gone.
I feel like I know less.
Good.
I feel like you know less too. Moneyball played with Warren Marsh. Well, Warren Marsh is just amazing. I love him.
Oh, yeah.
The stuff him and Lee.
He's killer. I was so happy with this. Like I sampled it and I thought it was good, and I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna get it. And then I went back to my hotel room and I found the record on YouTube, and I streamed it like 2 or 3 times. I was so happy with the pickup.
Roberto likes when the jazz shipper brings up the racial background of white/black jazz. I think he's got a bunch of opinions, and some of them are probably correct. Some of them maybe may not be. I really want to get him and Fred together on a reconciliation / debate.
I think both of them are just completely uninterested in doing that.
I'm gonna keep bringing it up until we can make it happen. I talked to Dan this week. He opened his coffee shop in Elgin, and he said he's doing really good, which is fucking awesome, man. I wish that shit was in Fort Worth. I'd go there and work all day long every day.
Yeah.
Well, my knowledge with jazz, I'm just looking at Regine's comment, like, is really narrow. Like, it's like 50s and like up to 62 in the US. Like, that's pretty much like what I read about.
Because of
like when I watch Stunty stream, it's like a whole different planet for me.
Yeah.
I mean, like most of the stuff I picked up today shows how my taste has evolved, and what I'm looking for. But it's always nice that when you go looking, like what I picked up today, this is something I would have liked a year and a half ago.
Yeah,
but I can't see.
It's a classic.
But this, I don't know so much if I would have liked a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Well, that's the cool thing about the music. I mean, I don't know. I love all the old stuff that I've got, but I also like hearing new things now, more than I did, a year ago. Has anyone seen live jazz in the last 2 years? I mean, I think Mike has seen a bunch of live jazz, haven't you, Mike?
Yeah, last Sunday I went to this club. It's up near Columbia University. It's called Smoke. They also have their own record label. They do mostly CDs. But this pianist, Orrin Evans, he's really good. He's out of Philadelphia. Who else was it? It was Orrin Evans, a guy on tenor that I remember from the late 80s, 90s, Gregory Thomas, Nicholas Payton on trumpet, and Marvin Smitty Smith on drums, who was phenomenal. I mean, it was a great show.
Will they play originals, or do they play standards, or do they mix it up?
They mixed it up. They played mostly originals because that Sunday night was the last night, and then Orrin Evans said we're going into the studio tomorrow to record. So they were working out, his originals and stuff like that, and then they ended the show with a composition from Jerry Allen that's called "Feeling the Fire," and it was amazing. It was amazing.
Oh, I bet.
And then what was really cool is, and you see this at a lot of the shows, especially on like the last night. In the audience was this trombone player. He played in the Saturday Night Live band for a while. Steve Turre. He has like this distinctive beard that's really long and thin. He was there. Gosh, it had to be about 4 or 5 drummers showed up, just to support the other musicians. And that was pretty cool. And I'm sure when I see Kenny Barron on Sunday, there'll be like a lot of musicians in the audience.
Kenny Barron, didn't he have a Record Store Day release last year?
I think so, Chris.
Yeah, that's a great. If it's, let me look it up. That was a great record. I got that last year. I really enjoyed that. It was like a live record, I think. Let me see. Kenny Barron.
He did a lot of really good stuff with Bobby Hutcherson in the 80s and 90s on Blue Note. I'm sure it was digitally recorded, but it was just great stuff.
Yeah, I can't find it now. I think it was on, maybe it was someone else. I thought it was on Mac Avenue.
I know.
They put out some good shit on Record Store Day.
Oh, I got a new Mac Avenue. Mike, let me know what you think about this. I'm curious.
Kenny Garrett is something. Yeah, sorry, it's not Kenny. It's Kenny Garrett.
Oh, shit. Where did I put it? I think it's outside. I'll be right back.
And
did y'all see that record, Kenny Garrett, sketches of sketches of MD, Miles Davis live at the Iridium? Fucking great record, man.
Yeah. I mean, that's another guy I wish, they would put out some of, like, he was on Warner Brothers None Such for a while, and he did some great stuff. And I guess it was in the 90s or 2000s, he did this one recording called Trilogy, and then he did a Coltrane tribute recording that's just phenomenal. I think Pat Metheny is on the Coltrane album.
Oh, that's cool.
What's his name?
Kenny Garrett. And
what I was talking about. Let me show you this real quick. This is really good, and it's you can get it for $20 on Discogs, which is crazy. So get myself big real quick.
That's pretty good.
You have this one, Felipe?
No, I streamed after I've talked about it.
Yeah. Live at the Radium with Pharoah Sanders. It's really good.
And there's another one that he did with Pharoah Sanders that's really good also. Let me see if I can find it.
What's his name? What's he called?
I really
Mac Avenue. That's Mac Avenue too, right?
Yeah, I mean, all the Mac Avenue Record Store Day stuff I've got is badass. There's a Christian McBride trio one that came out a couple years ago. That's really good.
I think this is Mac. Yeah, this is Mac Avenue. This just came out. Emmett Cohen.
Oh, you got that?
He's good. I don't have that, but he's got a real visible high social media presence.
Yeah, that's how I was introduced to him. He he did Bags Groove or something, or he did St. Thomas. He has a killer rendition of St. Thomas with a quartet, and or a quintet. It's so good. So I subbed him up, and he does standards. Those are my favorite ones he does. But this is I think his second album. His first album is more I don't know. It's more just piano based. Not really my style. I don't know how to describe it. But this one is more small group. Hard bop style. So this is cool. Emmett Cohen, Uptown in Orbit, and he's got on this is Emmett Cohen piano, Russell Hall acoustic bass. If Russell Hall is the guy who plays on his videos, he always wears a goofy hat, anyway, he's cool. And then Kyle Poole on drums, Patrick Bartley alto, and Sean Jones trumpet.
I don't know why there's not a dono button, Roberto, but That's offensive. There should be a
Hey, guys, I'm going to take off now.
All right,
All right.
Okay, you're on.
Bye, see you.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Speaking of live things, live shows, I live in a very small town. We've got about 3,000 people in this town. I'm kind of what do you call the exurbs now? It used to be the farm country, but now it's just a series of housing developments between us and Raleigh, Raleigh's a pretty sophisticated town. They have a lot of stuff to offer, but between us and Raleigh is another small town called Fuquay Varina. A little bit larger than it's maybe 10,000 people, and I saw something about their arts council because our arts council in our county had dissolved. Too much infighting in the committee. Dissolved about 10 years ago, but they've coordinated some stuff with the Fuquay Arena Arts Council, and I went on their website and checked it out, and they've built a very nice facility with the concert hall, and they have a series of shows throughout the year. A lot of them jazz oriented, and I was pleasantly shocked because I could be in Fuquay Arena in no traffic, hardly at all, in 15 minutes. As opposed to going to Raleigh and taking an hour or two and in heavy traffic. But they've got a big band jazz group. From the band leader the band is from this area.
Okay.
$8 to go in and listen to 2 hours of big band jazz. They've got touring jazz musicians that are coming in from New York. I don't recall the names specifically, but they're kind of themed. There's a male and female vocalists that are coming in, doing a lot of stuff like Sinatra and Sarah Vaughan type stuff.
That's cool.
There's another jazz group coming in from New York, and I think the highest ticket price I saw was $18. Somewhere between $8 and $18, everything. And I was like, gosh, I need to take advantage of this. I mean, I know it's not,
No, for sure, man.
line.
We don't get shit here in Texas, man. It's like a jazz dead zone. I don't know. It's
I'm assuming that musicians in New York, where the mecca of jazz, I guess you'd say, they're trying to find a way to make a living, and putting together kind of themed programs and touring maybe up and down the East Coast. You can get on Interstate 95 and you can be here from New York in not an extremely long period of time. And I imagine they work their way, down, and do a series of shows in, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, and then work their way back up or something like that.
Yeah, but also, a lot of what you would say, the older musicians now, like that were younger guys in the 80s and 90s, they've moved out of New York.
Yeah.
So a lot of them went like Pennsylvania. I know for a time, I don't know if he may still be there. Branford Marsalis lived in North Carolina.
He lives in Durham. Yeah.
See, a lot of those guys around his age, they moved out of New York. They're established, and they don't, or they went to colleges and they teach. They just don't, they don't want to do the same thing they did when they were in their 20s. You got families also, and so they moved and it's expensive to live in New York.
Yeah.
So they moved away.
This looked to me like fairly young, 30-year-old, 30-something-year-old, 40-year-old artists. The pictures that they had, and I wish I could name some of them, but I don't have it. Not looking at it now, but just they may not even be from New York. I mean, some of them were. They said coming that had honed their skills in New York or something along those lines. but it would be most of them would be themed, you know. And there's probably a half dozen or more shows in a 6-month period, year period. That's pretty darn good, you know. 2 a month or 1 a month coming through. And there's, you know, there's other stuff too. There's plays that come through, touring plays and things like that. But the fact that I can live in a little town and go 15 minutes, drive 15 minutes and see something that is, you know, you used to have to travel to a large metropolitan area to see is it's just thrilling me. I'm going to get to some of these shows.
Well, back in the day, you didn't have to travel at all because that's all they did was travel. I mean, all those big bands, you know, in the 30s and 40s before it kind of went to shit, they were traveling all over the place.
Well, there is a big band in this area, and I don't know how much they play. I've actually got a friend that's played with them some, but they do corporate events. They do gala balls. We have like Chamber of Commerce does a fundraising ball here, and that big band has probably been performing for 40 or 50 years. And, you know, it's not like anybody's doing it as a full-time job. They're just guys that, you know, the band leader maybe does. But the rest of them are
I've heard that there's some of the legacy bands still exist, like the Ellington Band, and I don't know if Benny Goodman's band still exists, but I've heard there's some legacy bands that still roll.
Basie's band used to exist. I don't know if it still does, but Basie's band existed for quite a while.
Yeah. I think that's awesome, man. Even if you obviously don't have any of the original members, I mean, that band, you know, those bands were 70 years ago, right? Like, but it's pretty neat that they keep the name going and all that. So all we get, I mean, I actually, you know, I can see jazz in downtown Fort Worth occasionally. The University of North Texas, college, right? Their jazz bands come down and play just for free in downtown Fort Worth occasionally. So I've seen that a couple times, which is nice.
I went over to the local community college and looked at the jazz ensemble, and you'd be surprised at some, because they have they'll have these old guys come in from the community with the younger kids, and there's actually some amazing stuff, and it's live jazz. So, and it's like $8. So check it out, because that's you know, not just your community college, but your universities and whatnot. The symphonies are a little bit more like, I found that the classical music, that's a little that gets real rough, but
really
jazz ensembles are actually pretty surprisingly. I mean, it's for $8. It's getting to see some live horns and everything, and I mean.
Well, you know, when I was in high school, and I remember like college stuff, like the jazz bands were always like the prestigious thing to be in, right?
Yeah, we had jazz all through high school. I don't know if they have them anymore. I don't think they had them in my son's high school. They just had the show band, but yeah, which is sad.
I think what you end up with, you've got a big band of the band students, and then they often take the best of those to form the smaller jazz ensemble band or something like that. Yeah. So maybe you get your quality of musician
right
within that pool of musicians. It tends to be.
Do y'all know Snarky Puppy? Have y'all ever heard them?
Yeah, I love that. I love what he's doing with the. You know, that girl played with, I think, Wayne Shorter, the girl that he plays with. What do they call
that
jazz?
Candid record?
Huh?
On that Candid record they just released recently.
Oh, is she on a record? Oh, does she have a record now?
Well, no, Wayne Shorter. I thought it was the Wayne Shorter Candid record that was with her. That lady.
There was a YouTube video of her. I can't remember her name. I can't remember the guy's name either. But you know, they do that thing where they walk through. He plays baritone and she plays soprano sax. Not soprano sax.
I don't think.
There's a young Asian girl that plays sax. And you know the guy that originally started with them that has he would do all the crazy dance and he has the big Barry sax?
Oh yeah, like in the subways and stuff in New
They
York.
have a YouTube channel called Too Saxy, like number 2 Saxy, I think, and they do a thing where they go around like New York, LA, like famous tourist places, and they'll start with the guy, the cameraman in front of them, and they'll just improvise all the way down, and everyone's like tripping out, like looking at them, and they dance and they do crazy stuff. But she's actually a legit jazz player. Like she had when I looked at her channel, I was looking through her videos. Like she's like done like club dates with like Wayne Shorter and stuff, I think.
Jeffreyson.
Guys, it's getting mighty late on the East Coast. I'm gonna have to take off, but I want to tell you guys how much I appreciate y'all letting me come on and join you guys. I really,
dude, you were always
enjoy it.
welcome here, Elliot. We love when you join us.
Cheers.
All right. Everybody, take care now.
Thank you, Elliot. So nice to see you.
Good to see you guys. Bye.
But Snarky Puppy, you know, those guys were all from the University of North Texas, which is cool.
Really?
They all moved to New York, so it's like,
wow.
you know, I saw them. They opened up for Steely Dan here in Fort Worth. You know, I don't know, 6 months ago. That was a really cool show. I mean, seeing you know, it's just fake, obviously, but it was a really good show. The weird thing for me though was as a 46-year-old, okay, I was kind of young at that show, right? There were lots of 60, 70-year-old folks, and there was no standing up and dancing at the Steely Dan show, which is unusual for me because I usually go to like see Pearl Jam and I don't know, bands like that where you're standing up the whole time and kind of rocking the fuck out, and it's just not a thing.
Oh shit.
Nicole has said she would give up all of her records if she could see live music every night. No, absolutely.
Yeah, I've seen the only one I've ever seen is McCoy Tyner. I saw McCoy Tyner in 1997, I think, or 8 in LA. And I had tickets to Freddie Hubbard, but he got sick at Sacramento State. He got sick and he canceled the show, and I was devastated because he's like been my idol since like, you know, the early 90s. And I saw Harry Connick Jr. and that was one of the during his big band era, and that was like one of the greatest shows I've ever seen. It's like
I saw Harry Connick Jr. He was probably 20. Yeah, because he was 21 because that album he had that was called 21 came out.
I love that. That album has influenced me like beyond no other.
And he opened. It was Branford Marsalis was the headliner, and Harry Connick opened for him. And why I always remember the show because you know I'm up front, and they had tables. There's this place called the Bottom Line near NYU. It no longer exists. NYU bought the space and turned it into some theater for the college, the university. But you know, they had these 2 tables marked reserved, and then in the middle of Harry Connick's show, who comes in together? Bill Cosby and Miles Davis.
Oh, wow.
And now, you know, it's funny. I look at it now, and I was like, yeah, I see how those guys had a lot in common. You know? But they came in together, had a table together, and just were talking. But yeah, it would seem fitting that they would, you know, be hanging together.
I looked for a place where I could watch the Cosby Show streaming because the Cosby Show was really one of my gateways into jazz because he played so much on there. He played the episode where I think it was Robert Culp from, you know, the
Ice Spy. Yeah.
Where they sing King Pleasure, they sing There I Go, you know, they do that whole thing. And then the women can come down and do the part. And then, you know, the very last episode, they play If I Were a Bell as the exit music, you know, at the end.
I mean, the Bill Cosby's downfall was traumatic for me, man. I mean, like,
yeah, I mean, he was like,
I grew up with that guy and looking up to him, Fat Albert. Like,
I was with this. I was brought up by a single mom, so he really. I listened to all his comedy albums and stuff, and he really was, you know, being as being as a single with a single mother. Like, I looked for kind of those surrogate dads in popular culture, and so it was very upsetting to me, the whole thing. Yeah,
Me too. I mean, Fat Albert when I was super young, it's one of the first shows I ever remember existing, and then the Cosby Show, of course, is a 80s, early 90s kid.
And that's why I can still watch it, because it wasn't just him. It was an entire ensemble of people.
Yeah.
All these people behind the scenes.
Oh yeah.
Should they be all punished for him? There was a lot more than just him in the show.
Oh man, the actors in that show were great. I mean, Lisa Bonet was amazing.
Oh god, I had a poster. That Rolling Stones cover of her that came out. I had that on my wall. I mean, I was obsessed with her. I thought she was amazing.
But just you talk about the whole cultural aspect of the show, because like musicians. I mean, Betty Carter would do cameo appearances on the show. All these musicians that that most people weren't.
That's why I wanted to watch it, because I didn't know that until you just said it. And I want to go back and recognize that with the knowledge I have now, and say, holy shit, I didn't even realize that when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was really cool too, because the Huxtables represented like this upper class or upper middle class black family, right? Which was something that I didn't experience. I mean,
it inspired me as a poor kid in a white ghetto, in a white shitty area where the police are coming in all the time. It inspired me as well, just as a white kid, just because he was advocating for carrying yourself with dignity and reaching for something better. And that spoke to me even as a kid that didn't have the same experience, but I was still growing up in rough areas and shitty areas, and I always wanted to elevate myself out of that by looking at art and things like that.
What was sort of funny about that was, you had a whole group of people saying, "Oh, that's not a realistic portrayal," or whatever. But then, and I would always go, yeah. But then, then you guys were saying the same thing about Good Times back in the 70s. You're saying, so you can't win. You do want to show that's not.
Yeah, I was surprised when I heard that.
You go the opposite end. Well, that's not a realistic. It's television. Yeah,
And you need the Good Times, and you need the Cosby Show, and you need a mix. You need a realistic representation of everyone's point of view. It's not just one thing.
Right.
Yeah.
I've gone blank. What was the spinoff from All in the Family that became super huge?
The Jeffersons.
The Jeffersons. Thank you.
Yeah.
That was another example, moving on up, and they were successful and stuff. That was a really, I mean, culturally, those shows didn't even All in the Family. I mean, the racist people didn't realize that it was a social commentary.
Right. No.
Social commentary, but those shows were super important.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's insane to think that they were dealing with the same issues then, and then we're still dealing with the same issues.
Oh, God.
Decades and decades later.
But do you think you could make a show like All in the Family now?
Absolutely not.
No. I don't think.
I mean, even just the dynamics between Archie and Edith would get people freaked out now.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. There's so many. Just going back and looking at those shows, you're like, no, there's just no way that those shows would be, what do they call it, greenlit or whatever. It just, then they don't make it through the whole process.
Well, how about, I mean, you look at the Jeffersons, you had Tom, and I can't remember his wife's name, but the interracial couple.
Yeah. What's her name's mom? Lenny Kravitz's mother.
Oh yeah, it is Lenny Kravitz's mom.
Yeah.
I mean,
Roxy Roker.
That's a huge, crazy thing for back then, right?
Yeah.
So, that was another Lenny Kravitz. I was just talking about Chance. He brought up Lenny Kravitz in one of his videos recently, and that was another one. I was a huge Cult fan, the Cult band, and those were the first concerts I ever went to as a kid. And I went to the Ceremony concert in San Bernardino, and Lenny Kravitz, when he had his first album with Let Love Rule and all that, was the opener for them.
Oh wow.
And that was the other, besides the Harry Connick Show, where I heard like a horn section, because it was all guitar, a bass guitar, and drums, and a singer. that's all. That was like all I was exposed to. But that Lenny Kravitz concert, like being exposed to a horn section, was just that blew me away. And they totally, he should have been the headliner because they blew away the Cult. Like after the Cult was so uneventful after that Lenny Kravitz. Another one was Lollapalooza, and they had George Clinton and the P-Funk All-Stars. Totally blew away, and even the Beastie Boys after that totally blew away everything. The headliners, which was Smashing Pumpkins, who were horrible. The Breeders were horrible. Those were our gods, our idols at the time. Was my band, like we would cover their songs, when we played live and stuff, and we were totally disappointed with them. And like I was like, who George Clinton, the P-Funk? I'm like, aren't these all the Snoop Dogg songs? These are all the Dr. Dre songs. I'm like, oh, these guys are awesome. These guys are amazing.
I've gotten screwed over the last year. Herbie Hancock did his tour, and the only show he canceled was here in Dallas, which sucked ass. And then George Clinton was going to be at an outdoor brewery show, like 10 miles from my house, and I was going to it, and then he canceled because he was sick. I was like, shit, man. Like two legends, I totally missed out on them, which I may or may not have a chance to see.
I wanted to tell Nicole before she left that I'm thinking about buying these tickets. They're doing this show called Studio Riv Bay Revisited. These series of concerts up here, and Studio Riv Bay was Sam Rivers' loft scene where he had a concert, a bunch of concerts held there, and they're doing a bunch of shows at the former location of his studio. And the one night I want to go, James Brandon Lewis is the headliner, and it's only like $25 a ticket.
Yeah, that's not bad.
No, not at all.
I'd love to see him. He's got a new record coming out. I think that's what was following on Bandcamp for him.
Yeah,
I think
because it's actually on Anti. Yeah, which is Tom Waits' label.
Oh, is it? No shit.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
yeah.
Oh, Anti, yeah.
I was wondering. I was wondering if I should get because Tom Waits aren't cheap. Like I want Closing Time, I want Heart Attack of Vine, I want Rain Dogs. And I'm wondering, since it's on Island with the UK issues, probably be good as well.
Yeah,
the Island label.
Well, yeah, and I don't foresee any Island Tom Waits is being reissued soon. I think he has a dispute.
They've reissued stuff, but no one likes it that I've read online at least.
Yeah, the stuff, but is it the Island stuff that's really, or is it the Asylum, the Electro Asylum stuff?
Oh, I thought it was all Island. So
because there's no Rain Dogs reissue. There's no Rain Dogs reissue.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And because I had read that he's had a dispute with Island, and that's what it led to them not being reissued, because I haven't seen, I just can't recall of a reissue of anything on Elektra. On Island, because I know that Frank Wild Years has never been reissued.
What do you think about those early '80s records where he's doing like a Louis Armstrong impression? Does that like bother you or?
Nope, doesn't bother me at all.
Okay.
Doesn't bother me at all. I love Tom Waits. I love Tom Waits. Always have.
I've never gotten into him. I remember like the Saturday Night Live appearances he did. That's about my only.
Yeah. Well, if you ever catch, they replay it a lot. His Austin City Limits special. That is one of the most replayed classic episodes of Austin City Limits. If you check out, usually most PBS shows Austin City Limits around 11 o'clock on Saturday night. And when they show their archived episodes, that one's like one of the ones that's brought back the most. And it's like it's a performance art piece, and it's probably one of their best episodes they ever had.
Yeah. I've only seen him once live, and that was when they did the Frank Wild Years tour.
Oh, that. Yeah.
And that was phenomenal. He did it. And he rented. I think it was the Richard Rodgers Theater on Broadway, and did the whole series of performances there, and it was great. It was fabulous.
That's crazy. I've only seen the the DVD of it, but
Well, we've been going for almost 4 hours and 40 minutes. What you got, Mike? You got something else?
Yeah, well, this is a YouTube channel. I want to show you guys. You guys may have come across it, but how do I share my screen? Give me 1 second. All right, so I'm gonna play it at like 360p, so hopefully it plays okay. But these are like young kids who have like 60,000 followers, and they shred. It's a trio, and okay, hopefully my screen share.
Oh yeah.
New Jazz Underground. This is just like one that I really like, but they do. I mean, I like all their stuff, but they are killer.
For sure.
Let me see if you guys can hear this. Hold on. Can you hear that?
No.
Shit, I don't know how to make it so, because I have my headphones in. Usually, is there no like direct feed to this?
I don't know.
Damn it. All right, hold on. Let me take my headphones out. Give me 1 second. All right, can you guys hear me still?
For sure.
All right, okay, let me play. Rewind it. Good. I like wish they would put out an album. He's playing soprano, but he plays tenor. I think he has a few basses too. He has like I think he has a bigger like double bass. Is that a double bass? Or is that a bass? They have a cool style, very unique. Well, anyway, I just wanted to give them a shout out because they're awesome. I love them.
No, I totally agree. I'll watch some stuff for sure.
That is really cool. Thanks for sharing that.
I'll drop a link to the video, and you can get to their channel through that if anybody's interested. But yeah, they do like Oleo. I found them because I was searching like for Oleo, like the Miles Davis version of it, and they popped up, so I checked them out. And I'm late to the party, but they're killer. All right, and then 2 more records really quick.
Yeah, great. Sure.
All right, so this isn't. These are both Argo actually. So let me share my screen. One of them will have familiar face for sure. Really happy to get it. This is a Night at the Village Vanguard. I'm usually not into Kenny Burrell's stuff so much. I always say I like him as I like my Grant Greens and Kenny Burrell's as sidemen, Wes Montgomery's as sidemen. I generally just like, a little bit of guitar. So, but this is kind of the exception for real. So it's just him, bass, and drums at the Village Vanguard, and it's great. The drummer on it is who is it? It's Richard Davis bass and Roy Haynes on drums.
Oh yeah, come on.
And they rip. They're really good. So happy to get this one. There's a reissue of this on Cadet that you can get for cheap. So if you're interested in this, has different cover, but it's the same record. And this is a promo copy.
I swear Richard Davis just like brings like this street cred to any record he's on. I don't know.
Yeah. So this was a good one. And then another Argo, which this I was literally just searching. It came up and I was like, what is this? This is Mike, let me know if you've heard of this. This is Gene Shaw. Do you know Gene Shaw?
Whoa, what's that?
So
I've heard of it, but I've heard of that, but I have not heard it.
So Gene Shaw, he played under a different name with Mingus. it was something I forget what his name was, but he had apparently the story is like they had a big fight. And he
Yeah.
left,
Oh God.
you know?
Yeah. I don't know which one. I'm trying to think of the album session.
His name's not Gene Shaw. It's something.
No.
Shaw.
Yeah, it's I don't want to say Arabic or something like that, but
Hold on, I'll get it here. I'll get it. Google
yeah,
search.
he's one of those players that Mingus bullied and basically he drove him away.
I think his name was Clarence Shaw.
Yeah, that's
right. And he came back and he put out I think like 3 albums for Argo, and this one I like a lot, and it was one of the more his stuff's kind of expensive.
What kind of style is it?
This is like maybe like bop, post bop style. It's pretty. It's like I could put this on and my wife won't like protest. So
sure.
Cool.
Who else on that?
I haven't heard of him. I got to check that out immediately.
I highly recommend it. This is like the most fun.
Any
stuff.
trumpet players I don't know about.
When you find stuff that's like killer that like you've never seen anybody talk about before, or at least I've never noticed anybody talking about them. So this is personnel. So here it says personnel Clarence Eugene Shaw. So I guess that's where Gene comes from. Eugene. Trumpet is Sherman Morrison, which I don't know who. Like I've never heard of him. Tenor sax is James Taylor. Piano is Sidney Robinson. Bass is Bernard and No, I'm sorry, I'm messing all this up. Sidney Robinson's bass, James Taylor's piano, Sherman Morrison's tenor sax, and then Bernard Martin is drums. So I don't really know any of these guys, but go give it a stream because it's great. And so this was just a cool one.
The Mingus recordings that he would be on are the East Coasting sessions. I think they're gonna re-release the East Coasting album soon.
Yes.
But Clarence Shaw is on those recordings.
Oh, so that's a Bethlehem. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it looks like you bought the only copy that's available, Mike. So thanks for that.
Oh, sorry.
Like no copies on Discogs.
You got to get your searches and then search it, in the morning and search before you go to bed.
Yeah. And
then when it pops up, grab it. Or you could live a normal life.
Are you guys going to get that Billie Holiday on January 6th?
I am.
Oh, what is that?
Chad.
The 2 things I'm most excited for is Billie Holiday and then the classic series Herbie.
The Empyrean Isles.
Oh yeah.
What's the difference between how they announce the classics and the tone poets? Are the tone poets they don't do that for like the whole year? Do they?
They do, but they haven't yet. So
okay.
Stay tuned to the Jazz Bums channel, and as soon as the list comes out, we'll put a video for it.
Hard.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, I had that. That was one of the first things I bought that was wax time that I got rid of. I had that and a Patsy Cline that was wax time, and I got rid of them. So I can't wait to get that. Yeah.
I've got a Mod Jamal on wax time. I've been trying to sell on Discogs for 6 months.
Which one is that?
Just a shitty. Well, it's not shitty. It's wax time. Wax time's one of those Russian labels, or
It's Spanish, I think,
or Spanish, whatever. Yeah.
Well, Dole is Spanish, that's for sure.
Yeah.
About getting there's an Ahmed Jamal on Epic because I was digging into the Epic those records I was showing earlier, and what I like about he has I think 2 or maybe more, but there's one like just called Ahmed Jamal. I think it's like a really simple cover, but he has Ahmed's Blues on that, and that's like the song I want. And I think he recorded it for Argo, but it's only on that white like double album with the gold.
Just buy that.
Yeah, but that can get pricey, and I've actually found that in a shop, and I went to the listening station, and it sounded really bad. So I don't know, like if it was recorded well or anyway. But I'm looking out for a copy of any copy of Ahmed's Blues. But I think the best one to get, and it's the most popular one, is that Pershing one.
Absolutely.
That is like such a killer record.
Yeah.
The AP version they just put out suddenly last year is fucking great, man.
Yeah. It's like, yeah.
And I mean, he did. Ahmad Jamal did a lot of stuff for. I want to say, I don't know if it's the French division of Verve, and the in the 90s, early 2000s that are killer.
Oh wow!
He also did some stuff on another label called Telarc, and his style is I don't want to say totally. You can see how his style evolved.
Oh, you have it. Oh, really? How does that sound, Felipe?
It sounds good, not excellent, great, but
It's pretty early. I think it's like 53, 54 recordings.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I think I could be.
I mean, the record store day of my Jamal stuff was great.
Oh, that. I think that's a different one, Felipe. Is Ahmed's Blues on that?
No.
Yeah, I think it's a different one.
It's more like standards, but it's the Epic label. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like $1 record. It's pretty good.
Is it? Do you have any other Epic? Do you guys have Epic records? Because this is like.
I have.
I've got a couple thousand Epic records, bro.
Epic.
Now, the only Epic record that I have jazz-wise is that Jaco Pastorius record. Which is
And how does that sound?
It's fucking amazing, dude. That record's what do you think, Mike? Do you like the self-titled Jaco record? Agree with it?
Vaguely. I've lately, in the last few years, I've become more familiar with Jaco, and I like it because it's that period, that sort of jazz that I had not listened to, when I first started, and now I sort of listen to everything.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I mean, he plays that.
I'm totally lost when it comes to that area. He was in a Weather Report. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
those Weather Report records are fucking great too.
Yeah.
They're good. They're cheap.
Because when I first started listening to jazz, a lot of people Weather Report, I was like, I'm not listening to that. And now I'm like, okay,
Now, do you like all like formulations of Weather Report, or do you have preferences like the earlier stuff with? Was Wayne Shorter part of the core?
Yes,
he was the leader. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was.
Well, I mean, he was the Joe. Was,
Joe and Wayne. Those are the ones.
Yeah.
I've sampled Heavy Weather, and it just didn't do it for me. But like
that Birdland song's fucking killer, though, man.
What is it?
That Birdland, the Birdland song from Heavy Weather.
Oh, okay.
That bitch on repeat when I'm on the lawn all the time. It's fucking great.
Yeah.
It's catchy,
I'll get to it. I mean
that and like some of the like the Return to Forever stuff with Chick Corea is fucking great. I think.
Yeah.
I like everything though, so I can listen to old ass big band and Dixieland all the way to the new stuff, and I just like it all.
Now, Chris, where are you at in Texas?
Fort Worth.
And how far is that from like Austin?
Oh, about 3.5 hours.
Oh, okay, all right. Because there's a great label out of Austin that does just avant-garde, mostly avant-garde. Or I hate to say, I hate that term. Astral Spirits. And I mean, they've got I know like three of their recordings are on like my favorites from this year, and but yeah, they do a really good job as far as price wise. I mean, you can get some of their albums are like $15.
Oh wow!
And 15 to $20, and they're really well done.
What's the name of the label?
Astral Spirits.
Okay.
And great cover art. Like which one? Like
they're on Bandcamp. That's cool.
Yeah. Like I got this one album from them, this group called Survival Unit 3, and this insert came in the album. And it's just a photograph of the three musicians. But that came inside the album.
What's in
And they do like, I guess they only printed 500 albums, but everything I've had from them has been excellent.
All right, I've followed them on Bandcamp.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting? I mean, with these newer artists or new stuff, like Bandcamp's cool, but if you go to the hang on, I'm trying to make you not big. If you go to the artist website, sometimes even the records are even cheaper.
Yeah.
Right? It's cool, you know.
Yeah. I had ordered. What did I? There's this. She's a cellist. Her name is Peggy Lee. She lives in Vancouver, and I ordered stuff from her from Bandcamp. And like the first thing I ordered from her was an album that she put out. And you know, of course, it comes from her. It comes directly from her like home address, and
That's
then.
awesome.
And then I had ordered like some CDs, and then she had sent me an email saying, "Oh, I don't have any more of those CDs, but if and saying, oh, I can replace it with this one, and just you have direct communication with the artist, so that was pretty cool. Yeah.
I'm glad you told me about this astral spirits. I'm gonna check that out.
Yeah,
Austin's such a cool. I mean. We're not gonna get political again. We already did that last time, but like Austin is my vibe in Texas, man. I mean, there's a couple of really cool record shops. There's one called End of an Era that has a lot of used jazz, super reasonably priced, which is cool. And then Waterloo Records is off of 6th Street in Austin, and they have the best like new release jazz section I've ever seen. I mean, it's like insane. You can go there and find, shit that, has come out 2 years ago that you'll never find anywhere else, and they still have a copy. So
yeah, on that label, there's one of the albums. Hey, there's one album by this guy. His name is Charles Rumbach. It's called Seven Bridges. I really like it because they do a really good version of David Bowie's Fall Dogs, and It's just really good, and it's jazz, but like I said, they're doing Bowie interpretations. Yeah.
$15. Wow, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, man.
So Roberto, you went shopping?
Yeah, so I went to Acoustic Sounds website.
Okay.
Did some damage there. You know that every time Chad's uploads those videos of things that he has on stock or repressing, it just messes my mind, and it's just like he's grabbing my wallet. So I ended up buying some jazz and non-jazz stuff, so I'll just show the jazz titles quick.
Cool.
But this one,
oh cool,
oh yeah.
So I've never listened to him, and I just grew tired of just listening to Sinatra all the time.
Hey.
Sure.
Yeah, so I bought the Bobby Cole for the RSD.
Yeah.
And decided to buy this one too, trying to give a chance to other male singers. Anyone listen to this?
I have not.
Oh, yeah.
I love Parabellum Funko though.
No.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people, sing the praises of that one.
Yeah. So the other one, you guys have seen it a lot. It's Dean Martin.
Oh, that's
right there.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, the other day I just heard that, and it's really good.
It's excellent. He has a jazz, I don't know if it's a trio behind him, but it's like, I've looked at Dino's full discography, and for me personally, there's 3 Dean records that are worth getting out of the 500 he put out, and that is on top of the list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember the other two, the top of your mouth?
Yeah. It's there's a Capitol one that he does with Nelson Riddle called "Come Swing with Me," I think, or no, This Time I'm Swinging. And if you can get the Mo-Fi version of that, they put the single "Ain't That a Kick in the Head" on it. So that's the copy you want. But if you get the OG one, it's very affordable. But that one's good.
And that's big band for sure, right?
What's that?
Big band.
That it's Riddle. So it's basically Sinatra's band from 58, 59. So or no, earlier than that, 55, 56. So that one, and then his Winter Romance one, that it has Christmas songs on side 2, but the first side is really just a winter themed album, and that's a great one to get as well. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else, but those 3 are, yeah.
One thing about him is that tripped me out is when I forget who said it, but that Elvis was really influenced by him, and that just like hit a light bulb in my head of like, oh yeah, Elvis really liked Dean Martin, and when you hear that and you start re-listening to Elvis, especially like some of those love songs, it's like, oh wow, I can totally hear it.
I bought this one too.
Okay.
Maybe you can see it right there.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So I have the record store day one from Resonance, and this one is 45 RPM, and apparently was remastered using all tube system. And I don't know, I was like intrigued of how this sounds, so I might just do a shootout and see which one sounds better and just keep the better.
Cool, do it. That'd be awesome.
That would be cool to see.
This one, Roots, Jimmy Witherspoon,
okay,
and Ben Webster.
Oh,
so this is totally a blind buy, but anything that has Ben Webster,
right?
Good. And I listened to Jimmy Witherspoon from the Prestige series, the one that Chat released. I don't remember the name of it, but that one was pretty good too.
That cover reminds me of there's this Jerry Mulligan meets Ben Webster. Hold on.
That's great.
So you guys know this record. This is acoustic sounds as well, and this was repressed with this cover, and then they put it on the back just to show it off. But I feel like the art is very similar to what you just showed there.
Yeah, that's a good record. I love that record.
Yeah, this is a cool one.
Looks like a Picasso painting almost.
Yeah.
And last but not least, Bill Evans live at Montreux.
Oh, okay. Hang on.
This is the 45 RPM.
Yeah.
That's a better one.
But
Have you listened to that yet? You haven't heard it? Oh my god.
Came with a seam split. I don't know if you see it, but it's small. I'll just keep it. I'm not gonna.
That's what it is.
There's so much.
That's an outstanding record, though. That is a fucking badass record. I'm telling you, it's one of the top 5, sounding records in my collection. I would say.
Was that one in the box set?
No,
not at all. No.
Yeah, that's what year? That later. Jack DeJohnette on drums.
God, it's so fucking good, man.
Yeah,
it's really good. That 45 sounds amazing.
1968.
Yeah, I as much as I like the Evans with LaFaro, and I love Paul Motion, I find myself listening to the later Bill Evans more.
Yeah,
with Eddie Gomez, with all those other guys on drums, Elliot Zigman, who's the other? I find myself listening to those more.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair. Do you have the MPS Symbiosis record?
I do not.
I do. I do have it.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Pretty good.
Friday Night's is good. The spring one. What the fuck's it? I can't remember the name of it. It just came out. The reissue came out from 45 from Kraft.
Yeah, I have that one. That's the solo one.
Is it solo? I don't remember.
What?
No, it's not solo. I think it's a trio, though, right?
No, the Kraft one. There's one Kraft.
In spring or something.
Yeah, it's that 45 RPM.
Yeah, that sounds good, man.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Like I like that stuff maybe more than the Riverside stuff, honestly. After I spent $900 on that fucking box set.
I mean, you know what it is. When you start listening to jazz, that's the Bill Evans that you listen to.
Yeah.
And you listen to it.
Yeah.
And then, I've heard it. And I've heard the later Bill Evans less so. So that, it's just, it holds my attention more.
Yeah. 2 really good Riversides are, I can't find the other one, but the Cannonball Adderley with Bill Evans. And this has the lineup on it. It's such classic Riverside. So Cannonball Adderley, Bill Evans, Percy Heath, and Connie Kay. Well, I guess Connie Kay is not classic Riverside, but having a Heath on there. And then the other one I'm listening to is it's the one I can't find right now, but it's the one with Freddie Hubbard. It's like Inter something, and it has, what is it? Interplay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that one's really good. So
Yeah,
those
Maggie, Suicide is Painless is on that Bill Evans from Kraft.
I don't know why I haven't streamed it yet because
it's fucking
that
great, man.
album has been shown like 1,000 times this year.
That's really good.
There's just so much stuff, you know.
And he does. I think on the record store the day ones, he does Suicide is Painless. At least one of them, one of the releases.
Yeah, I've got like 5 or 6 of those. I didn't get the Ronnie. I think I'm only missing the Ronnie Scotts, and I heard it sounded like shit anyway. So
yeah, same here. I don't have that one either.
Yeah.
Speaking of television soundtracks, that link I just put in the chat,
Mhm.
I put it in earlier, is Bob James doing the Taxi.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh no shit.
I don't know if you've seen that YouTube video, but it's so dang good. It's him. It's piano, bass, and drums, and they go off on it. And but the sound of that, that I don't know if it's like a Rhodes electric piano, but I'm not sure which kind of electric piano. It's just when I saw it, I was like, oh, I'm gonna watch this a million times because I love it. I hope that's the right thing.
Taxi was a great fucking show too.
Oh.
I want to get that Bob James album too with it on there, but this is like a recent video just of like them, this little trio doing it in the studio.
Yeah, it looks like a Rhodes and
Would y'all like the stuff where Bill is just playing like with himself? I mean, playing with himself, like where he's like playing a couple records where he like plays the piano and then he like. Then he also plays in another, it's like overdubbed.
Yeah.
He did a bunch of that shit, and it's
really
fucking genius, man.
Yeah, I thought that would be. I was like, it's gonna be gimmicky, but no,
dude, it's fucking amazing. I mean, he was such a genius on the piano. Yeah, so he'll like on a couple of these records, Baggy, he'll play the piano, and then the overdub is him listening to himself playing, and then kind of like answering himself, basically.
Isn't there one where on the cover it's him with like 2 piano or like 2 synths or something, and they're like 90 degreed, and he's like playing them both at the same time?
Yeah, there's that, and there's somewhere he's just only playing piano. There's another one I have where he plays piano and then the Rhodes kind of like responding to himself again. And then the Bill Evans, what is that one? The Bill Evans album or something on Columbia is pretty good. I got like 30 Bill Evans records. I don't know. I got a shit ton of them. Maybe 40.
Yeah.
Got a fucking man crush on him for sure. Like it's the mystery of his brain when he's been hunched over the piano, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Well, now I got all those OJC Riversides, and I feel like I just have so much Bill Evans now that I'm just like not buying his stuff. I know like you showed earlier, Chris, that is it Carnegie Hall Volume 1 or something? That recent Verve that just came out?
No, Town Hall.
Town Hall. So I know everybody's saying it sounds good, but I'm like, I have like how many Bill Evans records am I gonna get?
I streamed it and I liked it so much, and I was like, oh god.
I bought it and I listened to it, and I was just like, I was working when I listened to it though, but I was just like, okay, yes. You know what I mean? Like, I have this.
Yeah.
So, any Bill Evans record that Analog Productions puts out, I'm going to buy.
Stunty's been saying was on Michael's doing a Michael stream thing. I like what Stunty said over and over again. It's like you can't have everything. You can't own everything.
I mean, you can try.
Yeah.
No, what I'm looking forward to is Night Train. I mean, that is a fucking killer record. The Oscar
Peterson.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. I've been
listening to that all summer, and that's when I'm really until the Billie Holiday was announced. That was like my big excitement, but Billie Holiday a little bit more than that one.
Yeah. I used to stream that at work for like a year straight when I would just put my headphones in and just do work.
That's probably the best Oscar Peterson I've ever heard.
Man, I got a bunch of Oscar Peterson too. Did anybody heard the? Do y'all have the NPS records he did, like for my friends stuff? Do you have any of those? So
into that,
I have his West Side Story one.
Well, this came out last year, and it's hella cheap compared to Bill Evans. This was the. Let me make myself big here. This is the MPS records. He recorded them at the home of the MPS guy, exclusively for my friends, and so it's like 1, 2, 3, 6, or 1, 2, 3, yes, I don't know, 5 or 6 records, right? And it's really good. It's like you can get
That's
it
still
for $5.
available.
Do what?
That's
Can you-
still available.
Yeah, it's still available on Amazon.
Yeah, it should be. I don't have the LPs because I bought like years ago. I bought this a used CD set for like $25.
Oh, sure, yeah, absolutely.
And but it's great. I'd recommend getting that. I mean,
you can find the individual records for like $10 as well if you want to like hunt them down. I've got 2 of them that I bought in the wild before that came out. But man, I tell y'all the MPS Reforest the Legend, I think they call the series, or the AAA series. All those MPS reissues are all AAA. There were $25, and most of them are badass.
yeah. Then what's the one? The other MPS, not piano. The Jim Hall.
Yeah, the Jim Hall's,
and it seems like a lot of people have like missed that this year.
Yeah,
it is really good.
Mike, do you usually buy new releases or do you buy like old used stuff as well?
I buy everything.
Okay.
Yeah, I buy everything.
Now this is badass too, though. I don't know if y'all have seen this. Let me show you this. This was a comp that they put out recently in Cosmic Forest, Spiritual Sounds. So Nicola Conti did this. This is fucking killer, man. Really cool.
That's a cool cover.
Yeah, it's a comp. So I mean, it's got all kinds of neat shit on it. It's Spiritual Sounds of MPS. I love MPS. So that's a cool one.
I like Nicola Conte's stuff. He's more like jazz lounge music.
Yeah, for sure.
His best album for me is what is it? Jet Sounds. It's very good.
I don't have anything but that of his, but yeah, I've there's a couple of records at my local that have been sitting there forever, and I'm just gonna snatch up. But MPS wise, let me show you all 2 more records real quick. So the best one that's coming out of this reissue series,
I see it already.
absolutely the very best is this one right here. I mean, Mirror Mirror, Joe Henderson, Chick Corea, Ron Carter, and Billy Higgins.
Wow.
This one's fucking killer, man.
Wow, that looks great.
Yeah, Vinyl Plays did a issue of it, and then it just came out.
Yeah.
And so you see, audiophile, analog remastering.
What's the
Who's Billy Higgins?
Huh?
Is he a drummer?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a drummer, yeah. And then another one that I really enjoyed is this Clark Terry.
Oh wow.
Artistry Clark Terry. I mean,
what is that? Is that like a cornet he's playing, or is that like a?
Looks like a flugelhorn.
That's a flugelhorn.
It does look like let me see. Hang on. Oh shit. That's
Freddie plays flugelhorn a lot too.
I didn't realize how big it was.
You got Clark Terry. This is like a big band record. I mean, it's got a whole like 10 people playing violin, violas, cello, bunch of double basses, trumpets. I mean, it's like a big band thing. But this series, the Reforest the Legend, I think it was called. They're still putting stuff out, and they're cheap. They're like $25. They're fucking killer, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is another MPS right here. The Dexter.
Yeah, I got that one too. That one's great.
Yeah. And Slide Hampton on the.
Who else on that one? Who else on that one? Dexter.
Slide Hampton, Dizzy Reese, Kenny Drew.
Yes.
Niels Henning, Ostred Peterson, and Arthur Taylor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
That's pretty good. I need to get into MPS. I got to check them out more. I have one MPS record coming, but it's like a weird. It's like a Prestige. Did Prestige like morph into MPS?
No, Prestige reissued a bunch of the MPS shit.
Okay. Because I have a Carmel Jones that's coming in, and I'll show it. It's kind of an interesting record. It's kind of rare, actually.
No, the one that surprised me that's really good is this Monty Alexander. Here comes.
Oh my god, I want that so bad.
Oh, cool.
I want all Monty Alexander stuff.
Yeah, it's fucking great. I mean, it's obviously that's a cover of the Beatles song, but
did you watch his interview that Primer just did recently?
No, with Monty Alexander.
Yes.
No, dude, I'm gonna check it out.
So good, dude. I can listen to that guy read the phone book. He's I love listening
Oh,
to that guy
cool.
talk.
He's cool.
I think I forget who did an interview with him before, like years ago when he first had that record store day a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I forget who interviewed him then. It was probably either Ken or Final Rundown.
Yeah.
But Firmer just now spoke to him, and it's a pretty nice. It's on that tracking angle. But yeah, I that was one of the only record store day thing that I've ever missed that I really still want to get.
That makes sense. So, Mirror Mirror. I mean,
How much was that mirror?
$25, dude.
Is it on like Amazon?
I mean, it was on. I buy a bunch of the MPS stuff from Acoustic Sounds usually.
Was that a jazz dispensary?
No, it's just MPS.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they have this series of records that they're reissuing. I mean, shit, I'll bring it up. Let's see. Or you can, Mike, if you want to just bring up MPS on Acoustic Sounds. They got a ton of shit that's out, and it's all really good.
And I can't go into Acoustic Sounds anymore. I have to stop.
Yeah, yeah, Mike, it's on Amazon too for $19.
Yeah, they're cheap.
All right, I'll sample it. Check it out.
Let me share my screen. I'm going to show you a couple of these. So
okay. And then I want to share something after you, Chris, but it's not as urgent.
Well, nothing's urgent. I mean, we've been on for 5 damn hours. I mean,
we're finally getting to like the meat of it now.
Yeah.
A little warm up.
Okay, so the symbiote. Let me make it a little bit bigger. Symbiosis is fucking awesome, right? Like we talked about that already. I don't even know what this one is. I haven't seen that one. Lee Konitz.
No, I haven't.
There's Monty Alexander I just talked about. I don't know who that guy is.
Oh, I have that record.
Oh, in stock too, right? Like
I have that high voltage.
Count Basie.
Which one? Oh, do you really? The Count Basie? Yeah.
Yeah, I have OG of that one.
This is the box set that I have, right? This is the Jim Hall that Mike was talking about. That's awesome. You got George Duke. I posted this on Instagram. Don Ellis. Are you not familiar with Don Ellis at all?
Yeah, he's a trumpet player, right?
Yeah.
He has a record on New Jazz that's pretty good.
Yeah, he's got some shit in the 70s. It's like he's like avant-garde big band, which is really fucking cool. The Joe Henderson. I mean, look, they're $21 even on Chad's site. So this Oscar Peterson's good. I need to get this Monty Alexander. I don't have that one. We don't have to
Where's MPS from?
Germany,
yeah. Oh yeah, this Freddie Hubbard's Killer.
Yeah, that's pretty famous.
And then that's the one I was showing you, the Nicola Conte Cosmic Forest. I mean, I've got this one. I've got a bunch of them. But they're so cheap, and they're AAA. I mean, it's pretty cool. They also have these best of records, which I haven't bought. But anyway,
Chris, can you search for Kenny Burrell, The Cats?
I mean, what am I searching for?
Kenny Burrell, The Cats. I just want to. Yeah, I just want to. Click on there it is. It's a pink one.
Oh yeah, that's coming out, right?
Yeah, so click on that. So this is like a very, very rare and expensive record.
Yeah, Felipe has this.
OJC's putting it out. It's on pre-order now. I don't know when, but I every week check to see if it's in. I can't wait for this to come out.
Yeah, no, me too.
Hey, can you tag me on Instagram if it does? Because
yeah, for sure.
I have to have that for obvious reasons.
Yeah, I mean it's got
$10. I'll tag you.
So,
yeah, I mean, it's got Tommy Flanagan, John Coltrane, Kenny Burrell, and Idris Suleiman.
It has
I
an
went to
issue.
my Discogs want list. It's fit for for a few years.
Yeah, I've seen the OJC in stores for $120, and that's just the OJC.
Oh wow!
It's a really hard record to get.
Wow.
So yeah, when this comes in stock, I'm definitely jumping on it.
Is OJC part of Concord Music?
Yes.
That craft edition? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Andrew's waiting for the Tommy Flanagan Overseas to be back in stock. Analog Productions, I'm presuming. I've got those prestiges from NL Productions for $40 are pretty kick ass. I mean,
So good.
Has anyone heard of Henry Threadgill? I have not.
I love Henry Threadgill. I was gonna go see him a while back, but then he ended up canceling the show. But he's been doing, gosh, I want to say since the 70s he's been doing stuff out of Chicago. He's a great composer. He's still doing stuff. He won the Pulitzer, I want to maybe 3-4 years ago. Really, they just reissued this album of his, and it's just great. And he's got a real good large discography.
Did you just have that in like arm's reach?
No, when I saw
what
okay. Sorry.
I grabbed it.
He's prepared, man.
And Nicole loves Henry Threadgill also.
I gotta check him out.
You know, it's funny. Every time you or Nicole like a record that I put up on Instagram, I'm like, yes.
But you know how I got into Henry Threadgill? There used to be this magazine called Musician Magazine. It was really good. They had really great interviews with musicians, and they interviewed Henry Threadgill, and he was talking about Wynton Marsalis, and he was going, Wynton Marsalis is saying, he does this and he does that. So I played all that stuff, and I wasn't familiar with Henry Threadgill. I was like, who the hell is this guy talking crap? So I walk down there, I go to Tower Records, and I buy a Henry Threadgill CD.
All right.
He was also on Columbia at the time. And I listened to it, and ever since then, I really like this stuff. It's nothing in common with Wynton.
Right.
No.
Well, yes and no, but Have you
not watched the Harvard series that he did on YouTube?
Yeah, I thought
Marsalis. Yeah. I haven't gotten through it's pretty long, but I've started it multiple times. It's great. And then he also has a concert piece that goes along with it, right? There's at least one lecture where he speaks, and then him and his band play something, and then he'll fill in with some lecture, and then they'll play. I don't know if you guys, is that the same one that you guys are?
All of them. Yeah, it's the whole thing.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah,
very cool.
It's good. And there's there's I guess I don't know, say sort of a shorter version of that. Years ago, he had put out, it first came, I think it's available on DVD. It may be even on YouTube, but it was originally on VHS, and it was called Blues and Swing. And it's the same thing. He starts off, it may have been Harvard at some college, and he's talking about music, and then there are interludes with the band, and it's with the band with Jeff Watts, Marcus Roberts, and who's on bass? Oh, the bass player was the guy I was playing bass Sunday when I went to smoke. Robert Leslie Hurst III, and they talk about jazz, and then they break away and they perform, and then they come back, and he talks more about jazz. It's really good. I have the VHS and the DVD still.
Do you have a VHS player still?
No.
I want to get one. There's a shop by me that sells records upstairs, but the whole first floor is VHS, and they specialize in B level horror. And I think they actually produce some of that stuff too. But they're really into it. And then they also have a giant Laserdisc collection.
Yes. Somebody asked about Laserdisc in the comments earlier. I used to have a Laserdisc player, and what was really cool about it, it played, not only Laserdisc, but it played, they had another a 10-inch disc, and then they had something the size of CDs. It played all three sides. It was a Sony. It was great. But when the Laserdisc things went,
it was like a huge.
Funny about that.
Play a movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Laserdisc, you know, in the early days of the internet, like 95, 90, 94, 95, 96, I lived in the total ghetto, but for some reason, I got a cable modem like in 1995.
That's
They
amazing.
just put it there in like 1995. So yeah, I was the only person in the neighborhood on it. I mean, it was like just unlimited speed, but so I was looking for stuff, right? And one of my favorite movies is 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. There was no DVD of it. There was like shitty VHS copies. There was a Laserdisc copy. So I mean, in like 1996, I was looking for a Laserdisc player just so I could buy that one movie and play it. But
I mean, Laserdisc was great because, you know, before like they started doing it on DVD, like, you know, you could have the commentary and stuff like that. That
they were letterbox.
All on Laserdisc.
Yeah.
All right.
Because I had the De Niro movie. What's the boxing movie? Jake LaMotta, Raging Bull.
Raging Bull,
on
yeah.
Laserdisc.
Mm-hmm.
And it had, you know, it had the commentary with De Niro, the cinematographer, everything on there.
But how much?
Laserdisc was also great for John Woo movies.
Oh yeah, I bet.
Oh man, those was great. Those were.
What, Roberto?
How much did the Laserdisc cost? Like the movie?
It couldn't have cost that much because I mean I didn't have any money at the time. You know, it wasn't something that would break the bank because I had a nice size collection of Laserdiscs.
Yeah,
I have no idea where they are now. They may be in some storage locker.
I mean, you know, that was like when I graduated. I didn't get into it because I couldn't afford it. I graduated high school in 1994, and it was still around. It was like before.
When did you graduate? When did you graduate?
94.
I graduated in 93.
Yeah. So I mean, they were around. I got into VHS really big in like the mid 90s because I got a super killer. That's a super killer like $600 fucking VHS player and a 36-inch Toshiba TV, which was the fucking shit back then, man. You know.
Was
when
it
DVDs came out, which is fucking awesome. I spent all my money on DVDs.
I was buying for VHS. I was just buying trilogies. I like had every like Die Hard, Indiana Jones, Star Wars. The trilogy was just like a thing for a while.
I remember when those Lord of the Rings came out, those special editions. I would get them at Costco.
Oh, I had those. Yeah, I had the Lord of the Rings.
It would take me like 2 days to watch because it just had hours and hours and hours of all the special content and stuff.
Absolutely.
I love those things.
Criterion came out of Laserdisc. That's cool. You know, I bought that Criterion. Fuck, what's the jazz movie with Dexter Gordon? I talked about it earlier.
Yeah, I have that too. Not Round Midnight. Yeah.
I'm thinking about buying more of those, man. I love the Criterion DVDs in the 90s. I'm thinking about getting into the Criterion.
They're having a sale right now.
Oh God.
They're having a sale right now.
Of course they are. God damn it.
Because I had put one on my little Christmas list for my family. It was this movie from the 70s called Cooley High. And they've released a Criterion version that has, you know, the commentary and all that stuff.
With Townsend?
No, it's with Lawrence Hilton Jacobs.
What did Townsend direct? Was that the High Five Heartbeats?
No. Remember Welcome Back, Kotter? Yeah. Freddie Boom Boom Washington? Mm-hmm. That's Lawrence Hilton Jacobs. He also played Joe Jackson in one of the Jackson 5, I guess, television movie.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Yeah.
Cooley High's from 1975. Okay, never
Yeah,
mind.
it's really good.
I'm thinking of something else.
Garrett Morris from Saturday Night Live is in there, and Cooley High. He plays one high school teacher. It is a really good movie.
So the Criterion collection is kind of like the Tone Poet equivalent in movies.
Yeah.
They've been doing this for a longer time than obviously Joe Harley, but
I've been doing this since the 90s. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
they were. I mean, you know, back in the 90s with DVDs, there was a forum I used to be on this constantly. I cannot remember which forum it was, but you know, for like surround sound and TVs and DVDs and shit, and
yeah, I know.
the
buy the Criterion Collection.
Mm-hmm. The new DVDs that come out every whatever day it was. I don't remember now, but I had thousands of them at one point, and I got rid of a bunch of them. The ones I kept, though, I threw all the boxes away eventually and just kept the disc and put them in these big binders in there at my lake house.
Yep.
Yeah, I know somebody.
It was gonna suck when the DVD renaissance happens in fucking 15 years, and I don't have the fucking boxes for them. They're all worth a fucking fortune. I don't know.
Oh, that's the worst when you find a record and it's like generic sleeve.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got Two-Headed Freep like that, actually. Do y'all all heard Two-Headed Freep, right? I don't know if Mike Jasmine's Mike. Oh my god, dude.
Who?
The Ronnie Foster Two-Headed Freep that came out, a couple months ago or 6 months ago or whatever.
Yeah, it's at first when they announced it was coming out, I was like, I'm not gonna, no.
I streamed it.
I bought it about a month ago.
It's fucking great, but I had an OG that's in a generic sleeve.
Somebody was talking about "In the Mood for Love," the soundtrack, which is a great soundtrack, and I have the LP of that. But all of his, I think Criterion released a box set of that guy's movies. And at the last sale, I bought the box set.
The beauty of that movie is just like the camera shots. They're so, I don't know, it's so beautiful. And I don't know how he did it, but he puts Nat King Cole singing Aquellos Verdes and all, and it's like you're like, wait, I'm seeing a movie from Hong Kong with Nat King Cole singing in the background, but he's Spanish. It's like, whoa, what is this?
I mean, I recommend watch that. If you have not seen that movie, guys, watch that movie.
Yeah.
What is it? For 20 years.
In the Mood for Love. It is really.
There are many scenes that is just silent. It's just he's staring at her, and it's just like for an entire 5 minutes. But it's a beautiful, beautiful movie.
I had purchased, I guess it was originally it was a black market DVD, and I had seen it in a theater, and when I got the DVD, I realized no, something's off about it. Just the whole, the vibrant colors and all that stuff was not there. And then I was like, okay, I just got to get the Criterion. I just got to get the Criterion. It is definitely worth it. And then also I have the soundtrack for his other Chungking Express, which is also a really good. I like that movie also. That was a really good movie. Totally different from In the Mood for Love.
I think I would probably like those movies more now that I'm more mature.
So that came out in 2000. In the Mood for Love.
I think I would probably enjoy it more. I gotta go watch both of those. I'm glad
you gotta watch In the Mood.
Yeah, you have to watch that.
Oh man!
Originally, I was just watching any Asian cinema I could get a hold of because I was just obsessed with it. But I don't remember those movies grabbing me by the neck or anything. But I think those were kind of. They weren't action movies it's like
John Woo and stuff like that. Oh, I love John Woo, but who else do I Asian director? Have you?
Let me grab something that I just got that I'm super elated to get while you're talking.
Have you has anyone ever seen Tampopo?
No.
Oh, it's a really good movie.
Well, I just talked about that with Rachel on my.
I was in the peanut gallery.
You were there? Okay.
Yeah, that is. I have
if you want to come on when I do that, let me know because.
Have y'all done the thing
yet? On my top 10 list.
Have you and Rachel done your thing yet?
Yeah. We talked about I'm so amazed when anyone knows what Tampopo is because
I like all of his movies. The Taxing Lady. Have you seen that one?
No, I don't think I even know who the director's name is. I just love that movie. And I'm obsessed with that movie. I don't think I've looked beyond into
he had supposedly
I have the DVD and that's about it.
Supposedly I can't remember the movie. He did a movie that was sort of it was interpreted as attacking the Yakuza, and they came after him. And then he died, and people think the Yakuza was behind it and stuff like that.
Oh wow!
But I think he got like attacked in public, and and people say it was the Yakuza that was behind it because of the film he made.
I think it's on HBO Max.
You might be right. They have a
Turner Classic Movies section of HBO Max, but it's really Criterion, because Criterion is on streaming. And I think everything on that TCM section, I think, is really just Criterion movies that they put on there. So.
Bye, I'm gonna call it a night. Thanks for the opportunity.
Of course. You're welcome anytime.
Nice to meet you, Roberto.
Nice to meet you too. Bye-bye.
Baggy, I watched the night shift one you did with Rachel, and afterwards I watched the movie. It was on YouTube, the whole thing for free.
Oh, really?
And, yeah,
oh, it's on for free. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think somebody uploaded it, and for whatever reason,
okay.
If you want to get a movie you need to watch that's available on YouTube for free, it's called Blood In, Blood Out. Have you ever seen that movie, anyone?
Oh, yeah, I remember that one.
Let me see.
It's like a Latino gangster movie, right?
It's a Latino gangster movie. It's fucking amazing, dude. So I play Magic the Gathering because I'm a nerd like Fred.
I'll be right back. I want to show you something.
And my three Magic buddies are all Hispanic, so we watch that movie.
It's a 3-hour movie.
It's good, man. It's good. You watch it. After this, you watch it, and you will be part of the clan of.
All right. It looks ridiculously good.
That's good. It's really good.
I did have one more thing I wanted to show.
So do I.
All right. Well, you go first, but we should
wait for Mike to come back because it's just. I have this record. Okay, look.
Oh, all right.
Mike showed me this fucking record, and I bought it. And it's like I have this pile of shit that's like down here, like next to me, like instead of being filed, like just I usually have about 50 records that are right here at my feet, and I just can't put this one away.
Oh man, it's
so good. This one, and then
what is it?
Oh, it's the Pentagon. It's really a fucking good record.
The bad thing about it is the cover.
The cover's cool, man. You don't like the eggs?
It's not what I don't. It's not that I don't like, but it doesn't tell you. You could just like if you're flipping through, you're not gonna.
You're not 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, there are no names on the front.
Well, the back. Okay, so let's look at the back real quick. I know we've talked about this before, but man, this record's good. So it's Cedar Walton, Clifford Jordan. I mean, basically every record I care about has Clifford Jordan on it. Apparently, Billy Higgins, Ray Mantilla Congas, and Sam Jones.
Oh, I love Sam Jones.
I know it's like Clifford Jordan and Sam Jones. They're just on everything I listen to now. It seems like. You know, Mike. I mean, Jasmine's Mike. We all kind of discovered Sam Jones as a thing together. I don't know, 3 months ago or something, right?
Yeah, I mean,
we all started Sam Jones.
Of course, I knew him from something else, and I'm sure others. But when I started getting into Riverside, he's so prominent on Riverside.
This is the Eastman's record. This
and it's just and the thing is for a bass player to stand out like he does, it was just so unique, and I feel like it just adds to a level of appreciation, and he has his own solo record, not solo, his own lead records, and collecting those was really fun. But again, I'm very much in the pocket of this 1960, give or take 5 years. I'm so comfortable there, and I love discovering that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you do stuff at your own pace. Yeah, I mean,
I just have to find. I feel like I have to find it myself.
Yeah,
for the most part, I get so excited when I get the records I showed tonight. Each of those, I love. Right, I don't know. So
that's the great thing about jazz.
I feel like way too much
of it.
What's
right?
that?
That's the great thing about jazz. There's so fucking much of it
Yeah.
You're talking about 100 years of fucking recorded music, and it's.
I
like,
love hunting for new, like going through everything and then always finding like something new. And you know, a lot of times I don't like it. I mean, I listen to it, it's fine, but I just, you know, I don't need it.
Yeah.
But then every once in a while, you find something, you're like, "What is this? Yeah. This is amazing."
I was I think when we were talking on Instagram, Chris, I had mentioned I was down at Mike. You would know the store. I was down at Academy in the Lower East Side.
Yeah,
and they had a new jazz. Jerome Richardson.
Okay.
And Jerome Richardson's a multi-instrumentalist. He plays, you know, saxophone, flute. But he did a recording on new jazz, and it was there. I was looking. It was only $35, but it was OG.
Okay, that's you got to get it.
I didn't get it. No, it was in such bad condition. It was in such bad condition. Yeah. I was like, then I was thinking, I was like, maybe I'll go back and it'll still be there.
Dude, I don't know, man. I can't buy those records that are just totally fucked up. I don't care.
That's so. When I was in Canada today, they had a OG 10-inch Thelonious Monk Volume 2, Genius of Modern Music, and it was like $50, 50 US. Sorry, Baggy.
What's up, Baggy? What you got there?
This is the one I mentioned earlier.
Oh,
and this does. I have a 10-inch, double 10-inch of this, but so this is gonna be my player copy. But this has that. I've talked before about that. Jack Teagarden doing rocking chair with him.
Oh yeah.
Where they sound like they're drunk and shit. I love that. This is that RX that I mentioned before.
Hang on, let me keep it again.
RX Jazz Festival 1980.
Cool.
It's a jazz festival they have in Japan apparently, and then this got a lot of great people on it.
Okay, Baggy, this is for you. I got my collection. This is the director of Taxing Woman, and this is my whole collection of like all of his films. This is
like a box set of DVDs.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
And that's the guy who directed Tampopo, or?
Yep. There's Tampopo right there, and then
did he do that funeral one?
Yep. That's the.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I used to know this stuff, but it's been like 20 years.
Yeah, it's a great set.
That's a good movie too.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
There's a bunch of this Oryx shit. That's interesting. Like a bunch of records from those festivals in the early 80s.
Yeah. Are they good?
Art Blakey, Jaco Pastorius. Huh.
Mike,
what
Jerome Richardson? Was it Roman with Richardson?
No, let me see if I can.
Did it have a green cover?
It was sort of like a bluish.
Did he only play flute on it, or did he play sax? Do you remember?
I believe he played sax on it. Let's see. Hold on.
He has two new jazz, and one of them is Roaming with Richardson, and it looks like it's very rare.
Let me see.
And Charlie, is a guy who I see in, a lot, not a lot, but like, he's on a bunch of stuff, but we never speak about him, or I never speak about him, as Charlie Persip. I mean, he comes up like,
yeah,
he's killer. But yeah, I feel like I do have. He has a lead record on Bethlehem that I have a reissue of. But anyway, he's on that Richardson record. That's why I mentioned it.
What's up, Kevin?
Hey, welcome
We're
to
streaming for 17 hours.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can find it.
Is anybody taking a bunch of time off for what are your plans, Jazz Bones Mike, for vacation?
Jazz Bones Mike is on vacation until the new year.
Oh, fucking sick. We got to make some fucking videos then, man.
Starting today. I just came back. We had the holiday party. I just came back from today, and now I'm on vacation. So
me too, dude. I'm on vacation too until the 3rd.
Yeah, we should definitely do some videos.
Yes.
Yeah, we got to think about some new topics. I know we've kicked around a few ideas, but I kind of forget what we were talking about.
I want to do top 5 sax players. That's like hard though.
Okay, Mike, you might have been right. It's with the flute. It's Midnight Oil.
Midnight Oil. Okay, yeah. I've never seen either of those, so now I want to get into it. I want to see who this guy is.
I saw him late in his career when I saw he was playing with Art Farmer. I think he was filling in for Clifford Jordan.
Oh wow!
I saw him and he was fabulous. He was fabulous.
Wow.
There's a 2002. There's a 2002 reissue of that, which is interesting.
What, Midnight Oil?
Yeah.
But it looks like he only plays flute on it, so I feel like
what's wrong with flute, man? Come on.
Well, the other one is Roman with Richardson, and he plays
flute and tenor sax on this record.
Well, this one he plays tenor, baritone, and flute. So there.
Ooh.
Yeah,
he was Burrell and Hank Jones.
He was very versatile.
I'm very sketchy about buying a record from 2002, though. I don't know.
Yeah. Gotta check him out more.
Oh, it's pressed at Rainbow. Never mind. No thanks. Absolutely not. What the fuck? There's a Japanese press from '92, though.
I do want to show.
Do you have an OG of that? Do you have an OG of that, Mike?
What?
The Jerome Richardson.
No, I've never heard of him until
Mike.
Oh, sorry.
That's the one I saw in Academy when actually because I was going to a liquor store to pick this up, and then I was coming back from picking this up. I went in there and I saw it and I was like, oh gosh.
There's too noisy. Do they? I can't remember. Do they have a listening station?
I believe they do. And then I had so much stuff in my bag. Yeah. It was just I was like, I had like a laptop. I had stuff from work. But
it was beat up pretty good.
I had 4 bottles of wine. And I had 2 bottles of whiskey. And I was like,
that's a tough record, man. I mean, even the Japanese version of it.
Yeah, it's like
there's only 2 copies. They're $60.
I have a New Jazz Search that I like look at every day.
Maybe I'll try to head down there again and see if they still.
Can I show you guys something cool that I got recently?
I mean, yes. I guess so. Yeah, just kidding. Of course. What is this? Oh, cool.
Is that soundtrack?
Oh wow, Yo-Yo Ma's on there.
Yeah.
No, this soundtrack is not. This isn't just some soundtracks I get just because it's fun, because I love the movie and the music's not like the greatest thing ever, but this is actually legit like a soundtrack that I've listened to a million times. When this came out, I had the CD and I listened to it over and over and over again. This is actually like excellent music.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just so happy to have it. Europe does a lot of like Mambo Kings is another one. It's my all-time favorite soundtracks, and Europe does soundtracks on vinyl where we don't, and so this has been out in Europe for a long time, but this Barnes & Noble exclusive is the first time we've had it here in the States. So
cool.
It's awesome, and I mean the vinyl's gorgeous. See the little picture here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
And I mean this to me, this is like this movie was like Star Wars level, like just epic movie. It was so gorgeous.
Yeah.
And the soundtrack was just, if you guys haven't played the soundtrack, play it sometime. It's wonderful. It's a wonderful listening soundtrack.
I just bit the bullet and bought that Jerome Richardson, the 2002 version. So we'll
Rainbow.
Yeah.
How much did they want for it?
$20.
Oh, all right.
It's mint. It's still sealed. So if it sucks, I'll just send it back.
But who did the reissue?
I don't know.
Well,
New Jazz. I mean, it just says New Jazz. I don't know.
Let us know.
Dubious. All right, I have some
Jazz Records. Come on, man.
All right, you guys can make fun of me because of. Let me just make myself big.
Because of what?
Because I got a 7-inch, and when I get when I get a 7-inch, I make my own little cover for it. So Felipe recently got this Benny Green's Soul Stirrer in the 12-inch, and so I was listening to it, and it has the song "We Want to Cook," I don't know how familiar you guys are. I don't know how familiar you guys are with Benny Green, but on every single one of his records, he has vocals on it. And they're usually just like backing vocals just for like a couple bars.
Oh.
And then, maybe in the beginning of the song and the end of the song of one track. So We Want to Cook is one of those. And he's so good. Like, I feel like I put him in the camp of like Jimmy Smith, where it's like party music. It's just fun party music.
Yeah.
So I got this for $10. It's from whenever the record came out, like 57 or something. And it's RVG stamped.
Oh.
And it was $10, and I got 2 tracks of the record right here. And I've been really kind of looking into 45s recently.
Did you see what's his name?
Yes.
Yeah, that was a great.
So he got me to buy 3 more, so I got them coming out. But I'm like all about it. I know people like one of the big criticisms. I was reading the comments of that video. For those who are watching and don't know, Welcome Brown Jazz Vinyl did a whole like 30-minute video on his 45 Blue Note 45 collections. And he talks about like these ones where it's like songs from LPs, but then he talks about 45s that weren't part of LPs, and you can only get them as 45s. So like Ike Quebec and like Sonny Clark and I think John Coltrane, they all have like 45s that are separate from LPs.
Quebec made a shit ton of them, right?
Yeah, and he also made like a ton for jukeboxes too.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, because a Mosaic had released all the Ike Quebec 45s.
Yes.
On CD.
Yeah.
I don't.
That's a dilemma for me because I don't collect 45s, but my dad passed away. I've got a jukebox down in San Antonio that I'm debating on whether we sell it in the estate seller or just like I bring it home or not, and it's full of all this stuff he filled it with. But if I can find a place to put that damn thing, it'd be super cool to have just a bunch of jazz 45s in there,
So if you read the liner notes on this LT series, this is a compilation of his 45s.
Can we see the back of that?
Yeah.
Maybe it's not.
Maybe it's not. Maybe we can't.
But yeah, the Ike Quebec 45.
I'm sorry.
They're I mean, because a lot of them, a few of them will have they're with Oregon. I think Sir Charles Thompson on Oregon. They're so good. Yeah, I mean that was one of the best Mosaic box sets I bought, even though it was only CDs. That I mean, when I got that, I played that endlessly.
So, Jeff's talking. I guess this is the top 5 sax players because I mentioned that Parker, Coltrane, Gordon, Rollins, and Mobley.
Wow.
It's a tough one. I think if we do that, we're going to probably say specifically tenor sax or alto or something because, man.
Yeah. Because, I mean, and then the one person I would leave out, and it's hard, but Mobley would be the first one. Would be one to go.
The first cut?
Yeah. Yeah. That's how tough it is.
Yeah, no, for sure.
That's how tough it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Dexter Gordon's probably my top, just because I love Dexter Gordon.
I do too. I mean,
and Rollins is up there. Coltrane, of course. Parker, I feel like with Parker, it's like we don't mention Parker because he's off the screen, so like we just leave him out of the mix. I don't know.
Yeah, I would put Parker in there because just the stuff I've got a lot of Parker. I know, and a lot of people say, "Oh, the Parker stuff doesn't sound good" or whatever.
Yeah,
but he was a phenomenal player. He's an amazing blues player, amazing ballad player. I
was listening to. I was just gonna say for Parker, I was listening to some guy talk about how, as a musician and a music writer, that you try to figure out like what notes follow what notes, like what chord you want to like couple with another chord. He's like, all you have to do is like listen to Charlie Parker. Like he does everything you need to know.
These are pretty cool. I mean, this is that label that his wife started after he died.
Mhm.
You know, Charlie Parker Records. This is a good one. I've got a bunch of these. I've got a fuck ton of those Everest archive, those shitty Everest archive records.
Mhm.
But I've got like 5 Charlie Parker records on Everest. So I don't know.
I only have 2. I have 3 Charlie
Everest
Parker records.
Parker records.
I have.
I bought Everest classical.
I have
Is that better quality than the
No.
bad stuff? Because it's shit.
I mean, I love listening to the dial Charlie Parker dial.
Yeah,
that stuff is amazing. You know, and I know there are a lot of excerpts and stuff like that. And the Night in Tunisia where it like falls apart, but it's just amazing. And then he has the two vocals. One is there are 2 vocal numbers on that set where Charlie Parker is phenomenal behind Earl Coleman, who's sort of like a Billy Eckstine like baritone guy. And
I mean, speaking of Billy Eckstine though, like I feel like I need to seek out the stuff that his band was doing, if it exists, right? Like that band created bebop.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's fucking Charlie Parker. It's Dizzy, Miles, Art Blakey. I think was in there. I think
Sarah Vaughan.
Dude, it's like all of them, right?
Yeah.
Like all the progenitor that band.
Yeah.
Can you imagine hearing that shit?
I have a CD, and it's under Dizzy Gillespie's name, but it's I think most of it is the Eckstein band. You got Sarah Vaughan, and it's really good. And then, like I said, people like say, "Oh, sound quality or whatever," but what you're hearing and the whole musicianship is just like phenomenal. You hear a young Sarah Vaughan hanging with these guys. It's just.
Well, I mean, you listen to that, and all you got to do is go look at what Benny Goodman was doing at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Right, like modern jazz was invented in Billy Eckstine's band. It's so wild.
Yeah,
Okay, so
was-
Jeff says he would put Lester Young over Mobley, and then we've got Andrew here saying Henderson, Joe Henderson, obviously, and Wayne Shorter. I mean,
yeah.
That's gonna be a tough video, Mike. Top 5
tenor sax players.
Yeah.
Well, I know that most people probably wouldn't put him up there, but I love Jimmy Heath. I really love him, and
Jimmy Heath's huge, man.
I know. I feel like his Riverside stuff, he shines pretty nice on it, and then his later stuff, there's kind of a gap that I'm unfamiliar with, and I feel like some people don't speak so highly. Like he's fine, but they don't put him up there with like the Wayne Shorters in terms of playing in composition or the like Coltrane for innovation. But he's like a killer, just like hard bop guy. I love his stuff.
You got to put Johnny Hodges. I mean, Johnny Hodges is amazing on the tenor.
I like
Ben Webster. Come on.
I like the old school guys like Webster and Hawkins that played with like that insane vibrato where like I love how you can hear like the breath like after the note stops playing, after the note disconnects, you can still hear their breath going like that. I love that sound. That
what about Cannonball? Is Cannonball in the mix?
He's on alto.
Mike already said no for
Cannonball. It's only tenor.
No, I just no. I mean, that's how difficult.
Alto.
But
it is, right?
But talking about Hawkins, I don't even think people people have forgotten how that the whole innovator term. But I was this writer Lewis Porter. He has a Substack page, and I subscribe to it. And he sent this link of Coleman Hawkins. He has this tune. It's all solo sax for about 3 minutes and 24 seconds. It's a composition called Picasso. Coleman Hawkins solo. And this is not 1950s. This is prior to that. I'm not sure the exact time, but it's not 1950s, and it's prior to the 50s.
Mm-hmm.
And it's amazing. It's amazing. And this is Coleman Hawkins. Before bebop swing era Coleman Hawkins
Mm-hmm.
doing a 3 minute and 24-second solo composition, called Picasso.
Now, did he get pigeonholed as a copycat of Charlie Parker?
Coleman Hawkins? No.
Well,
Before Coleman, you get Coleman Hawkins when Louis Armstrong came and played in the Fletcher Henderson Orchestra.
Mm-hmm.
Coleman Hawkins was in that orchestra.
Okay, I guess I'm thinking of Sonny Stitt.
And then Coleman Hawkins went to Europe
Mm-hmm.
for a number of years, and then came back. Yeah, Sonny Stitt gets caught. Yeah, I mean he used to. I think most people now don't think of him as in that.
Right.
They think of more of a journeyman guy that just recorded. You told him, hey, we're gonna pay you. Show up at the studio this day, and he was there, and you just gave him the money, and hey.
I have that Sound of Jazz TV special that AP reissued.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have that one?
I have two OG copies of that.
Oh, you do? Yeah. I mean, Lester Young's on that, so that's another old school sax player that I love.
Yeah, Lester Young, man. I mean, jeez.
I'm surprised of the kind of the later saxophone players that no one brought up. I can't remember his name. Who's like the Blue Note guy? He has his own he leads. He was like a Charlie Parker disciple.
Oh my God. Charlie Parker.
Somebody help me.
Jackie McLean?
Yeah. Yes. I'm surprised no one mentioned him because I hear him so many times when I'm watching YouTube and stuff like that.
His contributions on the Ken Burns thing were really good.
You see, he looks so young.
Wait, so for best sax, are we saying tenor and alto? Or
I think we have to do tenor. I think when we do this, if we do a tenor, if we do a sax video, you have to separate it. What I want to do is the top 5 bass clarinet players. Now that is interesting.
Eric Dolphy.
Herbie Mann's a pretty badass bass clarinet player too, man.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever played a bass clarinet?
Do what?
Have you ever played a bass clarinet?
No, of course not.
Part of the whole one of the reasons I got into jazz is because my friend got obsessed with the bass clarinet and Eric
I'm
Dolphy.
obsessed with it. Yeah,
and he bought a bass clarinet.
That's badass.
It's so funny when you play it. Your vision, everything vibrates in the room, everything shakes.
I'm thinking about. I'm actually.
I don't know how they rate the music when they play those things.
I've got a buddy that's actually a decent musician. Hang on, what do we got here?
Irvin. What about Booker? Booker Irvin.
Booker, man.
Yeah. He's pretty excellent.
You showed us that like 3 hours ago. Come on.
I know. I'm just saying that. Did anybody mention Booker Irvin?
No.
Could be in consideration at least.
How about Earl Bostick? Y'all know Earl Bostick at all?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I showed you in 3 hours. I showed you it 7 hours ago.
Booker. Wow. But you're talking about bass clarinet, like one of the modern guys that plays really great bass on clarinet. David Murray. He actually did an album. It was just bass clarinet. It was called Bass Clarinet on, I think it was DIW. I don't know if it was done on vinyl because they do some of their stuff on vinyl, some of it they don't. But he's great. I'm trying to think.
Okay, I'm scared of. I'm actually. Oh, okay, yeah, of course. Okay, this is hilarious. So, I was gonna say I'm scared of buying bass clarinet records that you or Nicole recommend. So I've got one though, and there's a record called Clarinet Summit that Nicole recommended to me.
Oh, that's great! Yeah,
that shit is the first half of that record is awesome, and then it gets totally fucking crazy. It's like a bunch of fucking geese going nuts on clarinets, man. Fucking wild as shit. I was like, I'm not on Nicole's level. What I'm about to say.
Oh, guys, we forgot a big time name. I think. I mean, I was in and out of the conversation. But what about the Sax Colossus?
No,
You guys mentioned okay.
Yeah,
yeah.
Lou Donaldson. What about Lou Donald? I mean, Lou Donaldson. I thought Paul Desmond played alto.
He does play alto, doesn't he? Mostly.
Okay.
Paul Desmond.
I think this is okay. I think this is just a mix.
Yeah, we gotta have a tenor and an alto.
Oh, Benny Golson, he's pretty good.
Yeah, if you're including everybody, Mulligan would be in my like top 5 because I think he's just so cool.
Joe Henderson, Johnny Griffin.
Because alto's insane, right? I mean, you got Ornette Coleman, you got all kinds of folks. Charlie Parker, right?
Yeah.
So you put.
I mean, how are we doing it? Just playing ability or playing ability and?
Well, I mean, what we do when we do our top 5,
it's a tough,
For us, it's our top 5 favorites.
I mean, it's a tough one. All right, so
at the moment, right? I mean, it's impossible. Like we did the piano thing, and I had 15 people. Like, it was nuts.
So I googled like best jazz saxophonist, and You Discover Music put a list together, so there are authorities on this. But this is like everybody. So alto, tenor, baritone.
Right.
So we put Parker as 1, Coltrane as 2, Stan Getz as. I'm sorry, Sonny Rollins as 3, Stan Getz as 4, Dexter Gordon 5, Lester Young 6, Coleman Hawkins 7, Art Pepper 8, Hank Mobley 9, and Johnny Griffin makes the top 10 for them.
I think Stan Getz is a little high on that, but
yeah, me too.
Stan Getz's early stuff is killer though.
See, I'm not saying his early stuff isn't killer, but
okay.
Stan Getz's later stuff is
what?
So damn good.
Yeah.
I've recently kind of been gravitating towards his stuff, so
it is. And when he started playing with Kenny Barron,
okay.
I mean, they were on like they were like, you get that group where they're like, okay, I understand. I understand. We can communicate just by looking at each other. It's not like I don't need to like say, hey, Kenny, this or whatever. It's intuitive, and that's how they were. There's this unfortunately it's not on vinyl, but it's called People Time. It's just Stan Getz.
Yeah.
And this is like right before Stan Getz knew he was dying.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate to like read into stuff sometimes, but you get the feeling that he knows, like, all right, I don't have long left. I don't have long left on this planet. This is it. You and me, Kenny. I'm gonna put it all out there, and it's just beautiful. I mean,
no matter how big a turd some of these guys were, like Art Pepper was a shit human being, right? But like, it's really cool that we can talk about. I mean, 99% of these people we're talking about are dead, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they left a legacy, which is neat.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and Art Pepper, I prefer later Art Pepper than earlier Art Pepper, and I like them. I like them all. I like it.
Did you get that box set that came out? I don't know.
Yep. Mm-hmm. I did.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Yeah, I do too, and I love the Live at the Vanguard.
Mm-hmm.
It goes really good when he does like Las Cuevas de Mario. It is so good. I mean,
his wife's Lori Pepper, I mean, it was her husband or whatever, but like her kind of whitewashing of his existence is irritating to me.
But it's not. I don't know. Have you read the biography?
I don't want to because
you have to. You have to. Okay. It is one of the best, Chris. It is. Okay. There is no whitewashing in that book.
No, I know. I'm talking about after the fact. She seems. I mean, I know there's.
Yeah. And then then after that, she wrote a book called "I Married a Jazz Junkie."
Yeah.
And it's really good though.
Okay.
It's really.
I just have a problem with the fact that he was a fucking rapist.
He was.
Who?
Everything.
Art Pepper.
Oh wow.
Well, I mean, in the book, the reason I haven't read the book, and I'll read it, I guess, if it's that good.
Oh, I mean,
during the war in England, apparently, like after the war, after the victory, this English girl from what I've heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mike.
Mhm.
This English girl comes up to him and flirts with him and stuff, trying to get some food from him, and then he just kind of takes her to a cemetery and rapes her, basically.
Jesus.
So,
I mean, it's it's an autobiography, but it was written basically by his wife, Lori.
yeah.
But it's he doesn't it's warts and all. It's not candy coating. It doesn't seem like he's not holding back. He's not trying to necessarily make him present himself in the most favorable light.
Right.
And that's what makes it work. As he's a shitbird. He was a shitbird.
Mm-hmm.
But
I mean, I love his music. Don't get me wrong. I've got Pepper stuff, but yeah, it's interesting. There's some flawed people. I mean, these are people.
I haven't really got into him. I mean, I have his stuff that they put out on Contemporary recently. So Meets the Rhythm Section I picked up. I've only listened to that a couple of times, and then the other one, I didn't really like it so much. It's him with like a larger group.
I hate it. I'm sorry. That's the one.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. I thought that the solo playing was excellent, but I thought like the arrangements.
You're talking about our Pepper plus 11.
Yeah, I felt like a game.
Boring.
They took these standards and made them like a game show theme.
Oh, the arrangements are terrible. It's that what's his name? Marty.
Yes,
right? Oh God, just like yes. Oh, the terrible.
That stuff's really good though. But yeah,
I streamed all that stuff when they announced that, and I was like, the rhythm section is the only one I cared about. I don't care about the My Fair Lady.
Rhythm section's good. I've got R. Pepper Straight Life, which is a good one. I think.
Yeah.
From like '79, and then that box set, the R. Pepper Promise Kept. I guess it was on Omnivore.
Yeah, I have a Blue Note twofer of his stuff like on like Modern or like it's some like super
Modern
small
art.
label. And like no, it's not it may be called but the label's called like Modern or something like it's like a really small label from like 55 or whatever, and the records go for like an insane amount of money.
Yeah,
but Blue Note somehow acquired them and put them out as a twofer. I highly recommend getting that because it's just beautiful music. I do have to run though; it's getting late, and yeah, I just gotta get out of here.
I'll see you guys in the morning if you happen to wake up.
All right, fellas.
All right.
See you
guys.
guys.
We got 6 hours.
Yeah.
What's
that? What do we got here?
Cheers.
Don't sleep on the 7 inches. Mike, do you collect 7 inches?
Literally, don't sleep on them.
I don't. I don't have.
Yeah,
I just have a few. That's it. Not many.
Yeah. Well, they're like I got this for $10, and it's RVG. It's
I mean, I would be interested in getting some Blue Note ones, especially.
Like I got this one. This is the Cliff Jordan Spellbound. Like this is a really expensive record. It's hard. It doesn't come up often.
No, it doesn't.
But like I got the 7 inch. I got a couple songs on it.
Yeah.
I
have to check that out. We'll talk about that. Where you got him from another time. But I would be. I would definitely be interested in that.
No, you guys.
All right.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, everybody.
Take it easy.